we should be live, but I was not live on my audio. So we are now live and stream should be able to hear me. Good morning. Happy Saturday to everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Journeys Conference. This is the virtual community conference put on by Jason and Tessa and myself for our good friend in the community, Jacob. Jason, do you want to give a quick recap of what we're doing here? We are live. We're live. Oh, yeah. We're doing it live. We are. Well, first of all, I want to shout out that little number we got in between us there. Yesterday, we raised $10,000 for Jacob and Leah. For anybody who wasn't here, for anybody who doesn't know the background. Yeah, first off, huge hand for the community. Absolutely amazing to see the community show up in force. But for anybody who's just tuning in or catching up, Jason, do you want to give just the quick deets on Jacob and why we're here, why we're doing what we're doing?
Like
Oh,
a
no.
month ago?
I think I had your audio muted. We should be looking at the
Really?
stream to make
Oh,
sure.
yeah, somebody put "can't hear me."
Fantastic. So we're
Man,
off to a
you
great
said all
start.
this amazing shit too. So anyway, context for Jacob. I've known him for about a year. He recently told me, which was like a bomb for me because he's just been such an integral part of the tech commute, that Leah, his partner of 20 years, they have a son together, has stage 3 rectal cancer. And that was like, whew, that was big. So the first thing that I thought to do simply was we got to help him. You know, he has spent tons of time growing this community and interacting with all of you and all of these people and putting the work in that. And this is one thing that Leon and Hunter Devs really preaches to the whole cohort is building the network, because that's how you're going to get that job. It's building the rapport and building the relationships. It's not just cold emails and hitting the apply button. So he's been here, he's been earning his time. And so being the person that I am, I knew that I wanted to help him because I see the genuine like human being that he is. And that's going to be a tough time. So I said, we're going to do it. So 3 weeks ago, I think it was, I decided to make this happen. And I got Nate and Tessa involved because I thought of some really great human beings that I knew from developing my network. And they jumped at the opportunity. And now here we are. We're on day 2. This is awesome. This is, wow. Yesterday, and Nate can attest to this, we were stressed. That was something. That hour right before we went live probably was one of the worst experiences of my life.
And it's funny because I've done a lot of conferences. I've done a lot of conference stuff, and it is stressful. I mean, we've talked with Clark about this, right? With putting on that conference, and he's talked a lot about it. And there is so much. So one of my first jobs, we actually hosted a conference at UCLA. It was the UC Mobile and Modern Web Conference. So this is a while ago, different age, but very early mobile web stuff. And there's just so many logistics. There's so much to do with the speakers, with making sure everybody has a good experience. Gratefully, doing all virtual is much easier, right? You eliminate a whole host of physical, attendee issues, venue, all of those things, right? So we love that in 2024, this is so accessible and we're able to do something like this with way more simple efforts than, any in-person conference you're going to. But that being said, there's a lot to coordinate. And I want to just shout out our speakers as well. I want to take a moment to appreciate, because we've talked a bit about the community and how y'all have shown up, how y'all show up in the chat consistently. I see everybody posting about it on X. That's just so cool. But also, these speakers, y'all, this schedule is legendary. Like, I was blown away. And as we were planning, even just seeing some of the people coming in, people with incredibly busy schedules, even from hearing yesterday, people where it is incredibly difficult to get an hour of time in your busy schedule, much less on a Friday as well for a lot of them. And so I just want to give a big hand to all the speakers. These journeys
Oh
being
yeah.
presented have been so amazing. And these individuals are just, again, most know them already, especially if you've had interactions with 100 devs, if you've seen Free Code Camp or used Free Code Camp resources, as so many of us have, as so many of us have. Like these are just the legends in the community. These are people who literally have transformed education, technology, networking, and I'm blown away. Looking at the schedule for today, we had it on that break slide. Um, they all look amazing, except there's one that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. There's a Nate guy
You're
coming
about
up
to say
later,
you.
and
I knew you were about to say
I
you.
don't think he's quite in the same league as the rest of this, but we had a little bit of a last minute swap this week with the schedule, so we hopped in there, and I'm super excited about that.
Don't do
Now,
that imposter syndrome thing
first,
to yourself.
oh goodness, we'll get into that, I'm sure. Before we jump into stuff for today, I'd love to ask you, Jason, what was something from yesterday that you loved? What was either a favorite talk, something that really hit
Yeah.
you or resonated?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I wanted to go back to one thing that you said there, just kind of acknowledging the speakers. Um, we could have very easily just went around and asked people for money, right? It's fundraiser. I don't need to provide something. We could just ask. Somebody's struggling, and we could just go to the community and ask. But I'm the type of person that wants to give and not even get, but just give. So if you're gonna come and support my friend, my family, I mean, Jacob's like a brother to me, and help us out, I want to provide you with some sort of an experience too, because making and again building those relationships with the community, that's why I wanted to put this whole thing together. It wasn't just about the money, it was about bringing the entire community together, and, and making it more cohesive. So um I think for me, Tejas' presentation was wow. I was so moved by that, and it brought such a different level to all of the talks. I mean, everybody had great talks and brought different facets to it, and that again was a nuance that I was really excited for, because no one's really talking about tech. They're talking about life experiences and building and the human element behind it. Um, the one that really got me though was Quincy and Leon, just because I
Mm,
know a lot of people know like my background, and I kind of touched on it. Like we came through Free Code Camp, ended up somewhere in a Reddit and found out about 100 devs, started 100 devs, and then like literally a year ago is when I met Jacob through 100 devs in the Discord. So for those two to be there for the whole event just like brought it totally full circle for both of us. That really got me. It's choked me up now even thinking about it. So it was powerful. What
it
about you?
really, it really was. Man, there were so many good ones. I love Tejas's as well, and I think
Oh, for
it's
sure.
one of the most heartbreaking things for me. I think where I almost cried was just the technical issues in the early half that day, which meant there were some technical issues and some
Yeah.
performance stuff with Tejas's talk, because he drops so many, not necessarily knowledge bombs or wisdom bombs, but just like that deep thinking, right? Tejas is very much a deep thinker. When I think of people that are influential in our sphere and people that I look up to, there are inventors, there are technological geniuses, and there's a class of
Mm,
people, and none of this is mutually exclusive, by the way. Like a lot of them, you're overlapping these categories, but there are people that I put in the category of philosopher almost, where when they talk about things, they are thinking at a deeper level, and they're thinking about really broad impacts as well. They're thinking about like lifetime long timelines. And Tejas is one of those people. So I feel like him bringing that sort of deep thought, that deep consideration, philosophical questions in this context, I think is so fascinating and something that I just love to see in social media, in the industry, and in presentations. The one that
I-
resonated the most with me, um, I think, was as far as a moment goes, was Santosh and his talk, because
mm,
first off, just an incredible story. But when he talked about his daughter, I'm a parent. I got two littles, a 1
mhm.
and a 3-year old, And when he talked about, I I would do anything for my daughter. I would do anything to save my daughter. And choking me up now thinking about
Yeah.
it. The slide, which I screwed up the slides too at this moment, but the slide with him holding his daughter after describing that journey and the struggles that went into getting to that place, that triumph of holding his baby girl and having that, and I was just like,
Yeah.
oh man, that hit me so hard in the feels thinking about my daughter.
Mhm.
So that was huge. But we have, yeah, amazing stuff from yesterday. Anyways, so today we've got an incredible lineup. In about 20 minutes here, we're going to be joined by YK. And anybody who's been at all on Twitter Spaces probably recognize the name, the face, maybe a robot face. But I think that uh, I'm super excited for what he's going to share with us. But I did think it'd be fun to take this moment that we have before Jason, and I want to ask about a particular part of our journey because it's been kind of crazy with how we got here. So I was curious, actually, as I thought back, it's been around a year, a little over a year since we
Mhm.
met online, and so I wanted to ask you, how did we meet?
Well, before I try to answer that question, I think it's cool that you brought up how much we struggled yesterday because like that's really part of it, right? Like all these journeys that all of us are on are all intersecting, and the struggle that you and I had with trying to put all of this together, that all these other people supported and aligned with. Like this is where the community meets, right? And we're supporting Jacob and you guys, everybody that's watching, and all the speakers that just like supported it and came in, and all those struggles just dissipated. Like I remember you and me, like the buzz at the end of the night when we finished this, or the second
Oh
half of the
man.
day when things were going, like we had stuff going. um I'm proud of you, man. I feel like just even seeing the journey that you and I went through in the last 24 hours has been worthy of a post, at least a blog post, just kind of explaining it. But you asked me this backstage when we were prepping, and I told you the exact same thing I'm going to tell you now. I have no clue how you and I met. I feel like it was obviously it was Twitter. It was obviously X, but I truth be told, I want to say it was probably Jacob Evans, Code in Life.
I think it was, and it's
Very well
funny.
could have been.
Yeah. Um, And so what do you remember of like early, like what were your first impressions of Nate?
Oh yeah, of Nate. Well, and I mean this still rings true. I have tons of respect for how well spoken you are. You're wildly intellectual. You're like super smart, dude. You've been in this industry for a very long time, and it resonates in everything that you're saying. You're a super articulate speaker, so I have a ton of respect for you. Um, for all of those reasons. And obviously, growing to know you, I know who you are now as a person as well. And that's just made me respect you and have a bigger fondness for who you are as a human. So, um, initially, I will say, um, obviously, due to the group that you're in, I'm trying to allude to things since we're recording. um, I probably was a little bit on my heels, just is this guy, is he like cool, is he actually trying to help, or is it clicky? That's hard to navigate when
Yeah.
you're coming into the industry. Like I don't know who to talk to, and I just kind of I vibe with people. So it's if we talk and we build rapport, and this is like what I try to build a community around. Like I just want people like you and I to grow, and to grow it with people like us around us. Simple as that. So you've stuck around, so obviously you don't hate me that much.
No, definitely not. I chuckled when you said intellectual because for some reason, I don't even know if it's what you meant, but my mind just went straight to like, oh, you mean pedantic? Because I talk with this weird, like, it's not even talking, it's typing. Like, if you see me on Twitter or in Twitch chat, I essay. I'm just an essayer. If you're in a Discord server with me, I just talk way too much. So with the word intellectual, I was like, usually that gets me in trouble on Twitter because it's like, not actually necessarily a better way of communicating. It's often less clear and just
Right,
like
right.
silly vocab words that I don't know why I know them, but it definitely doesn't help get my point across on Twitter. Um,
Not too often.
but
Not too. You don't
no,
need a thesaurus on Twitter.
and I like that you kind of called out though there is a lot of different groups in social media in tech, and I think that's a big part of it too, and y'all talk about this in the tech commute a lot, and some of these other community builders like Leon talk about it, but kind of finding your tribe, finding your group. I think the reality is I don't love, clicks when they're exclusionary. If you have like these clicks where
Mhm.
people are very like, you know, felt left out, but the
Yeah.
positive of clicks is you get so much of that deeper connection. I think that's why you always see them forming. And like with you and Jacob, you were at the same step in your journey and you were very focused on the learning. You were both had families and jobs that you were supporting. And so I think a lot of those groups kind of formulate as well around our objectives and our priorities and our values,
Mhm.
and it's not a negative between them either. Like I see this in a net positive where people are able to find those kind of niches of tech Twitter, of LinkedIn, of whatever social platform it is that is people they resonate with, that value similar things, that have similar objectives, maybe are in a similar stage of life or background. But yeah, I was gonna so as I think back to when we met, it's crazy how long it's been. And I've met a lot of people on Twitter, and it's Twitter Spaces in particular that I got really passionate about a couple years ago and has forged such deeper connections because those verbal conversations just leads to so much of you. I mean, you get to hear and learn a lot more about one another when you're all
Yeah.
in a call.
Oh yeah.
And especially, some of these spaces I was able to do while commuting, while running errands. So you end up spending more time with these individuals. But you called it out, and I was going to call it out because it was the thing that made me so passionate about even this concept that Tech Commute and Journeys is kind of based on, is Code and Life. So Jacob Evans
Mhm.
space, which is generally Wednesday through Friday, I think 8 p.m. Eastern, but just an awesome space. And it's code and life. And there's a joke that a lot of times it's like, we won't talk code at all, and Jacob will say, "Yeah, this is the life part. Like, shut up. Yeah, we're in life.
Yeah.
Everything falls into that." So like sometimes people be talking about a sports event or something, and it's just yeah, it's about the people more than the tech.
Mhm.
And I met you probably in that space. I need to look at my DMs because I DM'd both of you early on, but I think I may have actually met Jacob first. But it was the two of you that I met. I
Possible.
didn't initially connect you to, and one of the first memories of you was you were hosting a space. And
Mm.
I think this is what I love seeing in tech Twitter is because it's hard and nerve-wracking to host Twitter spaces, but so many of them have so much value for the community, even if it's like 5 to 10 participants, right? Even if you're like you and your buddy and you've got 3 people in the audience, sometimes that third person in the audience is somebody in a totally different side of the world than us, in a totally unique part of their journey. And what's being discussed by two humans on stage is what they need to hear. It's what
Mhm.
benefits them either by encouragement, information, connections. So you would host spaces before it was called Tech Commute by a long while,
Yeah.
but you would host these spaces and just talk about learning, talk about, working on tech, talk about life, and being a facilitator of community is something that makes me very interested on Twitter. If I see somebody who's building community in such an active way, and so I think I talked to Jacob first because I saw both of you and I was like, these are dudes that are, at a similar stage of life as me in terms of family and career stage and
Yeah.
everything,
Yeah.
but making the transition into tech, learning while they've got responsibilities at home, a job, kids. So you waking up at 4 a.m. every day to get your time in, Jacob working really late at night to get those coding hours in, and just getting your head in the code. One of my favorite tweets Jacob posted was from his work vehicle, and he had the
Yeah.
laptop out on his
Yep.
lunch break, and he
Oh
was
yeah.
like, "I'm getting the studying in because this is the time I have available."
Mhm.
So I think from both of you, I've seen just incredibly diligent husbands and fathers. I think that for both of you, and so this is kind of blending into a little bit about Jacob and our story as well as
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
we met. But you're very diligent, dedicated fathers. You're humans that care about humans, and you want to build community at no net benefit to yourselves, right? Y'all have consistently showed
Mhm.
up week to week, and it's not. numbers for you. It's not a certain platform. It's just that group of people showing up and you two being consistent, being there for them. And I think your sign off line really sums up so much of this community and many of these communities, many of these topics
Yeah.
we're talking on. But yeah, how do you end those spaces every time, Jason?
It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Um, Full disclosure, I stole that from a local radio DJ who I actually
No
cannot
way.
stand. I cannot stand. Um, I would never listen to the show, but he, the way it was kind of pitched with their show, it was more tongue in cheek because they were like the shock jock of the area before Howard Stern was really a big thing. So it came off very ironic that they were saying it, but it resonates with me. I mean, I remember that from 20 plus years ago, hearing that when my parents would listen to CMF. It was Brother Weeze is the DJ. Um, yeah, I mean that has stuck with me for that long. And after I left film, the film industry, and realizing like I guess like what kind of a piece of shit I ended up turning into because of like just allowing myself to do what I had to do to really be successful in that business. Because that's the thing. You always have, and again, here's all these journey metaphors, right? Um, you always have a choice, right? There's that fork in the road where I can be this cutthroat, just shell of a person that is just doing things and doing things to people to make money or whatever. Or you can do things like and build consciously and in healthy, positive ways. And reflecting on what I ended up coming out of that industry as, I think that it reframed how I was going to approach tech altogether. And
Hmm.
that statement to me about being nice, being more important, or whatever, I said it backwards. Stuck with me because, you know, at the end of the day, the people are what matters. The people are always around. It's not the computers, it's not the code, it's the people that we interact with all day. And those are the people that interact with you on your journeys. So why am I going to sit here and cause like negative impact on the journeys these people have too? So, I approached it in a different way, and I love just helping people. It's always been a thing for me. So, and I'm glad that you and I met on our journeys together because I feel like we've grown a pretty good friendship here, and I appreciate that you let me talk shit about your hair.
Hey, what are friends for if you can't do a little
That's right. That's
good-natured
right.
ribbing?
Hell yeah.
Um, yeah, and I was just scrolling through the chat, kind of catching up a little bit. Again, thank you everyone for being here. This is awesome.
Woo-hoo.
Eddie was calling out, I didn't even go so much into it, but most projects are about people, and the code is a fairly small portion of the project.
Yeah.
And that's a super true one too, from the work perspective, from the work world. I've been in web development for 17, almost 18 years now. And it is so true. It's one of the reasons I'm not super concerned about all the AI will replace us hype is there's so many parts to the job that you will not want done by AI. And at big organizations, when you have lots of departments working together, like there's just been so many times where the collaboration, the ability to communicate, and even the ability to either get from somebody what you need, like the data or the files or the information very quickly, or help them figure out what they want or what they need very quickly. Like that can be a huge part of the project. And so that interacting with people, working with people, all of the skills that go into the fuzzy realm of humans, because all these other parts of the business are going to be mostly human done, right? Like there's so many things that are not AI. Like LLMs are not well suited to that task, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And as long as engineering is connecting to all of those, that's going to happen. Am I echoing?
Yeah. I see echo here.
Okay, I think I fixed that. Um, do we still have an echo?
Echo on Nate. Might need to adjust at your side. Why would you need to adjust on my side?
It shouldn't be. I think it was. Yeah. Okay, test 1, 2.
Chat, we are reading the chat.
I'm reading the chat. We
Why
saw
is
that was
Graham
echoing.
yelling at us? Fucking all caps me, bro.
I am checking things. The
Yeah,
echo is fixed. Perfect. Yes, chat. You are seen. We are so grateful that you're all here. I am
we
also
are.
we're rebroadcasting on Twitch and YouTube and X. As we mentioned yesterday, that's mostly a rebroadcast. So if you're on my Twitch chat, I love you. You're amazing. Thank you for following. But also, if you want to join the conversation, check out the pinned conference event link. Because we're just focusing on one chat
Oh
box for
yeah,
today for
yeah,
the event.
that's true. Man, do these guys even read the chat? Yes,
I don't
man,
know,
we do.
Matthew.
What the
Do
hell,
we?
man?
Oh, yeah. Adam's
Speaking of
right.
great
Adam's right.
community members, everybody that's in here, it's Saturday. Like, what the hell are you doing with your lives? You could be out literally doing anything, but you're here, and that means a lot to us. Like, I'll sit here and make jokes about it because that's how I guess I deal with uncomfortable situations. It's always been my thing. But I can't express to you how cool it is to see all of you here supporting Jacob and the community and Leah. And again, like that was the big thing for me. Leah's not in tech, right? Like she's tech adjacent. So I think my focus always being on the people part was important because we're supporting a person. It's not about the tech. So
Yep. And I was just pinging our next speaker, who we're going to have joining us shortly. But man, I love it's about the tech and it's not about the tech, and how that's echoed through all of the talks this week as well.
yeah.
Yesterday, it's been 24 hours, man.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that seeing so many sides of a, human life experience, right? Because a lot of times if you go to a tech conference, you get a very specific slice of a technical subcategory of their work, mainly work focused portion of their life. And
Yeah.
it's such a fraction of what a human is, right? Of what each of our stories has in totality. And so if I had seen Santosh talking on Angular stuff, years ago, I could have seen him at multiple Angular events and never known what he came out of, the circumstances that he overcame, and the
Mhm.
triumph his family experienced with their daughter. So just so cool to see people freed up to talk about, we told everyone, we're like, this could have nothing to do about tech. Like what you
Yeah.
talk about, the prompt is talk about whatever's made you the person you are today, right? And that could be a bunch of your tech journey. Many of us, especially when you have 10, 20, 30 year long careers in tech, as many people have represented, a huge portion of your life is tech and your work and your career. So I don't think you need to exclude the tech to talk about your life, but just opening that up to there's so many other things in our backgrounds. So
Mhm.
whatever that's looked like for you, feel free to share that, however that's impacted you. And I'm so excited to hear from our speakers today.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty awesome. And I remembered another thing in my Nike Run Club app. The coach would always say it's about running and it's not about running, and that has also resonated with me. And I've obviously positioned that and used that a lot as it's about tech and it's not about tech, because again, we're humans operating in this industry, but the humans run in all of the industries. The industry is the thing that changes. So it's just important to remember. Oh, I see a YK backstage. This is exciting. Oh boy. All right. What do you say we wrap this up, Nate, and we'll
Yep,
go to break and bring them up.
that's what we're gonna do. So
Awesome.
we will have. Yeah, we're almost right on schedule, which is pretty amazing for a first time
Nailing it.
conference. So, 2-minute break, and then we will be right back with YK. Thank you again for being here. And again, thank you and shout out to our sponsors as well. Clerk and Empathy Ops. I believe that was the
Yeah.
second one. I might have messed the
Yep.
name up.
No, you
But
did.
yes,
You did.
thank you so
Yep.
much. That generosity, seeing companies do really cool stuff like that, where this is again not a for-profit conference. We don't have huge booths, we don't have a convention floor, so these companies showing up and supporting the community cause and a human like this is really cool. And also, I don't want to act like it's just the company. I know a lot of the people at Clerk. Those are
Yeah.
amazing people, those are amazing individuals. I've known a lot, actually. Probably most of the Clerk employees I knew before they worked at Clerk. So even that I think is just super cool to see that fireside chat yesterday. So
Yeah,
we're
that
going
was
to the
awesome.
break, and then we're gonna head on back to screen with YK. Thank you again for being here.
See you soon, everybody. Thank you for being here.
All right.
I should first say thank you to Nate and Jason for having me here. I'm YK. In case you haven't seen me before, I'm a senior AI developer advocate. It's not an official title yet, but it's going to be soon. And happy to be here. So we're gonna do, I think, a quick mic check. If everyone's able to hear me, feel free to put something in the chat. I'm looking at the chat on the Built for Dev website. I don't think I'll be able to see chat from elsewhere unless Nate or Jason copies it over here. But again, great to be here. Got it. Sounds good. Okay, so I already see a lot of energy from everyone here. And I'm gonna, I know there might be a little bit delay, so I'll try to do it in a parallelized way. So I'll start up a thread of what I'm gonna talk about here, which is building in public. I do have a talk for it, but I don't think there's a way, I don't think there's a simple way for me to share the slides. So I might use them as notes, but I'll kind of base what I'm gonna say exactly based on what you guys say, what you guys ask, what you're interested in. But again, the whole idea is building in public, building your online presence. That's helped me personally a lot. And I know it's going to be helpful for a lot of people too. So if you have any thoughts about it, if you have any questions about it, feel free to go ahead and ask them. So that's the first thread I wanted to start. The second one is, who are you guys? I mean, I recognize some of your names already, but where are you? I mean, Eddie's asking me like, where am I? I'm asking everyone, where are you? Eddie, where are you? Yeah, I see, questions here. Trying to manage different things here as always. And are you a developer? Are you a student? How many years of experience do you have? What kind of developer are you? Are you a product manager, designer? Whatever you are, let me know. Okay. And let's go through the chat. So I see a lot of chat here, a lot of energy. It's good to see that there is so much energy here. Especially in an online conference. I know it's kind of hard to gather so much energy, but clearly Jason has done a great job, and Jason's team, I guess, has done a great job. So it's good to see that. Graham, good to see you. Ellie, Woodba, Matthew, Neda, nice. Elder, Timo. Whoa, so many people here. I didn't realize there were so many people here, but good to see everyone here. Ellie, sounds good. Thank you so much. Daniel, let me quickly go through the chats. And question from Eddie Jowd, the open source master. Where am I? I'm in Hawaii. Where are you? Literally in public, right? Exactly. Building in public, right? Why is YK allowed to watch the chat? I had to switch. I mean, no one can stop me from looking at the chat, right? Hello, Anna, Kenneth. Good to see everyone here. Ellie, wait. I'm surprised, honestly, to see so much chat here. Vancouver, Neta, of course. Currently in London, Portugal for July, June. I'm Mr. Woodbutt Beast. Cool. Okay, let's see if there's a question here from Graham. As this is Journeys, we're here to hear your journey. So when do we get to hear that? Well, right now, I guess I can explain the journey of me, being in Hawaii. But actually, that's gonna come up, as I'm gonna talk about the whole thing. So my whole journey started with YouTube, and I guess I'll explain, my journey, and I'll try to kind of talk about it in a way that's hopefully relevant to you guys' journeys too. So, I've been answering this question a lot, like, tell me about yourself, right? And what I advise people to do is tell kind of a quick story of where you were, where you're going, where you want to be, and stuff like that. So the way I usually, answer this is, I started my career as a software developer, several years ago at Google in Montreal. I went to a university in Vancouver, both in Canada. And then after a while of that, I decided to focus on YouTube. Some people thought it was kind of crazy, but I didn't think it was crazy. The idea then was to basically focused more on creating educational content, not necessarily on YouTube really. I was looking at like Pluralsight, LinkedIn Learning, Udemy, stuff like that. So I figured if I have 10 courses, each one generating $500, that's going to be enough for my living expenses. So that was kind of a naive kind of assumption I had. And it turned out, people were like, a lot more people were interested in YouTube. So that's why I decided to focus on that. And then, I focused on that for about 4 years, creating different types of technical content. And then since then, I've gone, I guess, more back into the industry. Been working at a few startups as a developer advocate mostly, and that's my whole journey. Just to answer your question quickly, Graham. And if there are any other questions, I guess I'll try to cover them. I'll try to catch up with the chat. All right. Okay, there's a lot of chat here. Eddie, I appreciate that. Shout out to Hawaii, exactly. No chance, Nate. Okay. I'll skip over that. Let's see if there's any question here. Question from Jacob. What is a hobby you have that not a lot of tech Twitter knows about? I don't know. I feel like people know me pretty well already on tech Twitter. I've done rock climbing. I used to rock climb pretty much every day. Not so much anymore. I have played guitar a little bit, piano, so like the musical side. Not a lot of tech people might not know about that. I like traveling too, but I think tech Twitter pretty is familiar with that. Question from Jason. Talk about your journey with content on YouTube. You're pretty big over there. How and why? Okay, so I've talked about this, I think, multiple times. You can check like some of my recent videos for that too. But I think if you're asking like why I was able to grow my channel really large and really fast, was mainly because of kind of the attention that I paid to, well, a combination of a few things. One is the environment. I happen to be like on YouTube at the right time. I feel like, back then it was much easier to grow. It's still possible to grow now, but it takes a lot more work. So that's the biggest thing. And beyond that, I paid a lot of attention to what people were interested in. So I focused a lot on kind of my listening skills in general, but listening online. Whenever people ask me like what takes to be a YouTuber, I always say listening. And people might think it's kind of funny because on YouTube you're not really listening, right? You're just talking, but you listen before you make the video. You listen to what people are interested in, what people are commenting on, stuff like that, and then you decide what to kind of cover. So when you decide what topic to cover, you should have already done a lot of kind of research, a lot of market research, to see what's happening, what's missing, stuff like that. That's very important. All right, more questions from Jason. Where did your interest in AI start? It started about 10 years ago, I want to say. I remember it distinctly, like, about 10 years ago. I was having a conversation with a couple of friends in Japan. I think I was temporarily going back to Japan, visiting there. And they were like, oh, what are you gonna do in North America? And I was like, oh, I want to study machine learning, AI. They were like, what is machine learning? What is AI? But that kind of question would be ridiculous now, right? So times have changed, but I've always been kind of interested in that. And I didn't work on it like actively for a while. I was more focused on content, developer advocacy, like I said. But with the release of ChatGPT, it kind of rekindled my interest in AI. And I don't know, I find it relatable. So when ChatGPT came out, when I started to play around with it, I felt like I can relate with this. Obviously it's not a creature, it's not a living thing, but I thought, I like to think of myself as someone who reads a lot and tries to kind of provide comprehensive, comprehensive perspectives. and that's what AI is ideally designed to do, right? All right, from Woodbug, question for YK: what one advice would you give to YK 10 years ago? I mean, if I were cheating on this question, I'd be like, buy Bitcoin, right? But if I was being serious about it, work on your communication skills a little bit earlier. I did end up working on those, but I feel like if I had worked in like a couple of years earlier, that would have helped me a lot.
So I get I get the host advantage here, and Stream can hear me now as well. But I can kind of jump the line, and so I'm going to ask you a follow up because I am curious on the topic of YouTube. You talked a little bit about your YouTube journey, and I'm curious how you view the transition in the YouTube meta over the years. So some people talk about
Right.
YouTube meta is like the meta game, but I think in technical content specifically, like in the technical niche, we've seen so many different forms and styles of content coming out over the last 4 or 5 years. So I'd love to hear a bit from your perspective on like what tech YouTube looked like in the early days when you kind of first started your channel, and what
Yeah.
you think of how that's kind of grown and evolved over the last few years.
Right. So I'm not necessarily like the world expert on this particular topic because I haven't been producing videos that actively recently. But I can provide my best perspective on that. So when I started, I think it was kind of simple. Like it was mostly technical tutorial content. I remember like the new Boston. You guys might be familiar with it. It was pretty big. And then I realized there wasn't like so much content about career stuff, like technical interviews. There was a little bit, but it was missing. So in that way, the meta that was relevant to me was just that part. And I remember, people would kind of copy each other too. Like, I would make a video on a topic with a certain kind of thumbnail style. I didn't think it was that good, but then people would kind of copy the topic and thumbnail style too. So that I thought that was kind of interesting. And then over time, I started to see more stuff from FreeCodeCamp. Obviously, I'm not sure if Quincy's here, but obviously it's really huge and like kind of really long videos that became part of the meta, and more recently more like clickbaity stuff. I personally don't like it that that much, but I do know that these things work, like strong facial expressions, but I'm sure things will change over time.
And we've got a question from Mark that kind of touches on the same thing. So kind of like early growth with building an audience, putting out educational content, having really good high quality content, but feeling like it's tough to, grow in 2024, I think on any platform. But
yeah. So, people ask me like, oh, like how would you grow on YouTube? And I am able to answer that question in a very specific way. But the question I would ask is why? Like, why would you want to do this to yourself? Why would you want to grow on YouTube? And if it's your hobby, if it's something you're passionate about, then definitely go for it. But if not, if you're trying to make money, I would say, if you want to make educational content, why not go to Pluralsight? Why not go to LinkedIn Learning? Does it have to be YouTube? That's the thing I would ask first.
Yeah, and I like that you kind of disclaim that some of this is just your opinion. You're not, the authority, the expert. I think that's good to call out. But with my question, I think those in chat, we are interested in your perspective specifically, because I think the good thing to keep in mind, like YK is touching on with that and kind of implying the path to success on YouTube or on Twitter or any of these platforms is going to look different every year, maybe every 6 months, maybe every 3 months, right? There's new breakout success stories, especially in platforms that are evolving this quickly. So I think it's good to just recognize that too. Like, hey, what works for somebody might not be the thing that works for you. And I like that you kind of put that bias up front for yourself. But yeah, I love that. And I think even through the transitions of technology and seeing you try out Twitch and live streaming content more, doing stuff on LinkedIn has been really cool to see you actively learning that. I feel like you're somebody I look to that learns from doing and participating in all of these endeavors. So that's a really cool perspective to get from you.
Right. I really appreciate that. So just kind of, provide a bit more context on what I just said. I know I'm an expert on some things, but not everything. And I know like I'm like an expert of different degrees on different topics, and I like to make that clear, and I like to make that clear for myself too. All right, I guess I'll try to go through the chat here. There's a lot. Again, it's awesome to see the energy here. Okay, I see a couple of questions. I'm gonna get back to them, but I think I'm gonna continue on, a little bit on the journey that I've taken, because that's kind of what I wanted to talk about, building in public, with that theme. And I believe we have like 20, 30 more minutes, right? So we should be able to cover everything here. Okay, so assuming you guys are okay with that, I think what we covered so far is my general journey, like at a really high level, right? And what I wanted to kind of drill down on is my journey of building in public in particular. And I'm not sure if people here are already employed and happily, if you guys are like not looking for opportunities, then that's cool, but I think this should be relevant to anyone in any situation, whether pretty much you're a student or a developer, or working in any other capacity, or even if you have your own business, if you want to kind of help yourself promote it better, building in public, I think, applies to all of these different cases. So I'm going to try to cover that from my perspective, and in a way that applies to some of you guys here too. So I would normally show the slides, but I'll try to just explain what I'm looking at here. I have the slides that talk about building in public, and the way I kind of go into it is it's in a challenging job market. I think people can relate with that, whether or not you're currently employed, right? It's something that people can feel that for the past year or so, especially, the job market has been pretty hard. So that's kind of one way I kind of like to tackle this topic. The other way, again, is if you want to build a business, if you want to get more customers, if you want to get investors potentially, it would have been easier a couple of years ago, but still it applies. And I think to kind of answer Nate's question from earlier about like how I got where I am using the power of building in public, I'm trying to think of a good place to start. But one thing I like to say on this topic is that apply for a job and you might get a job in Silicon Valley. Building public and Silicon Valley will come to you. And people might think, oh, that's BS, like that's not true. But it is true in my experience, no matter where you are, pretty much. And it's not like it's gonna happen overnight. It's easy. It's gonna happen to everyone that tries it. Yeah, it takes a lot of work. I want to kind of say that up front. But when you're able to kind of build your online presence and build your own personal brand, then Silicon Valley will come to you. And it's not necessarily Silicon Valley, right? Sometimes it's a New York company, sometimes it's Tel Aviv company, wherever it's located. The point is, by building your online presence and by showing that you have a lot of skills that you can offer on the table, that a lot of experience that you can offer, companies will start to come to you naturally. And again, people have asked me, like, is it necessary to build in public for everyone? Like, do you recommend it for everyone? No, I don't necessarily recommend it for everyone. I think building your online presence, building in public, those are two different things. Building your online presence, I 100% recommend it for everyone in tech. Like, I don't think there's an exception. Just basically just have a solid LinkedIn profile. That's like the base thing that I recommend for everyone. And then on top of that, if you can like share stuff, building public, on LinkedIn or a few different platforms, then I think that's going to be really, really powerful. So I'm going to stop there. I can go into more details, from my journey in general, but I want to get back to the chat because I've seen a lot of chat here. Okay. So there's a question from Jason. Let me see. Facts. Nick is saying, I appreciate that. True, in my experience, Will is saying, good to know. If you want to elaborate, if you want to type more in the chat, feel free to do that. What a way to start day 2. I appreciate that. Some insurance company in Hartford, Connecticut, launched my career. Nice. Brian saying, I got my first job as a developer because I decided to live stream myself coding. I love that. Setting the roof on fire. I'm not sure what that means, but I appreciate that. So Nick is saying, fun fact, even though I've done a lot of front end, I don't have a portfolio. My portfolio has been open source. I love that. So I think, your portfolio can, in my opinion, come in different forms, right? Open source, there's LinkedIn, there's your website. Like people might say, like, which one should I do? Like, I would say, why not do all of them, right? Your GitHub is your portfolio nowadays for a lot of devs. Fair, that's true. I think, it depends on who's looking at it too, right? If it's an engineering manager that you want to kind of appeal to, GitHub is probably the way to go. If you want to appeal to, recruiters, maybe more LinkedIn, maybe more resumes, maybe your website that's kind of user-friendly. That's kind of the way I would look at it. Okay, so I guess I'll take this question from Bob, I believe. Yeah, from Bob. I'm considering a job in tech, and I'm interested in AI, ML, touched on LM Studio, SageMaker, and Hugging Face so far. Nice, good so far. I'd love to find out more about which tools are you using and any tips for a newcomer to the tech community. Honestly, I think you're going in the right direction. So in general, AI, ML, Python is good to know. And I always say on this topic, data engineering tends to be in demand. Last time I checked, it was in demand, and every time I check, there are more and more data engineering jobs that are open, it seems. So I would definitely look at that. And related to that is ML engineering. If you wanna like get a data science job or I guess AI scientist job, that might be a little bit harder. So in general, ML engineering, data engineering would be the areas I would look at, unless you want to get like a PhD or something like that. And then you should definitely do that. So the way I would approach it, I'm glad that Bob is asking this question because I think it's a good kind of starting point. So the way I would approach it is, build a lot of projects, do open source. If you have enough, I should say, if you have enough knowledge and capacity to contribute to open source, meaningfully, then definitely do that too. And then in AI and ML in particular, there are different platforms that you can use. I would look at Kaggle. So Kaggle, traditionally started as more of a, I guess, data science, traditional machine learning platform. I haven't checked it recently, but I'm sure they have, stuff for like LLM, stuff like that too. So definitely check that out. And then do as much as you can. What I've said before is the best way to get your dream job is to do the job before you officially have it. And I really, truly believe that. And I guess, I'll just announce it, partially. I recently received a job offer and signed it. And, the title is basically Senior AI Developer Advocate. And I think, I started to talk about this, like the possibility, like me wanting to become an AI developer advocate like a few years ago, right? And I just started to do it on my own. And a few years later, I guess across this whole journey, a couple important things happened. I did a lot of building in public and building my online presence. And eventually that led to me, getting this job. And I'm gonna announce the company name, and they make the official announcement on Twitter, hopefully soon. All right, let's go. Let's get back to chat here. Seems like there isn't too much delay, so it's good to see that. Appreciate it, Jason. Let's go. Yes. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Linda. Nick, thank you. I appreciate that. How has the building in public got you to this offer? Okay, I think that's a good point to cover. Congrats on the new job. I appreciate that, Jeff. Alina, appreciate it. Woodba, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't told so many people. I told Jason about it, but it's good to share the news. That's what we're talking about. That's why you're the goat. I appreciate that. The goat. Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, funny thing, I was born in the year of goat on the Japanese Asian calendar. Yes, you can celebrate with me. Okay, so I'm gonna pause a little bit here. I'm gonna get back to Jason's question about how building in public got me to this offer. I think that's an interesting story that I want to cover, that people can take away from, hopefully too. But I want to take a minute, drink water. I want to see if how Nate and Jason are feeling. I'm assuming Nate and Jason are still here. Okay.
I am still here. I just ran downstairs for one moment, but yes, please take a drink of water. Please hydrate.
Yes.
I love this style, and this is something that I think is unique to virtual conferences, but I love how YK is essentially running a live stream here. This level of interactivity is like unheard of for in-person conferences. Like, you have fireside chats and you have Q&A. I might be echoing, sorry if I am, but I just love that aspect of chat interactivity. So many people in here getting straight advice and being able to ask follow-up questions and have you delve into a specific part of your story. So you are crushing it though, YK.
Yeah. I guess I'll take a minute for myself by talking about that. So public speaking, which is another thing I recommend to a lot of people. That's something I enjoy too. Like live streaming, I've done a bunch of it, so that's why I'm running this session as if it's a live stream. And I always think like interactivity is the thing that makes things interesting, right? Like if it's not interactive, like why not like go watch a movie or go watch like a really I guess highly produced YouTube video. This is not a YouTube video, this is an interactive thing. So I appreciate everyone kind of interacting with us in the chat. All right, Bob is asking, what was your first social platform? I can ask that. I can answer that really quickly. That was YouTube. I mean, like work-wise, YouTube was the first one. I don't know if you could call it social platforms, but yeah. All right, grab that. Yeah, I mean, I've done multiple hours of live streams, and when there are a lot of people chatting, it makes it,
I've got another host question. I get to sneak in here, but speaking of that, I've seen you host hundreds of hours of Twitter Spaces probably, and I mean, early when I met you, that was definitely the thing I knew you for. You have a Twitter account called Spaces Dojo that you also host a lot of awesome spaces with. So I'd love to hear. Yes. Oh, sorry. I don't know how secret that is. I may have just blown it a little bit. Oh, audio refresh. Okay. Yeah. I hope that's not a persistent issue. Okay. When it goes robot, that is just a random platform issue. We had it a couple times yesterday. I'm trying to keep an earbud in. I have like an AirPod while I'm listening on the PC. But anyways, my question was just how has that skill of hosting live audio spaces been for you? Because that's, I think, a really unique platform, and I've always really loved those conversations. So kind of how does that happen? Like, how do you get these 4 or 5 hour spaces rolling, and what's important to keeping those conversations so dynamic and interactive and overall very smooth, you know?
Right.
We're getting reports the audio might still be a little bad.
So I
did
started
another
with
refresh, so hopefully you're back.
okay. Do I need to refresh on my end?
If it keeps happening, we'll try that. But I think for now, just keep going.
Okay. Yeah. Graham, let me know if you want me to try refreshing. So, assuming people are still able to understand what I'm saying, I started with the social audio format on Clubhouse actually, and I think even before that, actually going back to Jason's question, I think Jason's been asking like pretty much the best questions here. No shade to everyone else. But Jason's early question about like how did you practice my communication skills? I just practiced as much as I could in different occasions, like parties and like meetups, conference type things, hackathons, wherever I could practice, I would just talk. I read a few books about it, like I think one is Never Split the Difference. Another one was How to Win Friends and Influence People, stuff like that. That was helpful. But at the end of the day, you need to kind of put in the time. So that's how I practice, like basically one-on-one communication. And then I think that led to, eventually doing more like social audio thing online with Clubhouse initially. And then I think when I started to become active on Twitter and Twitter Spaces, it was like, I would say the second half, I'm not sure exactly, but the way I see it, kind of the second half of kind of the period where Twitter Spaces were active. So I think it was like during COVID-ish, and right after it, people were kind of still in the process of getting back in person, and so that again, the environment was good. So that's the first thing I would say. And beyond that, I think just being a good listener, being a good host, not speaking too much, but speaking when it's necessary, making sure that you have like the right people in the room, making sure that you have the people in the room feeling comfortable. These things I think you learn over time. All right, how's my audio now? And okay. I hope I'm not a robot anymore. Okay, so yeah, I'll get back to your questions and comments. Let me quickly cover this comment. Go speak at your local meetup. Great for seeing how people react live. Scary at first, it gets better. Right. So I'm gonna get into that, but let's cover like this Twitter Space topic first a little bit more, right? So how did I get this current job offer that I recently signed? It was really through Twitter Spaces, you can say. And the way I got into Twitter Spaces and Twitter in the first place was through YouTube, but through a job. So I was doing a lot of YouTube stuff, and I thought, okay, I want to try going back into the industry a little bit, to learn different things, to get inspired a little bit more, to work with a team. And then I found this company. I found that this company, the startup, was hiring on Hacker News. I reached out to basically the hiring manager on LinkedIn. Basically instead of like just applying online, I found the person who was hiring, this particular position. And then we talked. I got this job, and through that job, I started to do a lot of Twitter stuff. I was running their account. You might have seen their account and some of my tweets, but basically no one knew that I was running them. And then through that, I got to meet virtually Danny Thompson. We ended up doing a Twitter space. I got to meet a lot of cool tech people through Danny, like Francesco, Eddie, and so many people. And that's how I really got into Twitter and Twitter Spaces. And then I like Nate mentioned, I did them consistently. I didn't have like a particular purpose for it. I just wanted to do them. And then a couple of important things happened. I think that was like 1 year of consistent hosting and speaking in spaces. Like I've done basically like 700 spaces so far. At that point I must have done hundreds at least. And through those things, I got 3 very important invites to 3 in-person conferences. One of them was Next.js Conf. Shout out to Jason for that, because Jason, you made it happen, right? Like this not like me making this up. Like you helped that actually happen. And then I got an invite to OpenAI. What was it? OpenAI Dev Day and GitHub Universe. So these 3 conferences, and they were kind of close together. So Next.js was happening in October, I think, and then those 2 other conferences were in November, if I remember correctly, or something like that. So I got to go there through my job, actually. My previous Developer Advocate job, my employer then paid me for those trips, because they wanted me to basically represent this company and promote their product. So I went to San Francisco twice. The first time for Next.js Conf, and then second time, like a couple weeks later, GitHub Universe and OpenAI Dev Day. And again, I got to basically go there and get invites to those conferences because of my presence on Twitter, because I was hosting these Twitter Spaces really consistently, and because I was posting, not just hosting but posting tweets on Twitter too. Like I guess when it was known as Twitter. And then what happened is a couple of important things happened, and then that led me to getting this job offer. So I'm gonna get into it in a minute, but I want to get back to the chat, because I think I saw a lot of chat here. Audio is good. That's good. Keep going. Appreciate that. It's been good for a couple minutes. Fran, Eddie, there seems to be a really important name missing from that list. Jacob. Yes, I got to speak with Jacob eventually too. And by the way, I should mention, I'm happy to be here for a couple of reasons. One is of course, whenever Jason asks me for something, I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And knowing that Nate is involved and everyone else is involved, it's cool to be part of this. But also for the cause, right? Whatever I can help with the community, and with Jacob's particular situation, I'm happy to be here. Okay, a couple questions here. I don't think I'll be able to cover all the questions here, since there's a little bit of time constraint. But I think I'm gonna cover Jason's questions, I guess, host privilege, and then I'll see if I can cover one more question after that. How does that sound, Nate, Jason?
Sounds great.
All right. Okay, so I'll just take a minute. From live streaming, I know that like continually speaking for an hour is pretty tiring, so I know I need to take a rest, hydrate. Nate knows.
Yeah, so this is kind of random, but I was curious, what would you say is you think, because you've done so many different actual activities, right? Writing, filming, creating content outlines. What's like your single favorite task to really dig into? Like, yeah, just across dev, writing code, writing things, like what do you just, time seems to melt away and you just bury yourself in that task and you really enjoy it?
Public speaking, in person.
Yeah.
So online stuff, I enjoy it, but in person, it's like, it's not near real time. It's real time. So I appreciate that, interactivity. Okay, so I know there are like a couple of DevRel people here. A little bit of tangent. Okay, I'm gonna go on that. Okay, here's the game plan, guys. I'm gonna go on that little bit of tangent, DevRel, and then I'm gonna go back to my journey. I'm gonna answer Jason's question, and then I'm gonna answer everyone else's question. Maybe Eddie's question, maybe Graham's question. Let's do it. So I'll do 5 minutes. Like a couple minutes for each one. So quick tangent, DevRel. Public speaking is cool, but it's not as cool as a YouTube video in a way, because YouTube video, you're able to potentially reach 1 million people, right? Like public speaking, if there's a big room, that's like 1,000 people max. So there's a potential to reach 1,000 more people with something like a YouTube video, and you can't even do that on Twitter. So there's something special about YouTube, and less competitors recently. So really something special about YouTube. But I think the way to get there is not necessarily directly through YouTube. I think it's good to like test your content on different places, sometimes on Twitch, sometimes in public speaking, setting, in person. So to me, that's kind of the way I see it. Public speaking is just one way of communicating, teaching, all these things, training. But I know that there are like other ways of doing it, and what I find really interesting about DevRel as a profession is that you can choose what kind of media you want to go after, and you can kind of choose how to repurpose a piece of content from one medium to another one later on. Okay, so that's the quick tangent, and to finish off my journey. I think where I left off was I went to these 3 conferences in San Francisco, and I noticed that there was a day gap between OpenAI Dev Day and GitHub Universe, 2 huge conferences, right? Or one huge conference and one medium-sized, like pretty big conference, OpenAI Dev Day. And I thought, okay, maybe I can host a conference, like a mini conference or like a small meetup on that particular date. And I did that. I decided to host, an event called Devs X AI. You might have seen me talk about it. I was, a speaker there. I was moderating a panel. I was marketing. I was pretty much doing everything. And I guess this is a little bit smaller. If you want to do a little bit of, detective work, you can find out like where I got an offer from. But one of the speakers I had there reached out to me. So the way I met this speaker was at the Next.js Conf, or at near the Next.js Conf date. Like I went to like a different meetup there. I heard about it through my employer then, and then I got to meet this person in question, let's just say, and I invited him to become a speaker at my event. And then he became a speaker there. He spoke after a couple of people, and then later, after I announced that I was unfortunately laid off, he reached out to me and he was like, "Hey, we're hiring. Like, would you like to take a look?" And I had seen this position, but I saw that it was San Francisco only. Like people, they kind of expected this person to be in San Francisco. But I guess they changed it, or they were okay with me not being in San Francisco. I think especially considering that I was close enough to Vancouver. So essentially, basically, I was already doing this job that I'm gonna do soon, because obviously I was not representing them directly, but I was doing something similar, right? Like hosting events, helping them promote their product in a way by having this person as a speaker. So that's how I got the job, pretty much. Oh yeah, and then that actually relates to building in public too, because the reason I decided to host this event on this particular topic of developers and AI is because I was interested in the topic. I was spending a lot of time on it. I built a project, got 1,200 GitHub stars for it. Not too shabby. I built a VS Code extension version of it. and I was spending a lot of time. I was thinking a lot about it, and I was able to kind of show it, building in public too. Making LinkedIn posts about it, like I was saying, making Twitter posts about it. So that's how I got the job. To kind of make the long story short. All right, let's see what's happening in the chat here. Okay, there's a lot of questions and things here. I guess I'll get back to Eddie's question, assuming he's still here. What are your travel plans for 2024? I'm still trying to figure it out. Obviously I'm still kind of in the process finishing this particular travel plan. Funny story. The reason why I'm here at this particular place, I know that there are people walking around behind, is because I'm at this conference, AI and UX. It's called Swell AI. I guess I can say that. And the reason I'm here is because I was going to travel here anyway. A friend of mine that I met through the meetups I host in Vancouver told me about this event. And then I reached out to the organizers, and now I'm here. So I it's kind of funny how these things connect with each other. But to answer your question, Eddie, to answer your question, Eddie, I was gonna say I don't have too much planned out yet, but I did get an invite from Google I/O, and I definitely want to go there. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make the trip, make the plan, but that's something I wanna definitely make over there. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get back to the chat here. Still here, perfect. I feel like we were just chatting about random things at this point. I don't mind, just use it the way you want. Yeah, sounds good. I was gonna answer Jason's question from earlier and then wrap it up. Okay, I'll just do that, assuming everyone's okay with it, Nate. So Jason was asking. Yep. Yeah, I see Fran in the backstage. Good to see you, Fran. All right. Yes. Okay. So Jason's asking earlier, get a little deeper now. We all have struggles in life. What is one that impacted you, and how did you pivot? That's a good question. Struggle. I feel like I haven't struggled too much, but I did get sick at one point. Sorry if there's some noise here. So I actually even made a YouTube video about it. If you search for CS Dojo sick or something, you might be able to find it, or hospitalized. One thing I didn't mention in the video is, I really realized health is the most important thing. And that sounds almost silly, when I say it, because right? Obviously, but the way I think about it, it's easy to miss, right? It's easy to miss, kind of neglect your health, or work, overwork yourself and age faster, to have too much stress and stuff like that. Even if you don't go to the hospital, your health can deteriorate over time. So that's something I realized during that particular struggle at the hospital. Now over the past few years, I've been feeling much better because I've been focused a lot more on my health. And I think that's probably a good place to wrap this up with. All right.
Thank you so much for your time, YK. Sorry, stream, I had to unmute myself there. Yeah, this was awesome. Thank you, everyone in chat. Thank you for everyone that's here, by the way. This is awesome to get the live Q&A feel. And also, huge thank you and shout out to Melky over on Twitch. Melky rated us on Twitch side, so we've got some Melky viewers coming in. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. I pinned a comment. We have some comments in the chat with details on this event, where to find the conference page. but we are going to go to a short break, and then we will be hearing from Fran next. So thank you again for your time, YK. This was awesome. And yeah, hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right. Thank you so much, friend. See you around. Nate, Jason, appreciate that.
Absolutely. Okay, we should be off.
Welcome. Can I speak? Can you hear me? Here comes Fran. Perfect. This is the first time that I use ping.gg, so at some point I needed to use it. Welcome, everyone. Can you hear me? No, not yet. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you can hear me, say hi or say ciao. Ciao. No, I can't type. Okay, it's okay. I can read, but I can't. Change the name. Change the name to what? Francescola. Francescola is something that I said much time ago. So, hi, welcome everyone. Can you hear me? Let's go. Let's warm up. Perfect. So, I'm super excited with my story. Usually on social media, we just focus on Rust stuff, Docker stuff. No, now you are forced to hear me for 45, 50 minutes. But before starting, I would like to thank Jason and Nate, everyone involved in this great initiative. I don't know how they could have organized this so quick. So congratulations to them. I will watch the other interviews, the other episodes. Sounds like Terminator, but can you hear me? Okay, please refresh. Roboto. Perfect. All good. Okay, thanks. Fixed. Perfect. Nate is fixing in production. So let's start. I will make a quick version, of course, of my life. And the first, can you hear me? I see audio, Roboto. I think that just let me know if the audio is okay, and then I can start. Give me thumbs up. Can you hear me or not? Let's see. See the chat. Should I check? No one is forcing me. I have you muted. Fixing in production. Okay. So, can I start? Just let me know. Hey, Eddie, Graham, Utba, Timo, Bob. How are you? Getting value from it? Of course, check the link and try to donate if you can. Audio good. Perfect. Okay, so perfect. We can start. So, just want to say that I would like to start from my childhood. I will be very quick here, but just a couple of things, because maybe you here in the chat, we have something in common. So, first of all, I learned math very early, and I always loved math. So now, if you want, you can leave the chat. So this is, let's say, an unpopular thing, especially for being a developer. Other interesting things about my childhood, not much, but I learned to read with Dungeons and Dragons first edition manual. If you know Dungeons and Dragons, type this in the chat. I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons for long. I've been mastering for summers, before smartphones. So I was a huge fan of D&D. Now we have less time, probably basically no time to play that. But if you are a fan of role-playing games, let me know. You can't hear Docker either. Okay. Can't hear about Docker. Okay. And then at the age of 8, I started playing volleyball. So volleyball has been basically my life since I was 8. I started playing, of course, volleyball when I was 8. And then fast forward, I became a volleyball coach at the early age of 15. When at 15, I think you barely know your name and where are you from. And it was just for fun. And the thing is that at 15, 16, I started basically, I became basically a volleyball coach, even coaching people who were like older than me. So I started this when I was in high school, okay? And I always loved computers. Let me show you just this for 1 second. If you don't know what is this, you are probably too young. But I always loved computers. I had a Commodore 64, then I had a 486. Let's see, and I've been one of my first favorite games, it was Diablo 1. If you know this, let me know in the chat. Another thing that I did since I was 15 and 16, I was basically doing private lessons of math, chemistry, and physics. So, and some of the reasons is that both of my parents are teachers. So basically, we have been talking about school since forever. Every time during lunch, during evening, we were always talking about school. My mom is a math teacher, and my father is a gym teacher. I don't know how to say this in English. And so, yes, so basically I took something from both of them. Let's fast forward, otherwise this will be too long. I started played Diablo 386. Love it, love it. In 2010, I started university I started a CS degree, and I was doing 90 kilometers of commute when I was going by car, so it was kind of far from my home. But something interesting is that I was, let's say, I started this CS degree, but I didn't like coding. So I was saying, okay, I'll just do some math, algorithm, and stuff, and then I don't know. I'll see what I will do with my life. So this was how confident and now I was, like, say, having a strategy about my life when I was, it was some time ago. And to be honest, I didn't take this CS degree very seriously. I was doing like a couple of exams per year. It was enough. But in the meanwhile, I was still doing this volleyball coaching, private lessons. And this was basically my life. So a very nice, nice and enjoyable, let's say, time. But then something happened in 2011. I did my first unpaid internship with 150 kilometers of commute, and this has been a very stressful period in my life, because I was basically doing this unpaid internship, so like 40 hours per week for 6 months, and then I also was was going to the gym and basically teaching volleyball until 11 p.m. So this was basically my life. Then I went to bed, and then again. So I remember that after these 6 months, I said I hate coding even more now, because I was also coded in Java. Sorry, Java developers. And I said, okay, code is not for me. I just did a mistake. I don't know what to do with my life. I don't know if I was burnout, but like I remember like being very happy that this paid internship was over, and I said, no, coding is not for me. I don't like it. So this was me in 2011. Okay, it was some time ago. And then fast forward, in 2014, I bought this house. So let's say I went, like, say, to live alone when I was 31, kind of old, I would say. But since I bought this house that I still call my new house, but it has been 10 years now, I can say that something changed in my life. And something funny is that I always was saying when I was a teenager, like, when I live alone, I'll just, playing video games all the time. I'll just find any type of job, and I just want to play World of Warcraft. By the way, I was almost a professional World of Warcraft player. And this was basically my goal of my life. It's funny because once I bought this house and I started paying a mortgage, my life started to change, and I started to take more care of my life. So this was a huge change in my life. I see people are going crazy about VIC-20. I don't think people, Gen Z, they ever heard VIC-20. Maybe Commodore 64, but VIC-20 is just VIC-20 is just too much for them, I think. So, okay, how much did it take? Okay, 10 minutes. Okay. Let's see. Good to see you, Francesco. Tracy Lee gave me my first dev job. Oh, I think you do podcast with a bunch. I did a bunch of podcasts. 2020, 200, sorry, not 2000, 225 episodes. Played all the Diablo games, of course, Utba. What is your favorite part of going to conferences? I'll answer later, Graham. So in 2015, something happened in my life, and I was still doing the university, and I was doing an exam. By the way, I almost switched to math in 2014, in 2015. Then I said, no, it's too hard to switch to math as university. Let's keep to computer science. Let's see how it goes. Let's do this exam. It was 2015, September 2015, a very important moment of my life. And because again, as I said, I didn't like coding. So I was doing an exam. The exam went pretty well. I passed the exam, but I still remember this. I will never forget this. After I passed the exam, the professor told me, like, Francesco, you are nice, good theory, like you answered all the questions. The coding part was not good. Of course, it was not good. I didn't like it. So I don't know. I have to say this to you, Francesco. You will never be a developer. Now, there are three people in the world: people who get motivated when they get motivational posts, people who are motivated when someone tells them that they can't do something, and there is a third type of people who really don't need the motivation. I experienced this also as a coach. So there are three types of people. You can type if you are type 1, 2, or 3. So you need motivation, you do the opposite, you're a sort of rebel, or you just don't care about motivation. The third type is probably the best one. I'm type 2. So I still remember me going back home and I say, okay, now I want to learn how to code. Like, and this without I was not using Twitter or any other social media. I remember this, let's say, moment when I actually decided, okay, now I needed to start coding. By the way, I did all the exams at university except the coding exams. And so I remember me struggling with, like, okay, how do I learn to code? What's the way to code? So I started to check JavaScript, HTML, and I probably made the worst decision ever, at least from a learning perspective, which is I decided to learn coding with game development. So I started coding with C# and Unity 3D. And by coding for real, I mean like coding even 10 or 12 hours per day. So this was basically my life. And I remember this. Also, in 2015, I remember I wanted to create a backend for a game, but I needed to deploy this backend somewhere. And this is how I learned about Docker. So I learned about Docker like this. Okay, so this sounds cool. It's something that can help you to deploy stuff on the internet. So this is how I got in touch with Docker. This was 2015, and I started to watch DockerCon videos. I learned what a Docker Captain is. It was a sort of dream, I would say. For me, being a Docker Captain would have been like winning an Oscar, I would say. But and yes, that's it. So this was 2015. Has been like the year when I started coding for real. I also quit my job as a volleyball coach after almost 20 years. So 18, 19 years. And I remember that this was probably one of the hardest decisions of my life, because it's when you have like people that you are a coach for them, and maybe you have taught them for years, some of them like almost decades, so 15 years. So it was a very hard moment. There were people crying, but I was really focused on switching career to tech. This was before Twitter, before anything else. Okay, so and this was basically a very important moment for me, and I thought that I was one of the few people switching to tech, because 2015 I was 32, and I basically wanted to switch career to do a tech commute, Jason. So and I was not exactly in my freshman years. So, and I was still doing the university, by the way, still slowly. In 2016. I started studying for real. I was almost done with my university. I also went back to attend some lessons. This 33 old guy, like following lessons, attending lessons with people who are like 18 and 19. But it was okay. I was really focused, because I really wanted to to do this, to change and switch my career. Now, another very important year of my life has been 2017, because 2017, a couple of things happened in my life. Very important year of my life. I'm checking. Okay, I can't type in the chat, but it's okay. So in 2017, I was still coding in Unity. I was almost done with the university. I was missing like just a couple of exams. And then something happened. I was doing the thesis with my university professor, and then basically he sent me an email and he say, okay, for the question. Okay, I don't know if we can take the questions later, Jason, but I can answer these. Of course. I will Kubernetes questions later. So 2017, the university professor sent me an email and said, like, Francesco, would you like to make an internship? And I couldn't say no, because that professor was the professor taking care of my thesis. So you can't say no to, especially because it was his company. He was a university professor, but also a manager for an important company. I can't say the name, but a very important, well-known company. And I still remember that I posted the picture some days ago on social media with me with the red tie. And the interview didn't go very well, because they asked me some SQL commands. And even if I did do 2 exams about SQL databases, my memory is it's so bad. So it's I couldn't remember this. But I remember that after the interview, I asked them explicitly, like, please let me know about this interview. So even if you reject me, just let me know, please, as soon as possible, so I know if I can continue with my studies or if I will be done. Today is 27th of April 2024. I'm still waiting for that email. Finger crossed. Wish me luck, please. One day. Okay. So this was finger crossed, of course. So and then something else happened. Like after 2 or 3 weeks, I already lost chances. Now it will be very funny, but but then something happened. So any day now, yes, of course. After 3 months, I got another email again from that university professor, and I still remember that email because he told me, like, Francesco, would you like to make an interview for the European Space Agency? I thought it was a joke, so I replied with like, okay, like, what's the real reason? Why are you sending me? Like, are you contacting me? Because we also like we were working on the thesis. And he replied seriously, like, no, Francesco, for real, there is a real opportunity to work for the European Space Agency. And that was like a full-time developer job. Like okay, so now think in my mind, I said, okay, 3 months ago, I got rejected for an interview. I don't think that I'm prepared even to make this interview. So the first impulse, it was just to say, no, it's just a waste of time. But I've been thinking about this for a while. And when something is so crazy, you just do it. Because it's that crazy that I say, okay, you know what? This is so crazy that let's do it. I sent a CV, and it's like, I don't know, doing an audition for a Hollywood series casting. Like, okay, like this is never gonna happen. And I remember that interview, they asked me about Git. They didn't ask me about SQL commands, luckily. They asked me about Git. They asked me about JavaScript. They asked me about Angular and React. They asked me about Docker. So the interview went very well. Like, especially the Docker part, I was very excited, and I was already a huge fan of Docker. And so the long story short is that I passed this interview. I think they misinterpreted me not caring at all with being very confident. You know, when I say doing interviews, it's like, yes, why not? I was even, laughing, because when you know that this is never gonna happen, you are relaxed. Like I was not anxious, because in my mind I said, okay, I'm doing this interview just to get used to interviews. I don't care. So I think they thought that I was confident. Long story short, after a week, I was working there. Also, don't say this outside this event. I was not graduated yet. So to attend to work at the European Space Agency, you should actually be graduated and having an experience. I had the previous experience in the previous internship, but I was not graduated yet. So yes, I worked at the European Space Agency without a degree. Don't say this loud, please. So yes, but of course, after a couple of months, I completed my degree. But yes, and yes, the problem is that the European Space Agency was amazing, but I had to do a commute of 100 kilometers per day. My life is a life of commuting, like for the university, 90 kilometers, for the internship, 150 kilometers, for the European Space Agency, 100 kilometers per day. So I did a life of commuting, like until 2020. So and so that's it. And I would like to say something, because this is I hope this can help someone. Okay, now imagine a person who is used. We already had a bad experience in coding. Who is used to work in a gym with people screaming, ball bouncings, people clapping, screaming, like whistles, and also stuff. So that I still remember the first day working there. It was a bit different from my internship. We had like a open space room with like 30 people working there, and everyone was silent, and everyone was just, clicking on the keyboard. And I remember me like saying like, is this my life now? I was scared because because when you do an internship, you still don't care, because okay, now I'll do something else. Now after this, I will go to the gym. But after quitting my job as a volleyball coach, all these interviews, amazing, I was scared. Okay, maybe I got a bit of imposter syndrome, but it was more like, is this my life now? And I was not scared about sitting on the chair, but it was more like, basically, I thought that I would have missed teaching. Because as you probably understood, my life has always been teaching and sharing my knowledge with the people. So I remember me saying that, maybe I will not be a teacher anymore. I will just do this, do full stack applications, and that's it. And remember, that was a very sad moment, I would say. And apart from that, I couldn't sit for more than 1 hour on the chair. So I remember me going to the toilet like every hour, every 45 minutes. And I think that people, their colleagues, they thought that either I was doing drugs or having, I don't know, some physical problems, that I had to go to the toilet almost every hour because I couldn't sit, literally. So it was very hard. And see, so this was my life in 2017. So yes. So and then in 2018, I finally graduated. I was super happy, really super happy about this. And after graduation, I created a LinkedIn account. So my LinkedIn account, finally, after graduation, I can say like I sort of started at least doing something on social media in 2018. Okay, this is important because in 2018, I started to make some, not posts, but, at least I had a LinkedIn account. In essence, easier as you cannot have. Yes. Okay. And then in 2019, I've been 18. I've been working, of course. I didn't take many days off. And then in 2019, I've been working a lot. Also started dating Julia, which is, let's say, probably the most life-changing event of my life. Also, like I want to share something very personal now. This is a very personal thing that I never shared, never on social media. I'm doing this just for Jason because I would like really this event to be as good as possible. And so this is like something that I would like to say that I never talked about this. So in 2019 I had an accident. Basically, I burned myself. You see here, I have a scar here. I burned myself while cooking. I know that it can sound funny, but it's not like that. And I've been for like 2-3 months. I had to go to the hospital for like medication. So this has been like a very stressful moment. So this was 2019. So this thing happened. I try to hide this when I make videos and when I take selfies, but I decided, I don't know, at some point I should say this like somewhere. So I think this is a nice opportunity to also share something that I still, let's say, I'm not very confident, of course, in sharing this, but this is just my little gift, I would say. Something, this is super exclusive. I never share this on social media. Some people saw this probably if they met me in person. Luckily, I have like 100% of mobility. I risk to lose some fingers, but it's just, I think I call this like a $1 million scar because it's just a scar. I can do push-ups, I can code, I can do whatever I want. So something very, very personal, but that's it. So it's something that I know. I always say that like I need to share this at some point, but it's I want to do this now. It's okay. And so thank you. I made it. I'm happy because I finally made this public. Let's say it's okay. It's just a scar. I'm a man. It's okay. I can find probably a better story, but that's the thing. Let's get back to what happened. So in 2019, I really needed a vacation, I would say, at the end of 2019, after months of going to the hospital and so on. So I went to Paris with my girlfriend, future wife, Julia. And I still remember that when I did this trip to Paris in 2019, I decided, okay, maybe when I'll be back, I would like to, create some application. My goal, because remember, I started coding in Unity and I wanted to publish an application on the Google Play Store. So that's the core idea. So in 2020 has been probably one of the best years. Thank you, Nate. 2020 has been probably one of the best years of my life, and I really feel sad for that because we know what happened. I also lost some relatives because of COVID, but 2020 is packed with things that happen. So in 2020, on the 5th of January, I created an app. It was a periodic table app, and I published this app on the Google Play Store. Then I said, okay, now I need the people to download this application. Okay, so I said this to my friends, my relatives. Okay, they couldn't care less, of course. Some people, other stuff. And then I said, okay, how can I get more downloads? Because now I made this application. I can't rely on I don't know, just the market. So I decided to being more active on Twitter. And I started promoting this application. It was the 6th, 7th of January 2020. I started posting finally on Twitter. It's been very silent, and I was basically mostly supporting people. Sometimes things like good luck, but I never post. I did one post per month, before that. And so I started being active on Twitter. I didn't have a content creation strategy. I didn't have I don't know. I didn't even know what tech Twitter was. But at some point I started to say, okay, so since I am a developer, I am a full stack developer, let's connect with developers. Let's just stop following people who are not even like tweeting about sports, not tweeting in a language I can't understand, tweeting things I don't care about. So you can see a drop in my followers following count in March 2020. Okay, so basically I joined the Tech Twitter without knowing that it was called the Tech Twitter, and I had like thousands of followers, 500, something like that. And then, yes, I started tweeting a lot. But the real reason is this. On the 5th of March 2020, I made a tweet, which is a part of this story, by the way. So it's me like basically being rejected for that famous interview. And then in that period, I remember I made this tweet while I was walking after the commute and after parking my car. I did this tweet, which is like 3 years ago, because it was 2017, I've been rejected for this interview for not remembering SQL commands, and now I'm working on Landsat 8. If you don't know, Landsat 8 is a satellite owned by US, by NASA, and then was basically working with them, because when you launch a satellite in the orbit, I can talk about more the ESA experience if you want, but only if we have questions. It's not yours, because the satellite, they go over the world. So if they cross, for example, Italy, Europe, we own our data. So we needed to have some interactions with some programmers for this Landsat 8. It's a very famous satellite by NASA. And I don't know what happened, but that motivational tweet, it was more like auto-motivational tweet. It went very, very well. Got like 5,000, 10,000 likes and resharing. So I was shocked. I would be shocked even now, like if a tweet would get like so many likes. And so I don't know. I saw some potential. I said, okay, there is potential on social media. This social media thing can be something. And now it's easy. But when you have some hundreds of followers and you are not even too scared to publish a video, because I never published a video before 2020. Okay, I said, okay, there is potential. I want to dedicate a bit more time to this Twitter thing. I don't know how this will go, but let's see. Maybe I'll post some memes. 4 days later, you know what happened. We had the lockdown, and also in Italy we had a very strong lockdown. We have been like it was very tough. We could barely go out of our houses, but on one side I was scared, of course, as we all were. But on the other side, I said, okay, this is the opportunity. I think I will never have another opportunity like this in my life, because now I can work from home. I can save 3 hours per day. I want to dedicate these 3 hours on social media, even all the time that I couldn't have. I couldn't go out with friends. I couldn't go out for dinner. I couldn't go out even for running, which is for me, it's very hard. It's very, very hard. And so I dedicated time to Twitter, like a lot of time, 3,000, even more per month. And as a runner, I feel that, yes, no, I almost went crazy. In that period, I was sharing a lot of memes because, first of all, I didn't need any job on social media because I was working remotely. But I almost went crazy. So I started sharing memes, other stuff. It was also a way to alleviate the stress. And so, and also I want to say this. In March 2020, I decided to quit my job if my social media thing would have went well. So I said, okay, maybe in 1 year I'll quit my job. I don't know. Let's see. It's March 2020. And immediately the lockdown changed my life for the better. I feel bad for saying this, Linda, but it's the two of us. Yes. And so I started focusing on social media a lot. And not just that, but in July to 25th of July, I published my first video ever on social media. I don't know how many of you have ever watched that video. That video took me it was just to say thank you for 25,000 followers on Twitter. It was basically an excuse to make a video. I highly recommend, if you are scared about making videos, make a video when you say thank you for followers, milestones. It can even be 500. It's just an excuse. It's an excuse to make a video, because you can say just thank you. I remember that it was very natural to me, because I wrote the tweet and then I said, what if instead of just posting this tweet, I try to record myself reading this tweet, basically making a video. And also my girlfriend, Julia, helped me to record it. At some point, I almost said like, no, it's impossible. I can't do it. But at the end, I made it, and that video was out. And it's fun because few weeks later, I started my YouTube channel. And the thing is that I was so scared to publish videos that I didn't even announce it, because I didn't know if I would have been able to post it. Something interesting is that my first series of videos, they are not about tech. It's just me running here in Rome for charity. So it was basically, I found this idea. It was to restore, let's say, vision, and it was to help blind people. So it's related to this fact. I highly recommend to start in any possible way if you want to start the YouTube channel. So this was how I started the YouTube channel. It was August 2020. So my first videos, they were like running videos. And then in September 2020 has been very packed here, I started to do what I liked, which was Docker videos. So I made my first Docker video. It was a nightmare. The recording a 3-minute videos, it took like, I don't know, like hundreds of tries. I was never happy. I didn't know anything, but I really wanted to do like technical videos. But it was not sustainable. It was also, I had this goal of like monetize the YouTube channel. It was impossible. Like I should have done like 11 hours of watching hours per day. We needed like 4,000 watching hours to monetize your YouTube channel. I was barely doing one, so it was not possible. I said, okay, I will never make it. I will never monetize this channel. This is not for me. I was struggling a lot, but I'm always a bit stubborn. And also, and this is interesting, in September 2020, I did my first unboxing video. So you see people doing unboxing. At some point, probably they do an unboxing video. And I did this unboxing for a company that sent me a box. That company, I think it was called Daily.dev. This was the company who sent me the first box. It was the first company I made an unboxing video for. It was September 2020. And then something else happened, because in September 2020, I also made my first webinar. It was a live event, and it was a Docker event. I've been invited by Danny Thompson. So Danny Thompson basically made me start with doing like live events like this. It was an explanation about Docker. Even if I am competent in Docker, I was so scared. Like, I have the recording on my YouTube channel, but this was my first, let's say, live event explaining stuff. Okay, and then this happened. It was September 2020. But I said, okay, YouTube is a game which is too hard for me. Probably I can't make it. But then something happened. Because on the 22nd of October 2020, I made a coffee chat with a person called Adrian Tuareg. I highly recommend to follow him everywhere. And we recorded a coffee chat, sort of podcast, but it was like more a coffee chat. And then I decided to do something. I decided to publish this coffee chat on my YouTube channel. So let's see how it goes. And I still remember that the day I published that video, that coffee chat with Adrian Tuareg got exactly 11 hours of watching time. So I made my math and I said, okay, wait. I found a way to monetize my YouTube channel and also to practice English for free. What if I do one interview per day for, I don't know, 300 days, 100 days. At some point, I decided to make this every day. And I was, by the way, still working for the European Space Agency. So I said, okay, let's do it. And I basically made my first 100 interviews, they are still on my YouTube channel, in 100 days. It was probably one of the hardest challenges, also because I was not a DevRel. I had basically to work during the day, record the episodes during night or very early morning. I couldn't do whatever I wanted, like let's say a couple of hours off. So it was very stressful moment. You can see some dark circles of me in those videos. I didn't sleep much, but I really wanted to make these 100 interviews in 100 days. It was my first challenge, I would say. The second challenge, because the first challenge it was about running. But anyway, and this is basically how I monetized the YouTube channel. So after 3 months, it was February 2021, I monetized my YouTube channel. Also, in January 2021, I interviewed a person on my YouTube channel. His name is Nimrod Kramer. Nimrod is the CEO of DailyDev. So you can also check that. It's super funny, especially the intro. It's funny because he's not a developer. So I interviewed this person. It was my second interaction with DailyDev. It was January 2021. And then in March, I told you that in March 2020, I said, in 1 year, I want to quit my job. In March 2021, I decided to quit my job. And I remember that my parents, they were not very happy because they didn't really understand what was going on. And you know what? In Italy, there is this, let's say, the dream of the full-time job. So if you have a full-time job, you are set for life. Even if you take like $500 per month, $1,000 per month, you're set. You should never quit your job. You don't quit your full-time job. Instead, I did it. But I still remember that at some point, I said this to my partner, Julia. I said like, hey, I'm about to quit my job. And I know that now it sounds easy. I say, hey, nice. But before that, I remember really that I have a mortgage, other stuff. So quitting this full-time job, I didn't have like a real backup plan. I don't know. I just felt like it was the right thing to do because I couldn't live 2 lives like Neo, like working on private repositories and then being active on Twitter and then just disappear again for 10 hours. It was not sustainable because I was not working on open source projects. It was not sustainable. And I still remember I said this to my partner, to Julia. I was not scared, but I was waiting for her reaction. Like, what do you think? Like, I'm about to quit my job. And I remember that she said, yes, fine. And I was a bit shocked because I was ready to have a discussion, say, yeah, try, let me explain. This is my strategy. I prepared a speech, the reasons. Just say it's fine. Just go and follow your dreams. And this was shocking. So I just want to say that having a partner that supports your crazy decisions, especially in my case, for people like me, it's so important. It's so important to have someone who can support your crazy decisions for life. So it's very, very, very important. I wish everyone to have a partner that can support your crazy decisions, because after it's easy. Now it's easy. Now my parents are happy, but it's very, very important. Yeah. Yes. So, and yes. So another fun fact, I need to speed up a bit, but I'll make it in 5 minutes. So I started working on yes. So on the 1st of April, I started working as a freelancing for one of my friends on social media, and people thought that it was an April's Fool. So this was me working for a while, and then let's fast forward. In May, I became a Docker captain because I watched the DockerCon 9 hours and I made a short version. So I've been editing for 3-4 days, and I compressed these 9 hours in 20 minutes. And this made Docker noticing me. So I became a Docker captain. and it's funny because the day after I received an offer in DevRel. I was not looking for a DevRel position, to be honest, but I got this offer. It was not the dev. It was a company related to Docker and DevOps. So I can say that content creation basically brought me Docker Captain role and the first DevRel role. And then in October 2021, I got contacted by Nimrod again, and I started working first part-time, now full-time for DailyDev since January 2022. And it has been a great ride, and I'm super happy to work in a company like this. In 2022, I think I need one more hour, so I'll just speed up. I became a public speaker, international public speaker, and I went crazy for conferences. And you know what? The reasons why I do conferences, there are basically two. One of them is because I want to challenge myself. And the second one, you know why. Because when I go to tech conferences, when I go on a stage, when I participate in a presentation, they kinda remind me like the volleyball matches, the stadium. So I have this vibe again. It's like, I don't know, something of the past. So this is why I like conferences and going to in-person events so much. They remind me like the old times when I was going in, these places crowded with people shouting and screaming and clapping. So this is one of the reasons. So I like conferences because they remind me like volleyball matches. That's it. In 2023, I went back to Paris. I did many conferences. I went to India 2 times. 2024, I'll be quick. I went to Japan. This was a dream trip. I reached 100K on YouTube. I don't have the silver button here, but I'm super proud of that. Last big news is that I made a proposal to Julia, so I'm about to marry at some point. I don't have a date yet, but basically I asked her like, "Do you want to try JavaScript or marry me?" And she chose, let's say, the least of the two things. So this is how you can turn JavaScript at your own advantage. I'm ready to get some questions, but before we go to the questions, let me remind you that you can donate. There should be a link somewhere. Jason, help me and drop the link. It's very, very important to donate. We are doing this because we really believe that tech is not just about tech and coding. We are human. We are here to prove that we are human beings, that we can still help and talk about people, things that are related to human beings. And thank you so much also, Jason, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity, first of all, to tell this is probably the longest version of my story ever. And yes, so that's it, Jason. It was my story. I tried to make it quick, but let's see. What is she learning JavaScript? You're mean, Will. Okay, we can take questions for 10 minutes. Wow, I thought it was 20 minutes. Okay, nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Graham, for fun. So we have a question about that you are the captain of. I'm not the captain of Docker. Utba asked, I'm not the captain of Docker, but I am a Docker captain, which is different. It's a Docker ambassador. It's a free free role. What do you prefer, Docker Swarm or Kubernetes? I would probably use Kubernetes because Docker Swarm, I think it still works. I mean, it was still working some time ago, but even Docker now is switching more to Kubernetes. I really liked the Docker Swarm, but probably now I will not use it because I want something that will work even in 10 years. So I am a big fan of Docker Swarm, but sometimes you need to move on. So Kubernetes. On from her, what is your favorite thing about attending conferences? I said it, like probably the fact that remind me, like a stadium. It's crowded with people, the people clapping, and also I love like after doing your talk. You are basically free to enjoy, meet people in person. And you know what? When you meet someone in person, it's always different. It's always different. You will never consider that person in the same way. For example, like I met in person Eddie Jaude, it's different. After you meet someone in person, I think that after you meet someone in person, you never ignore their DMs anymore because I don't know, it's a different story, it's a different level of connection. So that's probably one of the main reasons. It has been very tough, but that's the reason. What is your biggest struggle with getting out of your comfort zone? For me, it's so hard to get started with something. Like I can be very consistent, I can apply all my coaching techniques, but getting started is so hard. So doing something for the first time, it's always super hard for me. Like I have like mental blocks. I use all the excuses. So you can't fake excuses with me because I use them all. Okay. Yes, okay. Let's see if we have some more questions. Let me read. Are the volleyball ultras in volleyball as amazing as in football and basketball? I think a bit less. I think it's because of the time, but they can also be kind of annoying. When are we meeting again, Fran? I don't know, Eddie. I told you today all my conferences, so now you know. Now you know. To the post again. Okay. Nice. Any other questions? How do we entice companies to send us merch? You don't. You just focus on yourself and then they contact you. I've been contacted by Autonomous, by the way, but I didn't contact them first. So this is how I do it. I hope it works. Football transfer, of course. So yes, that's it. Let's see if we can get other questions. Let's see if I skipped something. What is your favorite C64 game? My favorite game was Marines 2. That was my favorite game. And also Siege. There was a game called Siege. When it basically just you type like how to assign your resources for a siege, and your goal is to basically destroy the castle. Easy and mind-blowing idea. It's basically the game is basically a text game. These are two of my favorite games. Let's see, Football Ultras. Meant to be. My Autonomous chair is fantastic. Okay. Promotional post. What do they expect once they send us the merch? I can't say. First they send the merch, then see. Get the chair. I got the desk. So yes. So that's the thing. That's the part of the story. I would like to sum up with the fact that focusing on your life, you can change multiple times. I changed my life not only once, but multiple times in the past 10 years. So if this Italian guy with this funny accent can do it, you can do it. So yes, I think that I'm done. We still have some time. If you inherited 1 billion USD tomorrow, what is something you would buy and what is something you would build? I would probably try to allocate this like in probably creating a company. So I'll probably allocate some of this money to that. I would probably exercise more. But apart from that, I think I will not change my life so much. Okay. Is this a way to tell me that you're about to give me $1 billion, Graham? Because it's fine. Future plan for Daily.dev. We want to become big for real. Like when I joined DailyDev, I remember that when I joined DailyDev, I was the 6th person in DailyDev, and 6 is the number of players in a volleyball match, so I found it as a sign. And now we are, I can say, like 30. I can say 28 or 30. By the way, we have a senior React position, DailyDev/careers. 2 billion, not 2 billion is too much. 1 billion. I just need 1 billion. I just want to put billionaire on the Twitter bio. I don't need the 2. 1 is enough.
Only 1 billion. That's a fairly light ask.
I just want to become a billionaire, not a multi-billionaire. Sounds bad, multi-billionaire. Billionaire is-
Well, Fran, thank you so much for the
I did
time.
yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm done. And thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for organizing this event. I think it has been tougher than you might think. So it's the opportunity for you to donate and do something good. That's it. So I'm done. I would like to wish best of luck with to Eddie and Sarah. Huge fan of them. Follow them whatever they do. And yes, I'm done on 8. Just let me know. So I didn't have dinner yet, and I have pizza ready for me. So
Oh, go
please
get that
eat.
pizza.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
we're
Thank
big
you
on
so
pizza
much,
here.
Fran. Yeah.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for the vulnerability as well, just modeling that and sharing so much of your story. We really
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Super inspiring.
We are going to go to a quick break screen, and we will be back with Eddie and Sarah shortly in just a few minutes here. So thank you everyone that's hanging out. Thank you again everyone in the chat. Y'all are amazing. And a quick
Nice.
shout out to our sponsors as well. So be sure to check them out, and we will see you all back here in a couple minutes.
okay. Bye everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Fran. That was awesome. Seriously, I love that story. I mean,
It's our first time doing a joint talk. I'm a bit nervous. Are you nervous?
Terrified.
Hopefully everyone can hear us. Let us know if you can't, and we will adjust some settings. We've just moved into our new home, so our studio is very temporary. So I just put up some things in the background just to try, and I couldn't find the green screen in the box, in one of the boxes. So I just got some stuff. It's the GitHub logo is red because I couldn't find the remote, and when I turned it on, it's just red. I'd prefer green because it matches like the green squares. Would you go for green?
No, I think I like this color. This is good. This is good. And if you do hear some rustling, our bunny rabbit Brioche is in the room with us. So hopefully she won't chew any cables. But,
Oh my God, I didn't think about that. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, should be good. Right. Firstly, we want to say a big thank you to Tech Commute for inviting us here today. We have really enjoyed listening to the other talks on the live stream, and it's an honor for us to be included, especially when there's so many amazing speakers. I mean, we're following Fran now, and let's go.
Yeah, no pressure.
No pressure, right. So who are we? You're Sarah, right? Okay, got it. Okay. I'm an open source full stack developer with a focus on DevRel. And you've probably seen me talk about one thing. Can anyone guess what it is in the chat? Any guesses? I see we've got Amanda here, Kenneth, Graham, Jason, Roxana, Alina. Well, if those of you can't guess what it is, or if there's a bit of delay in the chat, I talk about open source. I don't have a CS degree, so I am self-taught. And I love to geek out with the EduHub community and collaborate with other communities as well. Plus, I'm a GitHub star, and there are my awards behind me if you didn't notice. Oh, and I'm always wearing swag. As you can see here, I think you can kind of see my GitHub hoodie. Always wearing swag. And yes, Sarah, it's okay to wear GitHub swag to a wedding. It's fine. They should be lucky. Anyway, over to you.
Whew, that was a long introduction. So I'm Sarah. I'm a lawyer, and I look after the day-to-day operations of our business, as well as the logistics of our travels. And I very, very rarely ever wear swag.
What is this fireside chat about?
So we wanted to talk to you today perhaps about the biggest change in our lives. And by big, I mean it has had the biggest impact in our careers, how we live our day-to-day lives, and also our mental health. And that is becoming a digital nomad. So we love answering questions about this topic. So don't forget to leave these in the chat. Don't wait until the end. We want to answer them throughout this fireside chat, and maybe prepend your question with a cue so that we don't miss out on it.
What is a digital nomad? Well, we don't want to make any assumptions that people know what a digital nomad is, because the term means different things to everyone. Trust me, when I mention it to people that we meet when traveling, or mention it to our parents, we get very different responses. So I would just like to give my definition, and hopefully Sarah agrees, and Brioche too. So my definition is of a digital nomad is when someone who earns living, how can I say this? Earns a living.
Yes, we do this for a living. Yeah, he doesn't know what it is.
I too. There's so much information, so much going on up there. So someone who earns a living working online at different locations, and with more like slow travel for us, I think. We don't hop around every few days, but we do like to follow the sun. That's for sure. And if you Google digital nomad, what'd you get? Oh, I did Google it earlier. And you always get images of someone with their laptop on a beach. And that's kind of true, I think, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, we would love to tell you that one night we decided to become digital nomads. The next day we woke up, we booked a flight, we packed a bag, and went to the airport. But the reality is that becoming a digital nomad actually takes quite a lot of planning. It took almost a year, I would say, from us having that first conversation to actually doing it. And that is not because we are procrastinators. And we also took this leap in our lives in 2020, and we all know what was happening then. And it's fair to say that most people, that when we announced it to them, thought we were absolutely and completely mad.
I'm just looking at the comments. I see people writing GitLab. GitLab's awesome. We've got some collabs coming out with them soon. And I see Linda say Eddie's brain might be like mine. I think so. Um, so back to Digital Nomad. Yes, it took us a while to get going. Sarah did so much of the legwork, as always. I'm just here to look pretty, and Sarah does all the hard work behind the scenes. So I had already been working remotely in the UK for years, but Sarah, as a boring lawyer, she was very like kind of stuck to the.
Hey, my life was like Suits, okay? Amazing outfits, and then you can't handle the truth. That was my life.
You told me it was nothing like that. That's what I picture it to
Don't
be.
shatter the dream,
Yes.
okay?
Right.
Sorry, lost a bit of track there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you had been working remotely in your pajamas.
No, pajamas like down
Yeah,
below it, and
yeah,
like a suit and
yeah.
tie. No, it was pajamas all the time and swag. So Sarah was a partner in a law firm, and she had to give 6 months notice that she wanted to leave. So it's the longest 6 months like ever. Like seriously, I was like, Sarah, just walk out. 6 months, and then to finish off all the contracts and paperwork, it took like another 2 years for the tax system, and what a nightmare. So whilst we were super excited for those 6 months to end, we were worried as to whether we had made the right decision, because we did have a mortgage and we did have bills and we did have cars and Brioche the rabbit and all the rest. So it was quite stressful, but that was a time in our lives to make a change, make a leap, and worst case, we could kind of, come back and go back to the rat race 9 to 5 if that's what we needed.
So in the summer of 2021, we were finally free to start our digital nomad life. And one of the things I would recommend actually is that if you want to start this lifestyle, you start with a destination that might already be familiar to you to ease you into it so that you can test whether this is for you or not. So I'm originally from Portugal, and we'd been together there on holidays for quite a few years. So we decided this would be our first destination. So knowing the language, well, one of us knows the language. We also know how to get around, where to go. And this really helped us keep up with our work and also having a work-life balance as well.
I'm loving the chat at the moment.
Yeah.
It is awesome. I can watch this all day. So thank you so much.
Amanda,
everyone.
do the scary thing. Yes, Amanda, you are so right.
I think we need to, and the community was super supportive, and friends and family were as well. Like parents, like, yeah, you go do it for a year, and when you come back, then you can be serious again. So, yes, many years later, well, we'll get to that.
Well, I love Jason's comment that we need chairs and pipes, and yeah, I get that. It's a fireside chat. Eddie always says I'm all the gear, no idea. So when I saw fireside chat, I started thinking, tweed, blankets, slippers, pipes. Maybe we could sort of build a little fire in our living room. And then, we thought better that this is a new house. We don't want to burn it down.
You have to explain it to me after. I really don't get the whole pipes and tweed and stuff for a fireside chat. So maybe explain it to me later on.
Okay.
Shh, don't tell anyone. We're all friends here. We're all open and honest. Right, back to our journey. So after a few months in Portugal, we came back to the UK, got organized, and then we went off to our next destination, which is Bali. We spent an amazing 6 months there. And it was just so interesting. We did have to spend like a week quarantine in Jakarta because, it was the pandemic. And
in a government hotel.
It was pretty nice. It wasn't that bad.
It was really nice.
There was worse.
It was really nice. There were people who would come to our door fully hazmat suits to shove this big cotton bud up our nose.
I'm glad you clarified up the nose because I was a bit like, where's this going?
And it was a bit weird the first time we were able to get out of the door. We were like, are we really allowed? And we
felt really nervous.
But, then our proper adventure began.
Yes, we've got many YouTube videos on that on our second YouTube channel. Do check that out. Eddie and Sarah Explore. You've got us learning how to ride a scooter for the first time. I mean, our friends from India will know how to ride a scooter. I think people from India, like kind of their first birthday present, they're given a scooter and learn to ride. We saw that in Bali as well.
And our family in Thailand as well. They're pretty good. Yeah.
But we were not. There was a lot of wobbling, and I wasn't sure if the guy would rent it to me because I was like wobbling all over the place. But bit of updated news. I actually have my full motorcycle license. I'm starting training on Monday and so forth. So next 2 weeks, hopefully in 2 weeks, fingers. I can't cross these fingers because I broke that doing motocross in Thailand up a mountain. So I'll do fingers crossed. Hopefully I'll pass my test with my left hand, not my right hand. It's kind of almost healed now.
And actually, sorry to interrupt, but I have just seen on the chat
I missed
Denise's question, which I think is super important. So,
Mm.
how do you stay respectful of Indigenous communities? I like the idea, but I feel like I'd be taking advantage of the low cost of
Great
living,
question.
poor yet beautiful countries. I completely get that. And that is something that is always on our minds, really. So, in our view, traveling is not actually about going to a country and eating at a international fast food chain and international coffee shops and just feeling totally insulated. We want to be able to experience respectfully the culture as much as possible. I think our first big experience was in Bali during the I should say event, which is the Balinese New Year, Nepi, where you have 24 hours of absolute silence and also no lights in the house. And we did know a lot of foreigners that decided not to respect that went to hotels and just continued partying. But we wanted to embrace it. We were completely paranoid we were going to offend someone or do something wrong.
So we're cooking in the dark at
We
night time.
Yeah, we hadn't thought about that. And
With
even
little
opening,
lights, and we were like, little light. Open the fridge, and the light came on. We were like, oh no, maybe someone will see. We don't want to offend anyone.
but it was a fantastic experience to get to know, the reasons behind that, to celebrate with the local Balinese people. And we try to support local businesses as much as possible and try to integrate as well with the daily lives as much as possible. But also realizing that a lot of these cultures do rely on tourism. So we're not there just to take. We're not there to live a totally isolated life. We want to experience it, be respectful, and learn more.
Yes, a great question. Thank you so much for that. I've just seen some other things in the chat as well. Thanks, Will. Yeah, go check out the second channel. Let us know what you think.
And family in Thailand too.
Yes,
Oh, cool.
we'll hopefully see you there. We're back in December for a few months.
November, hopefully. December.
It's getting earlier. It
I
was
mean,
January. Every time
right
I mention
now.
it, it's getting earlier and earlier. Oh, sorry, I kicked Sarah. What bike do I have? I'm deciding what bike to get. Sarah's allowed me to get a bike. I need to get a trailer to go on the back of the car, so when we go to Portugal, I can drive it with us.
And actually, I just wanted to give a shout out that Jacob is actually here. Jacob, thank you so much for coming, tuning in to listen to our talk, which kind of reminds me as to, really why we are here today. It is such a fantastic cause. I have just refreshed the GoFundMe page, 10,520 USD, which is amazing. The target is 12,000. I really think we can get there. I think we can get there. So if you are able to, please go visit the GoFundMe page as another way of supporting Jacob and Leah in this in the challenges that they've got coming up. And we are sending you super, super positive vibes.
Great point. Thank you so much, Sarah. So yeah, bike wise, I haven't decided. I was actually talking to Amanda's other half, Dave, yesterday about bikes. So we're bouncing ideas. I'm looking at an adventure bike, so we'll see. Kenneth, great question about open source. I've actually got a live stream about open source tomorrow. So I'd rather keep this one a bit focused because it's my first joint talk with Sarah. So, and as soon as I start talking about open source, it will be
don't fall
tomorrow.
asleep. I mean, I would be sleeping a lot if I fell asleep every time you spoke about open source. So,
so yes, we'll come to my live stream tomorrow. Ask that question. I'll gladly dig into details and so forth. Perfect. Okay. Let's get a couple more questions. I do like some
oh
of these
gosh,
questions.
Jacob's question is really hard. An
Oh, I missed that. Where is
individual
it?
dish you both will forever remember in your travels.
I know that already. You got me the t-shirt.
Oh yes, okay. Yeah,
Which
yeah.
t-shirt did you get me?
Nasi goreng in Indonesia.
Yes.
Mine.
I know what yours is.
Okay, what is it?
It's the one in Chiang Mai that when you had it, you always were crying because it was so spicy.
No,
Oh,
No.
Japan.
Yes.
Um,
This makes me sad,
Cheats a lot. I don't know.
especially after saying that I don't do like fast food international chains. This is actually a little bit embarrassing that something so memorable
what is it?
for us
Tell me
is
first. What is it? I don't know.
is Japan. So we arrived, our flight was super late. This was for a conference last March. Nothing was open. We were
Yes, I
so
remember.
hungry. We went to a Lawson's. Now, I don't know if Lawson's is mainly in Asia, which I believe it is. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It is a little bit like a 7-Eleven. That was the only thing that was open. And we got some chips. We got this little lonely orange. And then I just grabbed what I would say, Jacob, is the most individual dish I will remember forever. It is the Japanese egg sandwiches.
triangle?
No, it's the egg sandwiches. I love food. We've
She
been
does.
very lucky to try a lot of different food, but I still talk about those egg sandwiches. I ate
You've actually started making it at home. haven't you?
well, I can't perfect it, but I ate so many of them. I was actually quite sick afterwards for a few days, but you know what? It was worth it.
Right, a couple more questions. Thank you so much for that, Jacob. I love that question. That's really good.
Yeah.
Which country from Alina? Which countries are we planning to go to soon? Well, we'd love to come visit your country, but I think at the moment it's not possible. St. Petersburg is definitely high up on your list, and Moscow as well.
Well, Russia's the country.
It's not potato. Come on, look. Let's talk about open source, and I'll be good. Geography is not my best, but that will have to wait a bit, unfortunately. So we have got Portugal and Thailand, I think. At the moment, that's all we've got booked.
Yes, but we have a very long bucket list of countries ranging
Okay.
from Malta. I want to take Eddie to South America, especially to Brazil, where I went many, many years ago, and I think he would love it. So we've also got Vietnam. We've been to Asia so many times, but never made it to Vietnam.
But whenever we go to Thailand for like 3 to 6 months, we have to do a visa run every month. So we get to explore different areas. And last time Sarah chose Japan and Cambodia. So this time it's my choice. And I think I'm going to choose Vietnam and Philippines. So let's see.
I'm not saying no. You know, it's I haven't packed a suitcase for a couple of months, and it's just I'm already, I need to pack a suitcase. So yeah, should we continue with that?
Let's
journey?
continue. I
Yep.
just saw Wolf in the chat. I'm not sure if I get that. I'll have to read out that in a minute when you're talking. Okay. So yesterday there was a great round table about the importance of building in public. Open source, building in public, content creation. It's just all this overlapping and the same. So we wanted to learn and build in public as digital nomads because we have learned a lot along the way, from learning new cultures to travel tips and hacks to visas to so many things. I didn't even know really much about visas because I just follow you. And
Yes, and we love documenting this, and we do try to be as us as possible, like we're being today. I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Probably why we're not growing. Why we got 1,000 subs.
Yes,
we're to us.
We're not even at 1,000 subs. But what I would say is that I love that I am in total control of the editing because I get to add the bloopers. And Eddie actually only sees our YouTube bloopers when the video has gone live. So then it's like, why did you do that? But that's one of my favorite bits. So yeah.
But we've been very lucky to travel to some amazing places, as you mentioned, and we say we like to do slow travel. We don't like to jump around too much. But we did, I think, 7 countries in 2023, which was quite a lot.
Well, I think that would be my ideal. 7 countries in 12 months is my ideal, I would say. So
really, that was so much.
Get your melatonin for the jet lag ready.
I think we limit to 4.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see about that.
Okay, I tell you what. I'm good at math, so if you say 7, I'll say 1. We'll meet in the middle at 3.5. We'll round up to 4. Sorted.
So,
Jackpot.
just another tip, actually, if you are even considering this digital nomad life, is that once you're picking your destination, or once you've picked it, or you're thinking about where to go, we have a couple of key points that we think are quite important. So, the first one is one that Eddie's mentioned: visas. No, we do not mean the credit card company, Eddie. So, what are the requirements of that company? Sounding like you know. What are the requirements of that country? How long can you stay? How much is it going to cost to apply for that visa? What other documents are you going to need? And also, how long is it going to take to get those? If you are moving around, it is actually sometimes quite difficult to get, say, a paper criminal record sent to you wherever you are. So also, how are you going to get there? Where will you stay? We are a big fan of booking an Airbnb, but actually the first couple of nights, actually just booking a hotel, just so that we can check out our surroundings, and also how you will get around on a day-to-day basis. I would say that when we are in Europe, why are you laughing? I'm worried now.
No, we always get around on a scooter or motorbike now, but I'm just thinking back to Bali when it was a bit like.
So I would say that in Europe, we do rely a lot on public transportation. In Asia, yes, we do the moped thing. I am not allowed to
drive.
I'm not allowed to drive it or use flip-flops or thongs, I think you say in America.
That's American. That's Australian, American?
Yeah.
That
So
means
sandals.
different in Britain.
Sandals. I'm not allowed to wear sandals, obviously, which, this is Mr. Safety Conscious. I've got to say that the first few times I actually had my eyes closed.
Me too.
But by the time that we ended Bali, we would go around anywhere with our helmets on, and
we had
coffee, coffee, coconut drink, yoga mat.
And we have actually got some photos of this, but I don't think we can share a screen in this platform, unfortunately. But we did have a collection of photos to complement what we were talking about through here. So if anyone wants those, I can share a link to it.
If only there was someone that was technical and could have, put them up. But there we go. So
it's not open source.
And maybe the most important factor to consider as a digital nomad, because let's face it, you're not going on a 2-week vacation, is how is the internet connection? So many times we do reach out to our Airbnb hosts and ask them to send us a screen test, because we do need to know, a speed check. We do need to know if we're going to be able to do our work.
I do travel around with a 30-meter LAN cable so I can plug in hardwire to get every juicy bit out of the internet.
Yeah, I've got to say that in the last island we spent time on, the cable was all wrapped around, and little lizards would live in between the cable, which was
scary.
Cute. So, but for us, the biggest challenge, and one actually that we continue to try and get better at every time, is not how we deal with snakes or other creepy crawlies, although that's quite high on the list and usually involves us shouting at each other going, "You get it. No, I get it. No, you get it."
Who can we call? Where's that emergency phone number?
Exactly. Can we lock ourselves in this room? It's actually the biggest challenge is how to pack light. So at the start, we were definitely those people. If you saw us at the airport, you would stare at us. I know you would. We had the 2 trolleys. They were filled with suitcases, and we were still dragging stuff. We had a pop-up green screen. We had motorbike helmets. You name it. So for us as digital nomads, it's not about taking home comforts or lots of clothes or anything like that. The thing is, no matter how much we streamline the equipment that we take, we're still running a business, and we want to provide a high standard of quality no matter where we are in the world.
I'm just picturing the photo that I got on my screen here, which is of us with all our suitcases and people looking at us. Very, very, very funny.
So what do you think of Utpa's question? The Airbnb requirement will minimum.
1 gig LAN. It really depends. So we found in Bali the internet wasn't as stable and wasn't as good. It is an island after all. So if there were storms, it was a bit up and down, and that did worry us a bit. So it was a stressful 6 months from that point of view. Not with videos, because if you're uploading a video, then it can just start again. You can do it the next day if you do it ahead of time. But when you're doing kind of client calls or live streams, that was, or speaking of virtual conferences, that was a bit of a stress for me, even though I might have been hardwired in. I don't know how the overall internet for the island is. Whereas in in Thailand, it's the complete opposite, especially in Chiang Mai in the north of Thailand. I could upload a video faster than I could copy it off my camera. Like, I think the internet was like 5 gigs up and down. It was just like unbelievable. And I didn't want to leave that place. It was just brilliant.
And there will always be things out of your control. I mean, do you remember, Eddie, the volcano incident in Bali? No,
No,
you
I think
did.
I was asleep.
No. So we had quite an important client webinar that you were hosting in a couple of days. And
Yes.
then there was a volcano that erupted in a nearby island when we were in Bali. And yeah, all the internet and
I think the power went out for a bit as
the
well.
power went out for a couple of days. So we were like,
Yeah. Yeah, so that was definitely a bit challenging. Graham says, important question, how's the new place settling in?
oh, thanks, Graham.
You're seeing the tidy bit here. I just tidied those shelves just before we went live.
The
The boxes are everywhere.
Yes.
Literally, we're sitting on boxes right now. So absolutely everywhere.
But we're loving it.
We are absolutely loving
Yeah.
it. So yeah, super, super, super happy.
Yeah.
But yes, you can ask the Airbnb host to go do a speed test, and they usually do it within a couple of days. So therefore, you can see an up to date one, and they're usually really accommodating. We had one who actually where the Wi-Fi was is quite far away, and they had repeaters, but I didn't want to use the repeater. I didn't want to plug into a repeater. They actually installed like I think it was like a 50-meter cable all the way down to the hub for us, which was amazing. I think they charged us like $20 or $30 for the cable itself, but that's fine because we were there for 6 months, and so we thought, right, it will be. Actually, that place was 3 months, but so it was definitely worthwhile. They do want to accommodate, especially if you're doing a month or longer booking, and they want a good review, and they want other people probably need similar to what you need as well, right? Everything's online nowadays. So yes, Nate, best talk I've seen delivered from boxes. That is awesome. Thank you. Box Fort, from Friends, Graham. I love it. Let's do it. All right. Okay, let's get some more tips in there because I know we're halfway along.
No.
What?
Graham, have you had to save any from a gecko lately, Sarah? Well,
Secret. That was a secret.
not for a while, just because it's too cold here
We don't have geckos here,
for
listen.
geckos, Graham. But if you want to post me a box with geckos, obviously none of them will be harmed. I'll record Eddie's reaction.
That's
Now that
just
would be an
me.
unboxing.
I want to bring a snake, and then I want to put a snake, and then you'll be scared. See? Basically, you'll see on my Twitter or my Instagram that I have a photo of my laptop with a Python, and I tweeted, "Is this how you install Python on your Mac?" Sarah wouldn't even be within like 20 meters of this. I wasn't close either, to be honest. I put my laptop on the floor and stepped back. I said, "You put the Python in the laptop. I'm out of here." But Sarah couldn't even like watch. Like, the Python was a baby one, but it must have been a good 3 meters. It was massive. It was chunky. It was a chunky snake.
It was a chunky one. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to VPN. I saw someone mention VPNs. I don't want to go spend too much time on it, but yes, always use a VPN when working from co-working space, when working from an Airbnb. Really important. We actually travel with what we call it's called Beryl. It's like a portable little Wi-Fi hotspot, and so rather than all our devices, our phones, our iPads, our laptops, or whatever it is, connecting to a new Wi-Fi every time, and each one of them having the VPN on, we use this hotspot that we take with us everywhere. It just runs off my battery pack, and it has the VPN set on it already. So all our devices, wherever we go to a co-working space, is that too geeky?
No, I was gonna say I like that little side eye you gave me in the beginning,
What did I do?
because unfortunately, always use a VPN because I am notoriously bad at forgetting to put on the VPN.
So this helps, but sometimes we don't always go together, or she gets there before me or whatever. I'm like, "Is your VPN on?" "Oh yes." So yes, VPN. When you think of Eddie, think of VPN.
Okay, not open source. Okay.
Oh no, think of open source first. Open VPN. It's an open source VPN. Double whammy. Two
Okay,
birds, one
back to
stone.
it.
Right. Okay. So we want to leave you some tips. We're halfway through, and this one can talk forever. So, right. How do we run our business as digital nomads? Well, truth is, Sarah does all the work, and like I said, I look pretty. But what is our business? So our business is, I know we skipped on how we got here. We mentioned law, we mentioned me doing freelancing for a while and so forth, but we can dig into that later on. I'm quite keen to do a light touch, and then we'll go back and dig in deeper where you all want us to dig deeper, because like I said, Sarah could talk forever. Right. Okay. So our business is providing
Comedian over here. It's a comedy business. Okay.
providing oh no, this is a serious
Okay.
point.
Serious
Providing
business.
DevRel, our business, 1, 2, and 3 Brioche is providing DevRel as a service with a strong focus on open source, right? That's what I mostly talk about. Although I'm branching out a little bit. So I have been freelancing for over 10 years already, but it was just me. And when Sarah was going to join me, we wanted to make it more efficient because I wasn't the most efficient. And we wanted to work to our strengths and make a great team. I mean, to be honest, I turned down clients because their contracts were too big. I didn't want to read it. And so when Sarah joined me, she was like, what? I can read this. It's only 3 pages. I'm like, 3 pages? If it's more than the paragraph, I hate reading it. So it's great. So before I was doing everything myself, inbound messages, admin, the coding, the content creation. And there were business parts of the business that I wasn't really familiar with. And Sarah coming on board really, really helped. She does all what I call the boring stuff. Like, she loves it. I mean, it's a lawyer, but for me, I get to focus on the interesting stuff, the coding, the content creation, the geeking out. That's what I really, really enjoy. And Sarah enjoys the boring stuff, the legal, all the hard stuff, like actually hard stuff. But Sarah, coming from a corporate world, really, stepped that up, like getting organized, getting templates, just she makes it look so easy. It's actually quite embarrassing, but it is really, really hard. So like I said, I get to focus on the fun stuff. But we do focus on our different areas, but at the same time, we do have a lot of overlap. And there's just so much value with the overlap. So for example, recently I released a Markdown course, and Sarah reviewed that and went through that, and it was great because she was able to spot holes in things that tag. And Sarah like, but what is a H1 tag? And so hopefully that made the course better, having Sarah's input and asking questions. I love people who ask questions. Ask lots of questions in the chat, and I will look at that in a moment as well. So before I pass the mic over to Sarah, I do want to say one last thing. I think I talk a lot. I've just realized. I think freelancing is great, and I just want to say that you can start it on the side before you decide to go full-time, if that's what you want to do. And I won't mention any names, but I see people doing that all the time. And I think it's great. What
Audio.
happened?
Maybe this is a little bit behind. I think
so.
Will was just saying that the audio was a little bit bad, but hopefully it's fixed now.
Okay,
Great.
all good.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you can do freelancing on the side. I highly recommend, escape the rat race, kind of create your own rules. I think it's important. It's something you can start doing today. And if you're already doing it, or you already have clients, just don't focus on getting new clients like those insurance companies and mobile phone companies. They just focus on getting new people and forget about the existing ones. I would say focus on the current clients you have, and they will probably, naturally upsell because they're super, super happy. So I would recommend over communicate, like send regular updates. You might not hear back, and that's fine, but keep them in the loop. Someone who's worked on both sides, not getting updates it's not a great feeling. You want to have they started, have they finished, they're waiting on me. So I would just say always over communicate. I think that's really, really important. And I'll pass the mic over.
Yeah.
To Sarah.
So actually, we know of some personal stories of people who are worried about becoming digital nomads as they feel that they may not be taken seriously in business. And we know of other people that actually try to hide the fact that they are location independent, as they're concerned as to how they could be perceived by clients. And to us, this comes to really one of the biggest digital nomad stereotypes that's still out there, that we work about 5 minutes a day, that we just make a couple of social media posts, that we're not reliable, and that we take our video calls from some beach bar with loud music and in our swimwear. So we feel it's actually very important that we contribute towards changing that narrative. And yes, we might take our laptops and work on the beach, but we take calls in a professional looking environment with good video and audio. We treat our business as a business. It's not our hobby. We have streamlined processes for pitching to clients, providing estimates, retaining agreements, deliverables, invoicing, you name it. And we make every effort not to let our time zone affect our business. If it's still a work day for our client and they want to call, then we'll take this, even though it might be 10 p.m. where we are.
I've just seen, it's so true. We have had quite a lot of calls like at 10 p.m., 11 p.m. because, you know, when we booked it, we might have been in different time zones, plan change. We usually plan a year ahead.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're already planning December, okay, apparently November now, but November to Thailand to till like March time, depending on what our family doesn't like pull on the heartstrings too much. And
Yeah, we don't
know.
listen. No, we love our family. We love our family.
like, oh, you got away for 6 months. It's too long. So yeah, but maybe a bit shorter this time. I just want to saw Graham's comment. Eddie's brave when there's an audience. Yes, exactly. I'm taking this full advantage to poke at Sarah because yeah, usually I'll get a slap in the face. I do have a chipped tooth for a reason.
Oh my goodness,
That
you're
was-
going to give me a bad reputation.
That was 24 years ago, and I'm still haunted when you trip me up.
Yeah, recollections may vary, but I do like Will's question.
Where's Will's question?
Don't scroll up so
Oh,
quick.
I missed it. Sorry.
So super interested on how you bring a differently technical partner into the business.
So just to clarify, as in bringing someone to not who came from like in your position law, someone who came from a different technical background.
No, I think maybe what Will means is that, you know, I'm a lawyer, you're a coder. So how do you bring someone so completely different into the business?
Oh,
Will, if
so-
I totally got this wrong, please let me know in the chat. So
Yeah, for us, it was, this is all the boring stuff I don't want to do. Can you start with that? And she's like, oh, I love this. Great. Reading contracts. Yes. Red pen comes out. And
I mean, I've got to say that if I'm honest, every time Eddie mentioned in the past, and before we even thought about becoming digital nomads, he was like, yeah, we should work together. I thought it would be a bit of a disaster, and I couldn't see how it would work because we came from such different career environments, and after all, we have quite different approaches to things. Apparently I'm quite scary on the phone, Eddie tells me, and you know, actually this can lead to some differences of opinion. What I would say is that 3 years on, believe it or not, 3 years of working together, it's been great. I actually wouldn't want to work with anyone else. This is when you jump in and say you agree.
sure.
But what I would say is, if you are thinking of partnering up with someone who has what you feel might be completely different skills, don't let that deter you, because they are complementary. And we don't both need to code. I don't code. I am a maintainer on our
Yeah, you
open
are.
source
And you do
project BioDrop, but I'm never
Review
going
call
to.
requests.
Yes, I am not even going to tell the audience how I used to think that pull requests were spelt the first time I spelt them, because that's just too embarrassing. But I do love to focus on other areas, and
I
you know,
love Jason's comment. There's so much open source to be done without coding. I mean, let's
Absolutely.
be honest here. Most projects, we did BioDrop last year. We were
Yeah.
full time on that open source project. But let's be honest, coding was only a small part of that project. We had amazing maintainers. I see Amanda in the chat,
Yeah.
and so many awesome contributors as well in the chat. But coding is only a small part of any project. And there was, you know, we had so many other things to do: the licensing, the logo, the designs, the branding, the-
documentation. I love it.
Documentation.
Love it.
She's really ruthless. She goes, Eddie, you wrote this. What does it mean? I'm like, it means what it means. She goes, well, I think you're missing like a lot more. And then she would ask me questions, and she'd be like, well, why didn't you write that in documentation? And then our documentation, everyone says, is really good. And that's because I started it. Sarah made it a shitload better. I mean, can I swear on that? Sarah made it a bleep load better, and then the community reviewed it and used it from their perspectives. You know, their different IDEs, different operators, whatever it is, and made it even better. So the documentation is great on BioDrop because of the collaboration, which is why we always say in Indie Hub, collaborate first, code second.
And let's not forget to go to that GoFundMe page if you
Yes.
can, if you haven't donated yet and you are able to do so. Together we have raised 10,540.
11,000 in the next 20 minutes before we go. Yes, come on. Don't let us down. I'll cry. Do you want to see a grown man cry?
They might want to. Maybe an appearance from Brioche might, push it up. Who knows? So
Graham says a sales pitch. Want to hire you both? I don't know what we said. What was it after? Watch, go back and read.
Graham, we never know what we're saying, but
yes, I just make it up as I go along.
Oh, yes, you could absolutely swear. No,
I can't.
No.
I'll get kicked in the leg.
No. You say that sometimes you ask me whether you might sound like Hugh Grant, and you do sound like Hugh Grant when you swear. So no swear.
I won't swear. I don't want to sound like Hugh Grant. When I see him in the movie, I just want to throw something at the TV. Sorry, Hugh, if you're watching, but the British accent sounds terrible. I'm sorry, and I've got the accent. Well, I hope I haven't got it. Anyway, right. Okay, back to it. So
yes.
I guess the biggest message is focus on. I got so many
it's such a big message.
But I've got so many. Contribute to open source. No, I'm joking. It's not the open source one, but like escape the rat race. If that's what you want to do, go for it. It won't be easy, but I promise you it'll be worth it. I wish we could make it easier for you. Hopefully by sharing our journey, we can. But do escape the rat race if that's what you want to do, so you can kind of make your own decisions. And sometimes in your life you have more time to do more work. Sometimes you want to take a bit of a break, and if you're if you're in control of your own time and so forth, then you can take a break when you want. And just to clarify, we took a bit of a break over the last 2 weeks because we moved. So we moved a week ago. So a week before we moved, we took a kind of bit of a break, doing air quotes. She calls it a break. Packing isn't fun, Sarah.
No, it's not.
And then this week as well. But it's just so much easier when you kind of work for yourself. There are challenges, but if that's what you want to do, just go for it. And everyone's here to help. Like, the community is absolutely amazing. I really appreciate you all being here. And you're just amazing. Thank you so much.
And one of the things to say is that you forever loved what you did, and for me that was a totally alien concept. I didn't actually like what I was doing, and I found myself just waiting for that 2-week vacation every year, and life does pass you by. And I thought to myself, actually, I don't want us to sit in front of the TV and go, oh, one day we might be able to get to that destination. We actually wanted to get to those destinations and build a business together. Yes, there are a lot of different pressures than when you are employed, and also perhaps doing the rat race, as you call it. I am very happy that I haven't actually had to wear a suit in 3 years, but yes, it's something that we don't regret, and we will be those 2 elderly people in the airport with matching khaki pants and like matching polo shirts, just shuffling around, going to our next destination. Fingers crossed.
It was quite strange looking back, before the 3 years when you were a boring lawyer. And we would be having like dinner on a Sunday night, and I'd be like, tomorrow's Monday. Yes. And Sarah would be like, oh, tomorrow's Monday, where's that glass of wine?
Yeah. Jason, no, they're not GitHub polos. No, like our whole wardrobe cannot be GitHub.
Yes,
swag.
Jason, I love this. Let's do it. We'll make it happen.
And also, Utbar, I love that you say, do you guys do military packing when traveling? No, we do not. We're
getting better though. Our first trip to Bali
was
like
better.
80 kilos.
What would you say is the most random thing we pack when we go to Asia? I know what it is.
I'm just trying to think now. Well, when we went to Bali, for Portugal, we took an entire back of the car thing. I think we took like 200 kilos.
Yeah, we took my Peloton bike. So
That was like
yeah.
60 kilos. But then we went to our first like kind of long haul trip as digital nomads. We went about 80 kilos, I think, to Bali. Then when we went to Thailand, we went with 60 kilos. And we're hoping our next trip we can get down to 40 kilos.
You didn't answer my question.
What was your question?
What is the most random thing we take to Asia?
Jumper, because the air conditioning is so
No,
cold.
No.
You?
The most random thing I think actually that we take anywhere is a
Really worried.
small device to open fresh coconuts, because you know
Oh, yeah.
you can't really take a massive knife to hack into them, and someone needs their coconut water, so it's just tiny device. So we do take various random things.
It's like a corkscrew, isn't it?
I would like to get to that level of military precision packing, maybe one day.
We keep improving. That's the most important.
Yeah.
So you can all hold us to this. Our trip in Portugal doesn't count because we drive, but our trip in November, sorry, I almost got it wrong, not December, November, we will try and travel with only 40 kilos. That's our goal.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's out there now. So it's hopefully going to.
I'm not sharing my suitcase.
Can I put,
It's precious.
Can I put a microphone,
Nope.
a mixer, a camera, a teleprompter?
Nope. Why don't you put it in the
light.
pocket of your GitHub cardigan?
It's a bit hard.
They all seem to think we're going to be wearing GitHub cardigans when we're 85. No, Graham or Jason, not cardigans. We're going to hot places, so no cardigans. So
Right. Okay. So what's next in our digital nomad adventures? So after a few months of being sensible, staying here in the UK and being freezing cold to sort out moving homes, we're putting our plans to make our lifestyle more sustainable.
So then we're off to Portugal at the end of May, where Eddie will be getting his residency so that he can travel more freely around Europe. And then towards the end of the year, like we said, we will be traveling to one of our favorite destinations, Thailand.
Yes, I'm super, super excited. We've got the next 12 months and there'll be some more little trips in there and hopefully events
Absolutely.
and conferences, and we get to geek out with you all in person. You can vacuum seal things. Amanda, don't give Sarah more ideas, because the when you do that,
Oh gosh, it's going to be physics now.
it is like you make it smaller so you can put more in the suitcase, but it's going to weigh the same. We're talking about weight, Sarah. If you vacuum pack all your clothes and you take just as much, it's still 60 kilos. It's still 60 kilos.
Well, Graham,
And you can't vacuum pack shoes.
Graham, you say if only they had shops in other countries where you could buy a $2 coconut.
That's
oven.
true, actually.
No.
It's actually £1.
No, we had to buy it online.
Oh yeah.
in
took like a week to
a
arrive.
website where everything was in Bahasa Indonesian. So we had to
Just
get
Google Translate, yeah.
someone to help us, and they thought it was very strange that we weren't just getting a machete and opening our coconuts. So it's $2, but it's coming with me forever.
Best $2 I ever spent. I can have coconuts wherever I want, absolutely, without risk of losing a finger with a machete. I saw something like come to Dubai. We used to do Dubai to split our. Funny enough, as digital nomads, I'm gonna let you into a little secret. So we do travel a lot, but we really hate flying.
Oh my goodness, for very different reasons.
So we used to try and break our flight to Thailand in Dubai. But yeah, we kind of been to Dubai quite a few times.
Why do you hate flying?
Because I get claustrophobic and bored, and I want to walk around and talk to people and show them my open source stickers, and hopefully I get to meet people.
Gosh, yes.
And talk about open source.
And I'm worried because I think we're gonna die.
Sarah, for anyone who knows Friend, Sarah's like, "What was that noise? I think we're missing a phalange." We're showing our age
Well, at least we
now.
laugh at ourselves. But yes, I genuinely think that there will be an airplane accident every time I step in. All logic leaves my brain, but I do not let that
Stop us. Yes.
from traveling, and that's the key. Do the scary thing, like Amanda was saying earlier.
Exactly. Bring your whole wardrobe. Amanda, when we went to Thailand, we were going to go to Japan, which was very cold in comparison to Thailand. And we actually had clothes shipped over to us from friends, and then we shipped it back to them as well. So we didn't have to travel around Asia with it. Don't give Sarah any more ideas, please, people. Unless his idea is to reduce the amount. I've got in Sarah's defense, a lot of the weight was tech equipment, and I was taking like 4 cameras and
A massive
multiple
teleprompter.
lights and portable screens and so forth. So I have actually reduced that kit a lot. I won't get into the boring stuff now, but I have reduced the kit a lot. So I'm hoping to take this mic with us next time and the amplifier
And
mixer
those are our
stuff.
essentials. You know, you can always buy a pair of shorts somewhere else, but you know, we still do need to run our day-to-day business. So
That's true.
not sure that mic's important, but you know.
I need to make my voice sound good. I have a terrible accent, okay? I need to make my voice sound good. I need the mic. I need it. Okay, see, Graham says, and the Peloton is, you know, not a weird thing. It's so big and heavy anyway. Sarah's solution is let's buy 2 and then keep 1 in each country. But no, that's not happening. So, right. Okay. Well, we're almost coming to an end, and I really appreciate everyone chatting in the chat. It has just been amazing to geek out with you all. It has just been, I've just really, really enjoyed it. We should do it more often. I do want to wish Leah all the best with her treatment, and we're sending positive vibes.
Absolutely. And you know what? Yes, I am saying this without actually consulting Jason and Nate, but we absolutely think that we will need to in the future do a, you know, congratulations, Leo, you finished your treatment conference. Let me know what you think about that to celebrate that. But again, let's not forget why we're here today for Leah and Jacob and their family. You can still go and donate through the GoFundMe page. I'm just going to refresh that. And 10,500 and 40,000. So yes, so don't forget their target is 12,000, and I feel like we're almost there.
Amanda just got me really worried and said, Eddie has 2 streams tomorrow. I have 2?
Oh dear, Amanda, did I put 2 Discord events when I should have
One's
put
Twitter
one?
Space, one's a live stream. I'm going to go check that afterwards. Otherwise, we're getting any rest on Sunday. Jacob, great to see you still here. If you need anything from us, if we can help in any way, please do let us know. And again, a big shout out to the organizers of the event and to everyone who's supporting. I mean, it's just great and it's just amazing to be here. I can't wait to go have dinner and continue watching the live stream. So thanks again, everyone. And anything else you'd like to say?
Apparently we should do more streams together.
That's what I've been saying.
Far better than Eddie just saying green squares. OSSPR.
Graham, you're fired. You're fired. Blocking, ban. But I think it's going to take a lot longer to get Sarah to do live streams with me. I'll tell you why. It took 24 years for Sarah to come and work with me. 24 years. So we'll do another live stream together in 24 years. No, this opportunity was great because, you know, Sarah was like, oh, Eddie, you're too jokey. I don't want to do a live stream with you. So
yeah, I mean, am I going to have to do a screaming face? Am I going to have to wear a hoodie? Are those the prerequisites of doing a live stream with Eddie?
Yes, exactly. So we should do some more soon. Join me tomorrow for a live stream. Okay, next week. We'll work on it. Everyone, please, you know, give Sarah, you know, some nudge to come and do a live stream with me. I'll stop talking now. I might get in trouble.
Green squares.
We love to hear that commitment from Sarah that you're definitely showing up on the next live stream. We can't wait to see that. Thank you both so much for this time. Thank you for sharing your story. Really, really incredible stuff. Jason?
Oh, thank you.
Much for being here, and shout out to you guys for just taking some time to spend some time with the community and geek out on a Saturday. It's late. Let's go. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we're going to hop back over to a quick break. We'll be back with y'all in about 5 minutes with that next speaker. Thank you again for being here.
He says that.
and we are back. This is the one, ironically, you will see me do. Oh, and I definitely forgot to update my name. I'll do a little bit here because I can't do this stuff live, and I'm the only presentation that is a little different. But I will have my camera momentarily. Boom, there we are. It's definitely a little bit large. But thank you again, everyone, for being here. Wow, well, this is the funnier part. It's going to be a minute for me to switch out of MC mode to speaker mode. But man, Eddie and Sarah's story was just incredible. I love that perspective of being digital nomads, of starting a business together, which has actually resonated quite a bit with me, and we'll get into that in my journey. Now my name should be updated. So one thing I will say, we're running a lot of tech here all off of my PC, and the one thing that definitely has lag is my webcam, which is running over Wi-Fi, unfortunately. So you may see my video lag. You'll probably see me look a little glitchy at times, or it'll freeze, and then I'll go in like 400 miles an hour for 5 seconds while it catches up. But the audio should all be clear. That's not an issue with the audio at all. So just bear with me with that. Additionally, I'm hoping we don't get that audio glitch, but I am monitoring myself, so we should be able to fix that quick. Y'all, this has just been such an incredible event, such a blessing to be a part of this. When Jason reached out to me, it was so easy, such an easy yes, right? Where I was just like, I've known Jacob for a year. I've seen him putting in the work consistently while balancing all of the demands of life and fatherhood and being, the family, taking care of them. So it really, really just, I immediately knew what a long road was ahead for Jacob and Leah, and I wanted to help in whatever way we can. And already I'm so blown away by the community and how many people, like we keep saying, from all of the speakers giving their time to all of the amazing donors, many of which are also speakers, giving resources, giving money as they're able. So don't forget to check out that GoFundMe link. We are close to our new goal. So we hit the 10,000 goal in day one, which was our initial total goal. And we're already past that. So our new goal, the stretch goal for today, is 12,000. Again, we appreciate anybody who's in a position to give, but please don't feel obligated for the content or anything. We're all here and happy to talk and share bits of our stories. Now, my story, ironically, a lot of this may be more focused on tech. And a portion of that is because a lot of my life has actually been in my tech career. So as far as kind of the early life and the context before that, the main thing is that I was really blessed with an incredible mother and father. And so my parents have just been incredibly loving and supportive people in my life. And my dad helped kickstart my career actually in a very direct way. But also just people that are very hardworking that always tried to demonstrate and live out how they wanted me to live, and just showing me by example. And they're definitely early on, definitely at my initial beginning of my career, and even to today, my parents are just such a huge influence. And I recognize too how much of a privilege even that is. And this is something I'm giving my story today, and it's a story that is not standard, is not typical, is not your most average story of people getting into tech. And my goal with that is that, as we've talked about before, everybody has a unique journey, and that's the value. And your journey is the correct journey for you, and it's going to look different from anybody else. For me, a lot of my journey, I had a lot of benefits off the gate, right? In pop culture and gamer culture, sometimes you say like, oh yeah, I had a good spawn point, right? I got lucky in many ways. Being born in America, being born to a financially stable family. So there was a lot of legs up I had throughout the way. So I just want to be clear with that. I don't think I want to present all of my story as prescriptive, or even any bits as like, this is the right way or the best way of doing anything. Because I recognize there are so many in different situations, and I just really had a lot of the road prepped for me. So my journey began as a 15-year-old self-taught developer. And the riddle that I like to share with people, I guess I just gave it away, but the riddle I like to ask sometimes is, I am a self-taught developer with a bachelor's in computer science. How can that be? And for me, it's because I got my first job as a developer before I went to college. So I was self-taught in my early teens, And we were just talking about this yesterday, actually. My first HTML and CSS was for MySpace layouts and for Neopets layouts. So this was very, very early internet days. It was learning how to, get movies to play in the background of your MySpace page, getting animations and fun things, changing all of the text and fonts of the MySpace layout using CSS. But I got my first job when I walked into a tiny subterranean office. So it was a 2-story building where like half of the bottom floor was underground. And my dad had noticed there was a black and orange help wanted sign in the window. And he told me, that place makes websites. You know how to make websites. You should go and get a job. And I didn't want to. I pushed back and I was just like, Dad, I don't know enough. I can't hold a job. Like, what is that? It's crazy talk. And he said, just go and talk to him. So I walked into this little store, literally the mom and pop web shop, right? So a small company of like 5 people building websites for a lot of local small businesses as well. Most of our clients were people just hearing about the internet, just hearing about how impactful a website is for your business and wanting to have that web presence. So it was an incredible job, but I walked in and introduced myself, right? So just a sign in the window that says help wanted, walked in, had a copy of, I don't even know if I had a resume at that point because I certainly had no previous jobs. And I said, hey, I'm interested in working here. And the front desk, which was about 10 feet from the CEO's office, the lady at the front desk told me, oh yeah, let me check and see with the CEO if he's free. And he invited me in. Next thing I know, I'm doing a impromptu interview sitting across the table from the owner of that company. And he was awesome. And he hired me. And next thing, I keep saying next thing you know, but the next thing I know, I was working as a web developer part-time as a 15-year-old kid for $12.50 an hour, which at the time was more than any of my friends were making working at In-N-Out or burger joints or whatever. I think minimum wage was around $6 or $7, and like the good jobs as a teenager, you're making $9 an hour. So $12.50 an hour, I was stoked. I was still doing high school, but I had a very unique high school layout that was like hybrid homeschool. So I was working on average 20 to 30 hours a week before I ever made it to university. And this was a crazy job because I joined and got trained by a guy who was the head of production. This was where I first learned at small companies, titles don't always mean tons, right? Because when you have 5 people ahead of something, might not have anybody beneath them. But I met this guy. He trained me on how to use Macromedia Dreamweaver 8 to make tables with hundreds of cells to mimic the layout given in a Photoshop document delivered by the head of design, who was using Adobe Photoshop version 8 or CS1, I think. I forget. But that gives you an idea of kind of the day and age we were in. This was early 2000s. And within 3 months of me joining this company, the guy who trained me quit due to carpal tunnel. So he actually had like really bad carpal tunnel and got a brace and just said, I can't work this job anymore. And suddenly 15-year-old me was the head of production. And my first move as head of production was actually to give a presentation to the CEO on why we should move from spacer GIFs and tables to standards compliant semantic XHTML and CSS. And that was XHTML 4.01 strict, of course. Doc types were really big back then. Validation was really big. And I learned so much of this because I was self-taught at this point. I learned so much from social media, early days Twitter, resources on resources on the internet. I don't even know if YouTube was really big at that point. Certainly tech tutorials on YouTube, or I hadn't discovered them. But I connected with so many people on tech Twitter and just watched these accounts. I found individuals who put out the best blog posts, the best tweets about cutting edge technologies. And I would just follow that. And I would just devour everything that I could read about web design. So I knew we should be using divs and CSS for our layouts. Now, the CEO's concern was, well, that might affect my speed at building out websites. How is this going to impact our velocity? He said, we've been doing it with tables for years. What's wrong with it? I don't want it to take you twice as long to make a website. And I managed to convince him it'll be a little bit of a learning curve, but I think ultimately this is going to save a lot of time and it won't take long for me to get back up to that same level of production. And I kept my promise. I quickly reached the same level of proficiency with these, new technologies, and soon was just churning out websites for these local businesses at the same rate as before. My eventual velocity there, I think, when I really got into the groove, was usually it would take me around a day to go from PSD to HTML that worked in Mozilla, Safari, Opera, and Internet Explorer 7. And then I would probably spend another 2 to 4 days to get it looking good in Internet Explorer 6. If you were a web developer in that time, you know the bane of life that was Internet Explorer 6. And that was, oh man, I'm still scarred from all of the PNG fixes and CSS hacks that had to be done. But that's one of the reasons I'm so grateful for where the web has come today. And tech Twitter was just such a big part of that. I think I signed up for Twitter in 2008. And we were talking a couple months ago on Tech Twitter about favorite accounts. I was like, oh man, I think my favorite account is Ken Wheeler. And I've been following Ken Wheeler for like over a decade. It's like 12 or 15 years or something, which blows my mind. But I remember finding some of these individuals who have been very active within the tech ecosystem from very early days. I followed Ken because he made one of the best JavaScript slideshows of the time. I believe it was called Slick.js. And that was a big part of his early fame, I think, on the internet as well. It was this open source repo, and you could pull it in. It was jQuery based, I believe. But even then, just realizing that you can connect people to good work, to good education, and to good thinking around technology. I learned about A List Apart, which is an event and article website that put out these articles. They eventually put out book series, A Book Apart, that has these amazing intros to modern web development, different technologies, different techniques. And I would just find the high quality sources of information and devour as much as possible. And that was how I learned so much, not just in the early days of picking up the fundamentals of web development, but also as the industry evolves. We all know we're at the end of a week, so we're due for 3 or 4 more JavaScript frameworks to pop up by next week. And the importance of staying up to date and learning new things and being aware of what technologies and what innovations are coming out can be so big with web development. So that was something that from early in my career, I just learned how valuable and efficient you could be with some of this learning if you knew the right people, the right educators, the right resources and websites and sources of information. The next year, I was in my 3rd year of high school, perhaps my last year of high school, and I saw one of my classmates' mothers in the local coffee shop. And she asked, well, what are you doing these days? What are you up to? And I told her about my part-time job. And she turned out to be a co-CEO of this local advertising firm that worked for some really big clients. And she said, well, we're just starting an interactive department. Would you like to come and work and be an intern for us? This is a department that does our first kind of websites, our first search engine marketing. And that was my second job. And it was so cool because this was a firm that did, years and years of radio and print. They were in newspapers, they were on radio stations. They did all these traditional forms of marketing and advertising, but were just adapting to digital marketing and digital advertising. So I got to work with a very new team at a very established company. And I got to work on campaigns for a lot of big names that you may have heard of. I worked on campaigns for the LA Clippers, for Marie Callender's, a pie restaurant that makes really tasty pies. And while building out a landing page for a new product release, I met Lauren Conrad, who was a reality TV star at the time. And I didn't know who it was, but I had a meeting for this project. And walking away from it, I had been talking with this girl, and then somebody comes up to me and grabs me in the hallway and they go, do you know who that was? I didn't, but they informed me soon. I was a little embarrassed for being out of touch, but it was cool to see these big projects and work on stuff that had that name recognition and a very large scale of users. The guys in that department that I worked with, which it was a very small department, it was like four of us working together. They were so good at teaching me things as they would work. So I started absorbing as much as possible about SEM campaigns. I learned about CMSs at this point, was helping manage content for some of these websites and doing, page layouts on a page-to-page basis, but continuing to just read and learn and consume on the side. When I graduated high school, I left these jobs as I went to college, and I attended UCLA. And so I moved onto campus And again, this was a big part of what I'm so grateful to my parents for. They had set aside money to help with housing and things during this. So I got to move to LA and live there and study, this 4-year engineering program. And it ended up taking me 5 years, but we'll get into that. Now, when I got to college, I was very focused on my studies initially, but quickly recognized too, with my experience in the industry, that there were a lot of classes I didn't mind not knowing a ton about, right? There were certain classes where I would look at the content, I would look at the stuff, especially chemistry, my goodness, and just think this will not impact my career, right? I'm not going to use this knowledge, this information. And part of that college experience that was so big was learning to take from college what you need, right? So I was at this university, expended a bunch of money on the education and on the curriculum, but recognizing so much of what I was paying for were things that I needed to invest in to get, and prioritizing by recognizing what are my unique objectives, what do I want to work towards. I won't need to get an A in the chemistry course, but maybe this database theory course that might be relevant. So I'm going to dig in, and I generally enjoyed those courses more, so it was easier. I've been a big nerd and I love learning the tech. I think my favorite, I won't say unimpactful to my career, but we'll certainly say less pragmatic class that I took was discrete math. So discrete math and automata theory was super fun for me to just dig in with the theory. But I recognized my peers and other students were kind of talking about it. There's a lot of frustration in colleges. And I think even today we see a lot of this, where it's that what I'm learning in my classes does not translate to my internship, right? I went and I got a job, and I'm not doing these, C++ projects or these introductory kind of PHP projects or whatever the classes had. They didn't exactly match real world industry work in a modern sense. And that was a big learning experience as well for me to, one, not expect my classes to teach me everything, but to understand that the classes are there to lay a foundation. But if I want to take tangible skills to an employer, I need to dig in. I need to build things. I need to make side projects. I need to go learn frameworks, and not expecting any of that to be handed to me by my university. And my first job while I was in school was the biggest epiphany around this, right? So I was a student for a year, I think. And then in my second year, I got a job working in the UCLA Office of Information Technology. And now it was at my school, but this was not a student job. So there was one other student that worked in that department, maybe two, but I got connected through that one other student who became a very good friend and mentor. And this was a business unit of the campus. So the Office of Information Technology, and sorry for the video lagging, I see it's definitely got some issues, but glad y'all can hear me at least. So the Office of Information Technology worked with other units, with other academic units. We worked with different schools of education, with different professors, but the Office of Information Technology itself was very business focused compared to a lot of different academic departments and things at a university. And we worked on resources that impacted all engineering at the campus, which was really cool because one of our first projects was working on UCLA Mobile. So UCLA had no mobile websites, and as a public government-funded institution with 60,000 odd learners on a quarterly basis, the standards were high. And so we built a mobile website that was federated so that the actual websites could live in different servers, different services and stacks, tons of different technology. And it was basically this portable CSS and JavaScript, two files that were PHP files, but they outputted CSS and JavaScript. And any unit on campus could include these two tags at the top of their page and build their markup in a certain way and have a standards compliant, accessible mobile web experience that would also match everybody else's mobile website on the campus. So we housed a homepage, like a navigation of UCLA Mobile, but as you clicked into different apps, as you looked at the map or as you looked at the dining halls or whatever it was, you were actually going to entirely different systems, entirely different websites hosted on different servers. And that was an incredible learning experience to not only witness the creation of a framework, because ultimately what we were building was both a UI and a CSS, responsive framework that other people were using. So we were making documentation for how to use those elements. And the coolest evolution of this was the framework itself becoming open source, and it became called the UCMWF, so the University of California Mobile Web Framework. And we ended up with, I think, 28 participating institutions across the United States. So it expanded even beyond the UC. And we ran this project on GitHub in the open, and there were so many awesome contributors. There were people from different campuses. Suddenly I was messaging developers from UCSD, developers from MIT, and just talking with all of these different people who wanted to add a feature or who had a bug report. And that was such a valuable experience, not just the software development and building, but also the open source mechanics and the reality of working with distributed developers, with contributors from all around the country. It was very eye-opening for me to realize, as I reflected on my first 2 years in university, what I would tell people is, honestly, I learned as much in terms of like what I will use in my career, in terms of job skills. I learned as much, if not more, in the first 3 months of my job. In the first quarter I was working at that job, which was only part-time, by the way. As a student, I had to keep my work hours under 25, I think. So it was a part-time job, and I learned more in those 3 months than I did the first 2 years of college classes. Now, I don't think those first 2 years were worthless by any means. I think if there were ways to have more control over my course load, maybe I would have shaped things a little differently. But the breadth I got, even from these other classes, whether it was electrical engineering, physics, or economics for engineers, which was actually an incredible kind of breadth requirement, and my general education classes, looking at Greek history or whatever it was, I found a lot of value in that learning, but it wasn't value I was going to be using at my next full-paying developer job. And so I think that was a big epiphany for me, just to understand, hey, I can't lean on college and depend on college to give me everything. I need to continue what I started before college, which was self-teaching and self-learning. And so, you know, my riddle from the beginning, I will say I'm not maybe technically a self-taught developer, because I do have that degree. There was a lot of value that I got out of it that helped. But the biggest thing, the biggest benefits that I got from college as I look back were the connections, the relationships, and the theoretical foundations. And when I say theoretical foundations, I mean computer science stuff that hasn't changed in 20 years or more. And I think our university at least did a good job of self-describing the program as highly theoretical. So if you asked anybody who was faculty at UCLA, if you talked to them about the curriculum at the time, they wouldn't tell you this curriculum will get you a developer job making six figures. Like, that was not their focus. Their focus was, we have a lot of good research happening at this university, and we are rooted in research. So a lot of the curriculum was rooted in theory. And the downside of that kind of learning is that, again, it may not impact your day-to-day job, or you may not see how it impacts your day-to-day job for quite some time. But the value, the pro of that kind of deeply theoretical learning is that it's not going to likely change in the next 5 years. So most of those skills that I did learn in building college, it may not have been the instant career, just add water kind of recipe for success, but pretty much all of those topics have stood the test of time. I see some caps in chat. I want to make sure it's not. Oh yeah. Okay. So that was something that was really cool, is just to realize there's different sources of learning for every path. Even if you are getting a computer science degree, don't cap your learning. Don't limit your learning at that experience. And the biggest learning experiences that led to the most career advancement for me were almost always things I did at work or side projects that I built. And so I think that you can tell I've had a lot on my mind the last couple of days. Definitely haven't prepped extensively for this, but the benefit of the jobs was that I got to get accomplishments listed on my resume. I got achievements. We were invited to speak at EDUCAUSE, which was the largest, I think still today is pretty much the largest and most authoritative higher education tech conference in the United States. I think there was 30 or 40,000 attendees that year. We were not on the main stage, so we definitely didn't have that big of an audience in our session, but my friend, who was also a student, and I were invited to speak on the mobile web framework that we had built. And when we got there, we were early 20s, right? 20, 21, 22 years old. And I swear at this conference, when we walked in, we were below the average age by a good 30 years. Because a lot of the people there that showed up weren't just developers from campuses either. It was a lot of CIOs, which a CIO is kind of the higher education equivalent of a CTO, depending on the campus. So there were all these high level leaders. They didn't come to our session, by the way. They were not the people super interested. That's why the attendance was probably a bit lower. But it was such an impactful thing. And what we did for that conference was actually realized they did not have a mobile accessible schedule when we got there. We couldn't pull up anything on our phone to see what sessions were there. So the first night we got in before sessions started, we spent that night grinding out a mobile version of the conference schedule. So we were able to pull down some data or scrape the data off of their thing, built a little shell app, and had a hosted and accessible version of the conference schedule that we could tell people about the next day. And that was super impactful for the presentation, but also awesome to see people using it. You know, we had people come up to us after and they're like, dude, thank you so much for telling me about this little mobile website. Like, I've been able to keep track of, you know, what's coming up next much easier because y'all threw this together. It's just a fun example of like those little side projects, those little things can have so much impact, not just on your presentation and connecting with people, but also the learning experiences. I mean, it was so cool to understand how to just ship something overnight. You know, we sat, I forget what the hotel was, but I just remember sitting in the hotel bar area, and I think my buddy got like a cocktail, and I wasn't even 21 yet, so I had a soda, and we're just sitting there over our laptops, just pushing to prod every couple minutes. Granted, nobody had access to this prod, so it was still a bit of a side project in that sense. But that learning on the job, learning from my experiences, and building achievements that people could hear about and understand that I could communicate on my resume. I was an invited speaker at this conference. I later helped organize a conference at the University of California. So helped lead MMWCon, this mobile modern web conference, and eventually started working with another student on our own company. So I was a partner in a consulting firm. And this was where we started building applications. A lot of people say when you have a gold rush, you know, the people who get rich are the people that sell the pics, right? So early 2010s, The Social Network had just come out as the movie. There were a lot of, you know, unicorns and companies like Facebook that were getting a lot of popularity as startups. There was this kind of wave of gold rush of startups. And our consulting firm helped build products for startups. So we got to work on a lot of different apps, but we had a framework that we built in PHP, and we just rapidly would prototype and build out these product offerings for startups that needed engineering. And that was where I learned how to do client work. That was how I learned how to do product work for the first time. So just scoping out requirements, building documents of what we're going to build, signing contracts. I learned so much of work that wasn't tech in those years. And that's why I always try to remind people too of the incredible value we bring as technologists that's not limited to the technical. It's also why I'm not super concerned about the impact of AI, because there are still so many human components to the job that is not just problems an LLM is super well suited to solve, like code generation. You'll do a lot of code generation as a developer. That's a large part of your job. And in 2024, you definitely want to be incorporating that into your workflows to become better at your job and to lean on these tools that are so helpful. But there's plenty of human work that an LLM is not going to replace, you know, anytime soon. And I think that after running this business, doing consulting for a long time, we worked with one startup that we built a lot of internal products for. And when I graduated, I actually had a job offer from a startup that got, I'll say rescinded, but the startup basically didn't happen. So I had a full time thing. I had a contract set up, and pretty much I think it was midterms before I graduated, that just vanished. The person who was building the company and funding it basically decided the economic environment's a little risky. I'm just going to not do this. And the whole company pretty much dissolved overnight. We were the first 5 employees, so it wasn't a huge company. It wasn't a huge thing. That was totally within, you know, that investor's right to do. I just heard something. I just hope nothing broke. Yeah, a little error there. We're good. So this startup dissolved. I had no job. And the CEO that we had worked with building internal tools for his consulting firm reached out to me. And he said, "Hey, I heard that you had this job offer and that it fell through. I don't have enough in our budget this year to pay you for a full-time position, but I can give you health benefits and a half-time salary if you work for me 20 hours a week." Now, I was just graduating college. I really enjoy, as my hobby, I really enjoy downhill skateboarding. Do less of it these days, but certainly then, living in LA, really close to Malibu with some of the best roads for skateboarding. If you're into downhill skateboarding, it's a interesting niche, interesting subgenre of the sport, but I love that. So suddenly I was graduating going, hey, I can get my health benefits covered, get enough of a salary to live on, like enough to pay bills, single guy right after college. I had very low expenses as it were. And I get all this extra time to go skateboarding, to go to the beach, to hang out. And what was cool is it gave me kind of a nice little bit of a halftime break after college, right? It wasn't as rigorous as going straight into a full-time job, but it did quickly scale up. Revenue continued increasing. The products that we were building for internal, these internal tools helped everybody do their job better. And it was such an incredible, learning experience to work with people using the product, right? So the name of this company, the CEO's first company, was Incomply, and they did environmental compliance for construction companies in California. So there's a bunch of regulations put out by Caltrans that if you have a construction site, you need to make sure you're doing all of these things to prevent pollution. So there's these different mitigation measures that you would put in place, and you had to fill out these big government forms, and you had to do inspections at certain times, and you had to note down all of these details and numbers for different aspects of your construction site. And it was a huge pain. So this company Incomply, before I joined, they would just handle all of that. So a contractor could hire them, pay a monthly fee. They would do the inspections. They would create all of the documents. They would fill in all of the forms. And this way, construction companies could know that they were complying with all of these environmental, metrics that they needed to hit. And they didn't have to dedicate their civil engineer, their head engineer, to doing that work and keeping up with all of the evolving Caltrans regulations. We built this product to help the office move faster. So kind of SaaS internal app that was mostly a CRUD product for connecting different databases, for connecting different data sets, and then digitizing a lot of these government forms. And we took that product, we then evolved it to be an external facing product. So it was a competitive advantage for this consulting firm Incomply. The CEO made his second company called Cloud Comply, where I was technically a founding engineer. I believe I was technically employee number 2 or 3 behind the CEO. It might have been 3 because his wife was technically HR, I think. So she might have been number 2. But that was my first kind of founding experience, even though it wasn't your traditional, bootstrap startup or Y Combinator startup story. I got to build an engineering team, and we took this product from an internal tool to a tool that was open for anybody doing the same work our company did, because we could sell it to our competitors. And as a secondary business, this had a higher, scaling factor. And that was why the CEO started this company ultimately, was this could scale faster. So got to build a team. I actually hired a CTO over me, and I hired developers. And this was where I really think I got a bit of a passion for people who transition into tech from other industries, right? Several of the people, all the initial developers that we hired actually outside of the CTO came from, if they had a college education, it was not in computer science, right? So we had one guy who was in a boot camp. We had one guy who was completely self-taught, and it was cool for me to see. I love this industry. I love tech. I loved web development. I thought this was an awesome thing to do, and I thought most people should be able to do it. You shouldn't need a computer science degree to be an effective web developer. And now I got to live that out by hiring and training people without that traditional background. And all of them were just amazing. Like they crushed it. They were fast at learning. They didn't bring in a lot of perspective on ideologically pure development, right? They didn't have ideas of exactly how everything had to be developed. They were there to continue learning and continue working on the project the way that best supported the clients. And I learned myself from that experience, because coming from this ivory tower and a lot of computer science theoretical stuff, it was easy to get caught up in these discussions of the optimal ways to do things, the best ways to do things, the correct ways of doing things. And so much in the business world, those should be secondary or tertiary priorities behind your productivity, your efficacy at shipping, and the product market fit and the fact that you're solving problems for real customers. Building this internal product was so cool because I got to work with people in the office day to day that used the software. So every day I would have people tell me, hey, this thing was a little bit tough. Or I would have people tell me, hey, this feature saves me 6 hours a week. I never have to touch this spreadsheet again that used to take me like every Friday to update and do all of this manual stuff. And that feedback cycle was what drove so much of how I learned to build software, by interacting and engaging with the users. It was just so cool to get this unique part of this unique learning experience of watching a company kind of spring from nothing. It was the first time I got to sit across the table in interviews and actually perform interviews myself, and just how to run good technical interviews, which I think was incredibly educational. I'm going to take a minute to take a sip of water and skim through the chat. If y'all want to put in questions, by the way, I'll probably do those kind of bundled towards the end, but please do put the questions in there. And I believe I've got Jason helping me out on the call, compiling those as well. All right. So this was Cloud Comply, and I said my journey was going to be very technical, because a lot of it is there, but I think that a lot of my life has been my tech career. This is the reality of, I started working in tech when I was 15 years old. So half of my life has been working in web development. And part of that shows how much I just really love the web as a platform, as a technological innovation. Like I said, I'm a big fan of Twitter Spaces, of online games, of anything that helps humans from around the world connect who wouldn't otherwise be able to connect. And the internet is the backbone for that, kind of as such a significant vehicle of human connection. I've always really had a passion about the power that represents. And I just like the tech. I got really into open source technologies and languages. I did a bit of .NET stuff early in the career, but I ultimately realized, like, hey, I like these things where you can see the community building stuff in public. You can see the inventors and maintainers of these frameworks making decisions with all these people building on it. So I think, again, just really discovering how much I loved web development and open source in open source specifically, and all of those technologies and all the cool things that people were doing in the community on Tech Twitter, on GitHub, sharing with one another. I guess now we'll shift into more of the last few years. I don't know if this will be a comprehensive bit, but I do want to share a little bit of kind of the struggles there as well, because it's a big thing that I've learned. I left that startup, so I decided to leave and get a different job, and it was nothing super negative or any issues with the startup, but understanding after working for, I think, 2 or 3 or 4 years with this company, I got Eddie to show up mentioning open source enough. I think that after spending, like I said, I think it was about 2 years with that company and building it from the ground up, we actually ran the tech side of the company from a house that we were renting with 4 of us who worked at the company, all lived there. So we ran the engineering side of the house out of our literal house on the 3rd story. And that was a super fun and exciting experience as well, getting the kind of, if you've ever seen the show Silicon Valley, it felt very much like that. And that show was live while we were doing this in real life. So it was a weird, like, Truman Show-esque phenomenon sometimes, where we watched the new episode that came out on HBO on Sunday night in between packing for a move when we were moving to a different house, staying together, continuing to work on this company. And that episode that came out that week was when they moved their startup house. And suddenly we see the people on the TV packing U-Haul boxes, and we're looking around our living room at all of these U-Haul boxes being like, okay, seriously, guys, like, who's talking to the writers? Like, what's happening? But that, that interesting bit aside, it was so much in learning how to move quickly and how to ship things that are valuable to customers. I learned through, at this point, again, it was like 5 to 8 years of time in industry building my skills, right? And I never had a massive passion for environmental compliance for construction firms in California. Like that wasn't what I dreamed of doing as a kid. And I think this is something that was impactful and a significant thing that I want to talk about as well is there's a lot of people that talk about what Cal Newport, an author, says. Cal Newport calls this the passion hypothesis. And the passion hypothesis is essentially summed up by a mantra you all have probably heard. If you do something you love, you'll never work a day in your life, right? And especially in college in the early 2010s, there were so many people where this was kind of the focus was, I want to find that thing I love. I want to find that thing that is perfect for me. You know, the thing that's going to resonate with who I am and everything I care about. It's going to connect with my hobbies. It's going to be this amazing dream job where I'm working on something that is fun and exciting and that I personally love and enjoy. And it's making me really good money and it's a high paying company and all of these things. And Cal Newport wrote a book called So Good They Can't Ignore You. And it changed my life entirely, my perspective on these things, because that entire book, he walks through debunking this passion hypothesis. He says, I'm going to go and look at people that are highly successful, who have completely made it, who have arguably the most prolific and fulfilling careers somebody could get to. And I'm going to go back in their story. I'm going to see how they got to where they are and how many of them came out the gates saying, I'm going to do this one thing I'm super passionate about. And what he found was more and more consistently as he went through these stories, almost none of them knew what they wanted to do when they were still in school or when they were younger. The thing that they ultimately became an authority on, a massive voice, a inventor, speaker, celebrity, all of these highly successful people who were connected, almost synonymous with the niche they ended up in. Almost none of them had done that earlier in life or thought it was something they would be super passionate about. What he argues in the book is that finding that fulfilling career is much more about developing yourself as a craftsman and focusing on the skills that you're building, and that we ultimately discover time and time again, it frequently happens where humans discover those passions as you're building these skill sets. And it's something that I still preach is I think that when you were graduating, when you were early in your career, if you find a job that aligns with a cause you care about, with a use case or technology or a hobby or something that you absolutely love and you're passionate about, that's amazing. That's fantastic, right? But don't hinge your expectations on that, because so many early jobs can be incredibly boring, but you can build so many incredible skills and you learn where to go from there. Most of my major career moves were dictated by learnings I had in the positions leading up to that. So I think it's a big pressure relief valve in my mind that I like to release for people, is kind of talking about early in your career, first 3 years, first 5 years, worry about how much you learn each month. Worry about how much you're growing as a developer, as a person, all these things. Make those your top priority. You don't necessarily need to be doing the coolest work ever. You don't need to be working for, you know, a big name or something really popular or this cutting edge technology. You need to be learning and growing. And even now in my career, I try to focus on that of, if you're making career transitions, if you're making moves, you've got a huge list of criteria and pros and cons and requirements for your situation. And in the midst of all of that, keep in mind, one of the top entries in that list of priorities should be, what am I learning here? How am I growing, right? I'm much more likely to leave a job if I feel I'm not getting benefit that's contributing to my further career than by feeling like I'm not making quite enough salary, right? Oh, I could get another 10 or 20, or, you know, in tech, it can be crazy. It can be another 50 or 80% salary. So I'm definitely skipping around a bit, but I'm going to take a minute now to look at the chat, because I know we've had quite a few questions come in here. And I think these are going to connect with some of the things that I wanted to touch on. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Learning at work is more valuable than learning in college, university. Maybe these institutions can help with academic foundation, networking skills. Yeah, I think that was a big thing that I learned too, is there's a lot you get from college or university, but if you're talking about the skills that you will use consistently throughout your career, like the day-to-day stuff, like I mentioned, a lot of that comes in the work and isn't, I haven't balanced a chemical equation and I can't even tell you how many years. Will Klein said he dropped down his last semester and all my side projects got me my first roles, all small business. Yeah, it's amazing. And you hear that story a lot too, where people find their roles or they find their employers through the work that they're doing on the side. Learning in my internships. Yeah. Yeah. And but also kind of hit on what I was alluding to here, but yeah, that expectation that your degree entitles you to a job. And I think we've seen this with social media as well. And especially like it's not the same story. Graduating today is not the same experience as me graduating the year I did. So I want to acknowledge that, we're in very dynamic and changing times. And especially in tech, we all know the last few years in particular have been very rocky, lots of ups and downs. But the important thing is, what am I doing to put in, what value and effort am I putting in to expand my skill set every day? And if it's just getting an A on that next test, if you're in school, if you're in one of those programs, that's not really going to be enough, or it won't necessarily be enough. In fact, I would say in all likelihood, 6 times out of 10, if you're going into software development, it's probably not enough. You need to be working on these skills outside. You need to be expanding your school projects. I interviewed a lot of people who would put school projects on their resumes, and it was very, very easy to identify when somebody had something that was exactly a school project. And you could ask a couple questions and you could learn if they turned in the assignment and got an A and stopped there. From those same questions, you could tell if this individual had built it out and expanded it and made more stuff and deployed it. Anybody who started using their own projects that they built or had friends using those projects, you could see they were doing way more than the classes told them to do. They were not just completing the assignment. They were not just getting the A. They were going above and beyond and building something that required active, continuous learning and developing those skills that you're going to use every day as a developer. Glad to hear the perspective of someone just moving to a career in software engineering from a different engineering degree. Yeah, and that's the thing. So a lot of my work, this has all just been stuff on the side for the last few years, but I've mentored and just given coffee chats and talked with a lot of people who are career transitioners. That's something that I'm personally passionate about. And so I've worked with people like Jason, Jason and Jacob, I've met with and done coffee chats just where I'm like, hey, what questions are on your mind? What is it that's really confusing you? But I really do believe that the transitioning to a role in tech should be, and can be very feasible, no matter your background, no matter where you're coming from. It may not be the best thing for everyone, right? There's a fit issue. Not every person is going to absolutely love being a specific type of developer, but I do believe that a good role in tech, which again, there are plenty of roles in tech that aren't primarily focused on the tech either. So that's another aspect. But for any individual, you should be able to find something where if you put in the work, you put in the time, you learn these skills that are in high demand, you can do things that companies need people to do, it should be very accessible. I didn't touch a ton on this, and Jason's comment is bringing me back because it is so central, but becoming a parent, how has that made an adjustment to my coding life and work-life balance? This was definitely the biggest part of my story. Again, if I had better notes and more prep, maybe I would have been a little more fluid with this, but we have a 3-year-old son and a 1-year-old daughter, and they are my absolute joy in life. They have just been such a blessing. And I think that being a parent and working as well, this last full-time position I had was very demanding, and your time totally changes. So I think being an adult in one aspect, like you kind of go through a transition going from university to post-university, depending on where you are in your background. If you're living on campus or if you're living in communities around a campus, and then you transition to, I'm moving into my first apartment and doing my first full-time job, there's so much that you have to learn about living life as an adult and being independent from, the community that can come baked in with either your family background or with your university or your school that you go to. There's a lot of stuff that's, more convenient and kind of comes by default. And then the next transitional period for me was definitely getting married, which my wife, Bethany, is an incredible, incredible woman. I'm incredibly lucky that she settled for me. I don't know why, you'd have to ask her. But she has been such a big encouragement in my journey and my career. And now my children are ultimately the inspiration. Like Santosh was saying yesterday, you know, I'd do anything for my kids. On the flip side, it makes far less time to practice coding. And so going through these life transitions, moving across the country, getting married, balancing my marriage relationship, and then ultimately balancing children, I've gotten far less, 20 hours of code binge on a weekend like I may have done in my earlier years. So I think this is another thing that I feel pretty strongly about, actually, is I don't love all of the hustle culture mentality around self-learning in tech sometimes, because there can be an air of superiority in discussions when people talk about how fast you should be able to learn something, right? Just the topic of how long it takes you to transition into a career in tech, that can raise a lot of strong opinions. But I think the reality is, again, connecting to the foundation of this conference, that it's all about, we're all humans, we all have a unique journey. Some people aren't able to commit dozens of hours every week to learning the new thing. For some people, the journey to transition into tech will be much longer. For some, you'll have health issues, as we definitely understand with this event and with what Jacob is going through. So I think it's something to keep in mind as well, is everybody has their unique background, and the way that you learned and the way that your career went is almost never going to be exactly prescriptive, exactly the best advice for another individual. All right, so I'm gonna catch up on the chat. We've got about 9 minutes here, so we'll do some questions, and then we're going to swap over because we've got our next speaker coming up. But thank you so much, Zayu, for popping in. So good to see you. And yes, this community has been amazing. Hitting our goal in day one has just blown us all away. Again, huge thank you and shout out to everybody, all the amazing donors that you see at the bottom of the screen. And Jacob for being here and hanging out and being strong as a head of his family, as a father, a husband, just so active in this community and with so many people before this event, but now the journey ahead of him and Leanne. I just want to say, Jacob, like, you guys got this. You both are so strong as individuals, and you have a community around you. I mean, there are just so many friends. I think again, I'm blown away hourly as I look at the GoFundMe page, but this is just, these are humans that care about y'all. And don't forget to reach out. Don't forget to tap into that. Sometimes there's a quick DM. I try to send DMs sometimes to just check in with individuals, and we're here, Life is full of trials. Life is full of difficult problems. And what is the single commonality of the human experience that I think everybody can connect on is what navigating those challenges looks like, is the reality of responding and reacting to whether it's difficult situations. Again, I had an amazing, background with lots of things handed to me on a silver platter. Many people have the opposite, really incredibly difficult backgrounds, where they don't have any advantages. In fact, their life is stacked with disadvantages from day one. And it's important to keep in mind the sensitivity for those trials, because everybody has them, and we all like posing the best version of what's going on in our lives, especially with social media. This is another thing. It's very incentivized to share all the good news, all of the success. But I think it's just as important to share those trials, because that really is the singular uniting point that every human that you meet, they understand at some level what it's like to work through difficult situations and difficult challenges. And I think that the more we do have those conversations in the open, the more that we are vulnerable, it helps. We will not always see how it helps or who it helps, but it helps everyone around us. It helps the conversation. It helps people we may never even hear from, that they're able to see just one part of your story that connects, one thing that's relevant or pertains to their journey. And I want to thank people like Fran, and people like Santosh yesterday, just sharing these vulnerable moments from their life, because they might not see it in the comments section, but there are so many people that can see these things and be encouraged by these genuine stories, by the genuine journeys, by the genuine realities of the challenges that we face every day and must react, respond to, and navigate as humans. All right, how are we doing on chat? Thank you all so much for the love in the chat. I appreciate all of you, even though this was definitely off the cuff as far as speaking goes. I just like sharing this little bit of my journey. And yeah, again, I mean, thank you everyone for being here at this event. It's been a blast to organize. It's also been massively stressful and exhausting and terrifying to organize. Sorry for any of the technical issues that you've seen. I'm sure you'll see a couple more before the day is out. But also huge shout out to Jason and to Tessa, and also Ellie and Ryan in the community have been helping out a lot with graphics and with coordination and things. And thank you to every one of our speakers. I, again, am just blown away by this incredible agenda. I think I say the word incredible like 6 times a minute. But I'm blown away by all of these individuals who are just absolute legends in their own right, in their content, in their businesses, in the dev community, in tech Twitter, wherever that is. There have been so many incredible people, and I cannot wait. We've got April coming up, and then we've got Becca closing out the day. But again, thank you everyone for being here. Check out that support link. Again, if you are able, if you're in a position where you can, please consider donating to the fundraiser to help Jacob and Leah. And I feel like I'm missing something else. Huge shout out to our sponsors as well. We did have a couple companies, Clerk and, oh, I messed up this name last time. Is it Empathy Ops? I believe. But yes, please check out our sponsors as well. They're so amazing as companies. And again, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but it's not just the companies, it's the people at these companies that made that happen. But thank you. If you want to do really fast and easy auth setup for a web app, I definitely recommend Clerk. I've played around with their React components, and it is very easy to get auth set up. So with that, we're going to cut over to a few minute break. This will be our second to last break of the day. And then we are going to be back with April in about 5 minutes here. So thank you again, everybody. Man, I love this chat, dude. I love how active y'all have been. I love the virtual conference vibe has really been, the vibes are immaculate with Journeys Conference, I have to say. So thank you all again for being here. We're going to cut over to the break, and then we'll be back with April in a minute.
break there. Not really enough time to go to the bathroom, so hopefully you didn't have to do that. But at least you're not on camera if you're still going there. Yeah, really happy to be here. Of course, want to start off by sending out full-hearted well wishes to Leah and Jacob, and thanks everybody for coming out to support them. Want to give big shout out to Jason who got me on board with this event, and to everybody involved in organizing it, everybody speaking at it, everybody attending, everybody spreading the word who maybe couldn't make it. All of that is just amazing. I mean, look at these numbers on like what this event has done already. And, we have this stretch goal. So hopefully, if you're able to, you'll feel motivated to contribute as you can. And definitely just appreciate too spreading the word and all of that to because people can of course keep donating, right? So there's no limit on that. So thank you for that. So I'm really excited to share here a little bit more off the cuff than some of the talks that I usually do. So share a little more, personal stuff, a little more vulnerably. Hopefully that will be interesting, and we'll see. But if it's not, please don't let that stop you from donating. So please do that, and even if I'm terrible. No, I'm just kidding. But so actually, what's funny is this is not my first fundraiser of the day, believe it or not. This morning, if you follow me on Twitter, you will have seen I was at I do fruit gleaning where we go to people's backyards and pick their extra fruit and donate it to food banks and other feeding organizations in the community. And so this morning was our annual Gleanathon, where we were gleaning and all of that. So this is just a great day. I have good vibes already. I'm feeling the good vibes at the event. I caught the end of Nate's talk. Loved what he was saying about navigating life's challenges. That's going to definitely tie into the stuff I talk about. So, yeah, just let's keep those good vibes rolling. So, a little bit about me. I, as Jason knows, started off in my computing journey playing video games back when I was a kid. So, a little stereotypical in that way. But I loved playing adventure games. King's Quest was one of my favorites. Loved all of that types of point and click and kind of games like that, old fashioned ones, super fun. And we weren't allowed, my family, my parents wouldn't let us have like console games, but we were allowed to have a computer. It was the early days of personal computing. We were allowed to have a computer because it was also an educational tool. But thankfully I had two enterprising older brothers who figured out how to install video games on it, so I could still play games on the educational computer. um, and so that was super fun. That was back in the day when you had to put in like 8 floppy disks to install a very basic game, and back in the days of MS-DOS and all of that. So that was kind of my first exposure to computers. And thankfully, the only reason we had a computer was my dad worked at the university and they had some old ones. And so he was like somehow able to get one, probably under the table, but hopefully it's past the statute of limitations. Anyway, I was a kid, so it's not my fault. And so I was, grateful for that because we got to have a computer when I was young, which was really cool. And I loved that. MS DOS, in case you haven't, used it or even heard of it, was console, basically like the terminal today, but it was like, all sort of, you type in commands and whatnot. And so it wasn't programming per se, but like in order to install stuff, you'd have to type in the right commands, and to open programs, you'd have to type in the right commands. And so that kind of gave me some exposure to typing things into a computer and things would happen, which is basically programming, right? So, and I just loved it. And so then in my high school, I was able to start studying computer science when I was a sophomore. So I got to learn C++ at that point, eventually also learned Java. The third year, at my senior year, we did sort of a survey of different languages. So I learned some Pascal. Many of you may not even have heard of that one, but super interesting. And I think we did some like Perl and some other ones that haven't used much since, but was super interesting to learn. I think Nate touched on this, which is that, those fundamentals of computer science really don't change. And so I'm not big on like, oh, what language or whatever, because the basics of like computer science stay pretty consistent. I also think starting with a language like C++, even though it's kind of, people might say it's sort of a complicated, complex language, I think it was actually beneficial because I started in hard mode. And so then most languages after that have just gotten kind of more accessible and more approachable. So like going from C++ to like later learning Python and things like that just felt like a natural progression. So anyway, so started computer science in high school. I absolutely loved it. This idea of like typing things in and creating these like worlds was just so exciting. It felt like this powerful creative tool. And that's how I thought of it. I thought of it as like I'm learning a new language, and you really are technically learning a new language, but also it just felt like this just a way to create things. And it was just I loved it. And so when I was going off to college and trying to decide what to major in, of course, people might think, well, of course, naturally you want to major in computer science. And I sort of did want to, but I also was really interested in anthropology. So I was a big fan of Indiana Jones growing up. Later, I was into Tomb Raider, which was also impactful in that way. But earlier, it was Indiana Jones. And I was like, maybe I should be an archaeologist. Why not? It seems fun. You go on all these adventures. Sounds super fun. So actually, my first like major before I really had to declare it in college was anthropology. I was hoping to, live the Indiana Jones lifestyle. Unfortunately, in one of my early archaeology classes, I learned what archaeology really is, and it's much less Indiana Jones and much more like we had this plastic bag full of shell fragments that had been gathered from the Channel Islands, and we had to sort them by the type of shell they were, and it was just super tedious and kind of gross because my hands got all dirty from the shells, and I was just like, okay, this is like less glamorous than I was expecting and whatnot. So I was like, all right, I guess it's time to go back to my computer science world. So then I switched back to computer science, but was super interesting to learn anthropology. And as we'll see later in the story, that has affected what I do now. So anyway, so studied computer science, had a lot of fun with that. I graduated, and like many people, I didn't really want to get a job, but I still wanted to make money, and I kind of wanted to do my own thing and do a cool startup. So I got together with two of my friends from computer science in college, and we were going to do a startup together because some of our senior projects seemed like they had potential for being, profitable endeavors. And so we combined some of them and decided, okay, we're going to try to do a startup. I think we applied to Y Combinator either that year or eventually at some point. We didn't get in, but whatever. And this was back in 2008, so not a great time, like economy wise, for those of you who don't remember, but kind of similar to now in some ways. So that's why like this one's not really scaring me as much because I'm like, oh yeah, been there, done that. Like we will survive, we will get through it. So just one side note there, but it is a challenge. So because of that, so we're trying to work on this startup. We were also going to live together in an apartment up in the Bay Area because that was the place to go to to make your startup happen, right? But we had to pay the rent, and this startup definitely wasn't bringing in much money. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to be the one to do it. I'll get a job, right? And so I got a job working at Sony, and I basically just took whatever I could get because, like I said, it was not the best time, like economy wise, like I was definitely fending for myself at that point. So I was like, okay, I will take what I can get. And it was actually more doing kind of internal tools and whatnot. So like testing and things like that. I got to use some C sharp, which was interesting, and some C++. And it was just, an interesting time. I did not even last a year at that company, actually. One highlight was, as a perk of them hiring me, I got a free PlayStation, which again, I was a gamer back then, so it was super cool to have a free PlayStation, right? But I wasn't super inspired. So Sony is this massive company, right? And I was like this little cog that was just joining, and kind of toiling away behind the scenes on these internal tools. And I just didn't really feel like anyone cared what I was doing. So I could like, at first, because I was like very much a motivated student, like I was a straight A student, type A personality. And then I get into this job, this like corporate, job. And I'm like, no one even cares what I'm doing. Like I could sit there and browse Reddit all day and it seemed like no one really cared. And I was like, okay, this is not an environment I'm thriving in, and it was really weighing on me. Meanwhile, we kind of like abandoned the whole startup thing just because we didn't know what we were doing. We were just out of school. It wasn't the best time probably for what we were trying to build or anything like that. So then I was like, okay, this big corporate Sony thing, not really the way to go. So let me try to work for a startup, an existing startup that actually maybe does know what they're doing, and maybe I can learn, and then eventually I can do my own thing. And so I job hopped a bunch of startups at the time. I like to say that I was job hopping before it was cool, because back then it was very much like stay at a job for at least 2 years or you're going to be seen as a job hopper and no one's going to want to hire you. And I guess I just sort of ignored that advice. And so I would like quit a job, not have anything lined up, not really have much in savings. Cause like I said, there just wasn't like, I guess I just kind of trusted that, I'd find something. And sure enough, eventually I did. It was a lot of, I did sometimes get down to the wire and it was kind of a stressful time, but usually eventually I would find a job. But definitely there were a lot of tears. And as you know, one thing, if you've ever looked for a job in tech, the interview process is just such a nightmare. Like it feels like they put you through the ringer, even if like ultimately what you're going to do on that job is just like kind of connecting up APIs and kind of or some simple kind of, maybe front end web development, kind of like moving things around or whatnot. Even if that's like the job, the interview is just like this gauntlet of like things you have to go through and like, prove to me your worth and all of that. And so again, as we'll get to, I'm trying to what I'm working on now is trying to fix that, but it's been a long road. So maybe there's been some improvement there. But anyway, at the time, it was very much like just long processes, which I hear is actually still happening, unfortunately. But anyway, back to our story, our main thread here. So yeah, so I worked at different startups, some in education tech, which was fun. Worked on like it was an app for like children's educational games, and that was super cool. That is when I first used Ruby on Rails. And when was hired for that job, I'd actually never used Ruby, which was interesting. I had learned, as I mentioned, I'd used Python and I'd used, I knew fundamentals of computer science from college. So I knew that I could figure out Ruby on Rails. And sure enough, I did. It took me a while to figure out the loops, though, because like in Ruby, it's like, you do dot each or whatever, something like that. And it's very different from the for loops, very structured for loops I was used to. That was just one I remember. I was technically writing Ruby code, but I was using some of the styles from like C++ or whatever, because that's what was most ingrained in my head. Anyway, but one point I want to make with that, with the, being hired to do that is, another thing that I try to challenge in our industry is this idea that, you have to have X number of years of experience in some language in order to get hired to write it. I just don't think that's true. I think if you are hired into a supportive environment where there's mentoring and things like that, it shouldn't really matter which language you used to use. You know what I mean? I think people can pick things up on the job. And so I think that's one thing I hope I try to challenge in our industry is just like this idea that you have to have done some specific technology in order to use it. Because I just don't find that's the case. I feel like, if you know the fundamentals, you've written in some language in the past, you'll be able to pick up the things you need to. Anyway, and so I did like with Ruby on Rails, and that was super fun. That just ended because the company had been acquired, and so things kind of so it goes. But otherwise, I still stay in touch with that team. I loved those people. It was great. Just unfortunate how sometimes things peter out towards the end. Anyway, and so I also worked at a gaming startup at one point. They were doing social games back in the day. These were like the Farmville days, things, games like that, which, I'm not, can't say were my proudest moments working on that kind of game, partly because, those are very addictive things and they sort of, people would pay for these like in-game kind of like things. And it was sort of an addictive thing and whatnot. And, anyway, but I did, work for a game company and I grew up, playing games. So in that sense, it was kind of fun. But otherwise, like looking back, I'm just like, oh, what did I do? And like, sorry, everybody. But I had to learn these lessons myself. But again, that also will tie into what I'm doing now. So like, hold on to that one too. I also was like, okay, I'm not really enjoying the industry so much. How about I go back to school, go to grad school. Maybe I should get a PhD. I don't know. Maybe that will make things better. So I was like, my PhD. And just having to answer to people and whatnot. So I didn't want to. But then at this point, I was like, okay, maybe they were right. Maybe that's what I should do. So in order to like kind of move closer back to academia, I got a job in a research lab on the Stanford campus. It was doing like bioinformatics research. And so I was just doing the programming. So I didn't have a background in that. But one of the cool things about programming, which I'm sure you all know, is that you don't necessarily have to have the domain knowledge for the specific thing. Like programming is programming. And so even though I didn't really know much about biology, aside from like what I had learned in like high school, I was still able to write the code to it was kind of a neat thing. It was kind of a web crawler that would go out and find research papers and look for specific details about this particular plant organism that we were doing research on, and it was super fun. But it was like a nonprofit because it was like a research lab, and so I had taken a significant like salary hit to do that. But again, I was like, well, I'm trying to get back into academia, but also they just didn't have the resources, and some we were using outdated stuff, and just that can get frustrating too, to be honest. And so not that like I'm not one of those people that's like I have to be working on the latest and greatest things, but when it's so outdated that it's like you're running into problems that the industry has addressed like 20 years ago, it can get kind of frustrating. And so that's why that one didn't pan out. Anyway, so then, I ended up thinking, okay, so no more to academia. I guess I was wrong on that one. So then another hop that I did that was pretty significant is I went to work at a company that was doing like automatic detection of risks for developmental delays in children. So it started off because the founder and his family had people on the autism spectrum and had pointed out that if they had had earlier intervention, that like they can provide a lot more resources and that kind of thing. But the waiting lists to get kids in to be, tested for various developmental conditions and things like that were so long that there was this place like where if we were able to help make that faster, it would help people get in to see providers faster. And so that was kind of what that startup was about. And that was really meaningful. I was hired as the first full-time engineer there. So they had some contractors do some things, but I was like the first full-time engineer. I got to build out that engineering team. It was doing something that I felt was really meaningful, in that I think it was helping people. It had the potential to help families and to increase access to like tools and just resources and things like that. And so it was very meaningful to me. But again, it was a startup, and so it got to the point where it was like, all right, so we also want to make money. So, and then they would suggest things like, well, we have all this data and whatnot. Like, wonder if we could somehow like recommend products and all this stuff that started to feel a little icky to me. And I was like, okay, so this one too is not going to work out. And I didn't like always immediately jump ship. I would try to advocate for what I thought would be better, and then I would usually run into a wall because like my power just I wasn't CEO, right? I wasn't in charge, and so my power was somewhat limited in these organizations. So I did my best, but eventually, I was like, all right, I don't want to be part of this anymore, and so I had to leave that as well. And then my final job, kind of like working for someone else at the time, I worked at a user research lab, which was super cool. And user research company, sorry. We would do, it was called user testing, still around. And we did like online usability tests for apps and things like that. And it was super cool. I learned a lot about UX. All the startups, really, I got to learn a lot about UX. And the interesting thing about user testing was when I joined, there was about a 40-person engineering team, and I was the first woman that they hired for the engineering department. And that was interesting. And it just, when you're the only one, like, I mean, I don't always dwell on identity stuff so much anymore, but I will say, like, when you are the only one, there's obviously some like weirdness there. And so sometimes things would come up, like we'd be talking about hiring and they'd say, oh, we just need to get a good iOS guy in here. And I would say, hey, wonder when we say things like that if it kind of puts in our mind that we're who we're looking for, and maybe it's ruling some people out. Like, why don't we just say, let's hire an iOS engineer, right? Do we, and I know that might sound like a nitpick, but I think these little things can make a difference. So anyway, so I would try to pitch these ideas about how we can improve things in the culture and make it so I wasn't the only woman on the team and whatnot. And I got a lot of pushback and feedback that people were afraid of me, which was kind of hilarious. Like, I'm a sort of a small statured person, like not very intimidating, definitely like wouldn't win in most fights. So nothing to be afraid of here. And so I was like, seriously, like, so I did make some progress there. We did end up making some more hires and improving the department, but eventually I just kept running into that. And I was like, all right. So then at that point, I was just like, okay, like, I've tried in this tech industry. I have tried. And so I was like, I need more power. Like, I need to be in a position where I have more say over like what I'm working on and whatnot. So that is why in 2016, I basically, like, I rage quit that company because of what I mentioned about all of that. And then I started my own company, Compassionate Coding. So from rage into compassion, yes. And at the time, so why compassionate coding? So that was 2016. So around that time too, I had, I had kind of been feeling burnt out, as I have sort of alluded to, just on the industry, and just because, as you can see, like, I ran into all these problems, like culture problems on teams. I ran into, building products that were like questionably like ethical and whatnot. And I knew that I wasn't the only one burning out. I could see people burning out too, like around me. And of course, this was around the time when people are starting to question some of the tech industry and what kind of products we were building and whatnot. And so I was like, somebody, we should do something about this. And so part of my burnout involved this like self development journey. So I started reading all the self help books that in my past I would have like poo pooed as just like, nonsense, touchy feely, BS, whatever. I started like approaching those with more of an open mind. So I read this book called Self Compassion by Kristen Neff about how, as I mentioned, I was like a straight A student. I was very kind of type A. And I read this book and it was like, you don't have to be so hard on yourself and you can still be successful. And I was just thinking, wow, this was like this whole other way of looking at the world, because I felt like at that point I was still in survival mode, and that's partly from my upbringing, which I won't get into too much, of just like, oh, I have to be perfect in order to like survive. And so, you know, and so reading this book kind of opened my mind to this idea that, wow, actually you can, like, be gentle with yourself self and still do great things in the world. And so from there I started reading more books. I read books about flow and like getting into the flow state and all of that, which now is people are talking about all the time. And I just kept reading and reading all these books and whatnot. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's this whole other way of looking at the world. I got into keeping a gratitude journal where instead of just focusing on the negative, which I feel like happens a lot in tech, because we're often looking for like security potential problems, we're looking for bugs, we're looking for all of these like very kind of negative things, fault finding, whatnot. It's useful when we're writing the code, but the problem is that's not very healthy in terms of, you know, your mental health, or just, being happy in the world, looking for looking at the downside all the time. So I was like, all right, let me try to balance this out. The gratitude journal was like a wonderful thing. I think I started it in 2014, I want to say, maybe 2015, and I've kept one since. And I write in it every night like 3 things or so. And occasionally I do miss some, and then but I always like go back and do it. So like I will like look through my photos on my phone of like stuff that I saw or whatnot, and try to refill, like backfill whatever I missed for those days. And I think it's made such a difference. And so little things like this, like I was like, oh, like these actually do make a difference. Like I'm noticing I'm a much happier person. And I've written about this in blog posts and stuff before too. And so that actually ties into, the next step in the journey, which is just part of starting my company, Compassionate Coding. It's like, okay, what am I going to do? I learned about compassion. I went vegan at the time too, which is relevant just because because I went vegan, I went to a vegan conference basically, and they talked about compassion and how we can apply compassion in our daily lives. And so they had this brainstorming session like, okay, we've learned about compassion and having compassion for animals and having compassion for humans and everyone. What how can we bring this into our life? And I thought, "Oh, like I want to start my own thing. Like I'm learning about compassion. Like the tech industry definitely needs compassion. So let me put these two together. I like the alliteration, the two C's, compassionate coding. So I was like, all right, let's do this. Now, as far as what the company was actually going to do, because clearly I needed to make money as well, I needed to do something and kind of sustain myself. I will say a cool thing that had happened previously was at user testing, we had Sandy Metz come in. So she's this amazing trainer on like object oriented coding. And so she had kind of trained our team on object oriented coding in Ruby to try to help modernize the code base. And it just got me thinking like, oh, like training is a thing that happens. Is like people go in, like there's consultants, there's trainers that go into these tech companies and train on stuff. And I was like, well, I'm not going to do object oriented stuff, but I was like, this compassion stuff, maybe this is something. Cause, like I said, it was causing all these like conflicts on teams, this lack of communication skills and things like that. So I was like, this would be a great way to, create a company that actually improves the bottom line for businesses, also helps improve culture, and also like I'm passionate about, like strongly passionate about. So it was just this like perfect fusion of things that came together in compassionate coding, where so I started off doing emotional intelligence training basically, so like communication training, um you know from like self-awareness, social awareness, like communication, like managing our emotions, all of that, for tech companies. And I started blogging a lot about it at the time. So I got my first paid client through Twitter. Actually, Twitter plays into my story from this point on quite a bit. X now, but it was Twitter at the time, and it's still Twitter in our hearts, right? Anyway, so I would like write blog posts. I would tweet out little bits. I was a little. I mean, there was a time, I'll be honest, I was a little snarkier on Twitter. So I think that sadly that actually helped some of my things go viral at the time, because snark does better on Twitter than sincerity, sadly, and I think that's still the case, but it's okay. I'm still going to be sincere, but anyway, so I had some tweets go viral, I had some blog posts go viral, and then somebody DM'd me on Twitter and they're like, "Hey, would you do a training at our company?" And I was like, "Sure." And so ended up doing, trainings at companies. I have now done trainings at some big companies. Like some of them, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say their name. So like, but some of them I can, and some of them have posted publicly about it. So like, yeah, I actually did a training at Twitter, and I did a training at like Bloomberg and like some, and then yeah, like I said, a lot of small startups, and then a lot of other bigger companies that like have scary legal departments and whatever. But point is, and some of those companies actually have ended up in the news later. So I maybe wasn't able to save them, but maybe I made a little bit of a difference. I don't know. Anyway, all that to say, it's been quite a journey. But yeah, so Twitter, back to Twitter and all of that. So yeah, I think that Twitter and social media in general is such a powerful tool for like, you know, the content creator thing is kind of blown up in the time since then. Then it was just kind of getting started. I mean, there were lots of people on YouTube, but it hadn't quite, people weren't even was I don't even think TikTok was around at the time or whatever. But if it was like very new, whatever. But like things have just kind of exploded since then. But I think what I found is like it was such an empowering thing for me to be able to get my voice out, right? Because who was I really? I hadn't worked at like, I didn't have anything like I wasn't ex Uber, I wasn't ex Google, I wasn't whatever. Like, yeah, I'd been at Sony, but Sony's not like known for like being this amazing like software company or whatever. So I didn't have those kind of big names behind me. But what I did have was my own voice, and social media helped me like share that, and then people it resonated with people because I wasn't the only one kind of fed up with the tech industry as it was at the time when I started this in 2016. And we've seen so many changes since then, and so the culture has definitely improved. At the time, a lot of times in my talks I would talk about how like tech culture is kind of toxic and whatnot. I don't really speak in those terms so much anymore because one, I think things have improved, and two, I've matured a bit, and I feel like when you label something toxic, people are just going to not listen to you because it's like like no one wants to be called toxic. Not that I was calling people toxic, but even just calling the culture toxic feels very judgmental. So one thing that like I've matured on over the years, and also why I'm a little bit less snarky on Twitter, is that if I'm really going to practice compassion, I haven't really defined it, but it really is, it's not just being nice to people, you know, it's really about recognizing that we all suffer and allowing that to inform how we treat each other and try to alleviate and prevent suffering. And so it ties into what Nate was talking about too, about, you know, the challenges that we all go through. I mean, we, some of us are blessed in various ways, and you know, are struggling in other ways, and it's sometimes hard to tell that from at a glance, because a lot of people's struggles are private. Some people are more comfortable sharing them on social media, but it's important to remember too that a lot of times people aren't sharing on social media what's going on with them, and the pain is just as real, even if it's not broadcast to everybody. You know, it's still there. And people want to put on a strong face, you know, and sometimes even when we know what struggles people are going through, they might still have a cheery demeanor, but like underneath they're really hurting. So anyway, so that's why, you know, compassion felt so compelling to me at the time, and so that is why I focused on that. But yeah, so if I'm really going to be compassionate towards everybody, like compassion is universal, you know. So I don't get to pick and choose who I'm compassionate to. So even if somebody says something terrible to me on Twitter, like, I believe that it's still on me to have a compassionate response, right? And so that took me a while to get to, because sometimes it can seem like, well, that person's just being a jerk, and they're, you know, saying awful things about like maybe women in tech or whatever. At the time, I definitely ran into that. But it's like, that doesn't give me permission. You know, it's kind of like two wrongs don't make a right, right? And I think sometimes it's easy to lose sight of that. And again, as I say this, this is not a judgment on anyone else who chooses a different way. It's just, it's more about like what I've chosen, right? And if I really want to put my name behind compassion, like, I need to practice what I'm preaching, right? And so that's been something that, you know, I think I have worked on. I mean, a book that really inspired me is called 12 Steps to a Compassionate Life by Karen Armstrong, and she talks about how there's a quote in there, like, the mission to become, or like the effort to become a compassionate person is a lifelong project. And so one thing is, I'm not like this person on high saying, "Oh, I'm compassionate and I'm going to try to make everyone else compassionate." Not at all. It's more like, this is something I've struggled with. I think this is something we all struggle with in the industry, and just as human beings, I think we all struggle with, you know, we're dealing with our own challenges, and sometimes it's hard to have the emotional energy to open our hearts to others because we're struggling so much. But I mean, that's why also I'm just so encouraged by everyone here, because, you know, everyone who's donated and everyone who's just participating in this is just such, you know, are just good-hearted people who are just generous people, and everything. Because I'm sure you all, one thing I will say is, you know, since I'm talking about compassion, is I'm sure you all are going through your own struggles too. I mean, you know, and so one, thankfully, the good news about compassion is the research shows us that when we practice compassion towards others, like, it actually does have a positive effect on us. Not that that's necessarily why we do it. It's not necessarily like a game theory here thing here, but it does have an impact, you know. And I think that, sorry, a question came in and distracted me. I will get to that. But yeah, so I think, you know, I think it's important that, you know, compassion is universal. And so anyway, so yeah, so that was, you know, 2016. I think it all kind of, I had some a slide of mine for one of my talks went kind of viral on tech Twitter. People were putting it as their background image. It was like a list of values to practice compassionate coding, and that really helped get the word out. I was very active on Twitter, probably too active. Like, I was like maybe a little obsessively on Twitter all the time, which I'm not sure if that was great for my mental health. Looking back on it, people who follow me now are probably like, "You don't even use Twitter much, and you mostly just post sunsets," which is true, because, like I said, I think I got too sucked into it, and I tried to like address every little thing that came in that was kind of critical of me or whatever, and it's just, it was not necessarily very good for me. And so especially during the pandemic, so I'll shift gears a bit. So that was kind of my story pre-pandemic, was, you know, I was traveling around speaking at conferences about compassion, doing trainings at these tech companies. It was great. I was like, I my first year in compassionate coding, I made $0. It was all just money I had saved up from working in tech. And then I got like a client, so I made a little bit of money, and like I started to get more clients and that kind of thing. I did speak for free a lot at first, to build up, you know, my experience. And then the next year it grew even more, and then 2019, right before the pandemic, it was like enough to like sustain me. I was like in a good spot. I was like, actually, the end of 2019, I sort of took a sabbatical, because I was like, all right, I did a lot this year, I can like finally kind of take a break, because I've been, you know, whatever. And then of course 2020 happened, and uh I had a bunch of events canceled, right, as March came around and the pandemic started, and we all thought, it was whatever, like 2 weeks to stop the spread or whatever it was. Like, oh, just even hearing those words, I'm sure, is like a little traumatic for some of us still. Yeah. So the pandemic, I was not very public about it as I was going through it because everyone was going through a lot of things at that time. And even though I know, like, um, even though I know that it's not good to compare suffering because it's hard, the worst thing that happens to a person is the worst thing that happens to that person, even if something else that seems worse happens to someone else. So it's really something that we talk about like in compassion like research circles or whatever is how you can't really it's not really healthy to compare suffering necessarily. So, but that said, because people were all going through so much, I just knew I didn't want to add to it by just broadcasting my own suffering at the time. But now enough years have passed and whatever, and I'm sharing a story, so it's coming out now. So yeah, the pandemic was really challenging for me, in that like it basically killed my business at the time. Because yes, I could do some virtual talks, but talking about compassion and like empathy and like not being able to make eye contact, and especially because this topic for developers is sort of like it's not necessarily something they want to hear. And so if they have to like be on Zoom to hear it, they're also just, you know what I mean? And so people still wanted me to do the trainings and I did, but it was definitely not the same. And I did not get the same like energy, whatever. And it just in the bit and also just companies were investing less in that kind of thing. So just it really, really hurt my business. I also like live alone. And so I was just like super lonely. And like it was this horrible time. And so like before the pandemic, I feel like I was in such a good place that I wanted to just share the light and share, joy with people. And then the pandemic just took away so much. And and I'm not even getting into all of it, but like that was like so it was pretty bad. And so I like 2021 especially, just as it went on and on and on. I like just was like, okay, I need a reason to get out of bed each day. And so I started as I mentioned, I take pictures of sunsets. I was like, well, I will try to take a sunset picture every day, and that's going to give me a reason to get out of bed and get outside. And so, I did that. I have a little folder on my phone of like the skies of 2021, and because it wasn't always sunset, but it was at least a picture of the sky and like things like that. And again, that was 2021, and now we're in 2024. And so, it's only now that things are finally starting to kind of pick back up, but it's been really challenging. And so that's definitely part of my story, and also why I've been a little quieter online, just because this is just it was just a lot to deal with. And I when I show up for people, I want to show up with good energy. And so when I'm struggling, it's a lot harder for me. I like to like get through the struggle and then share learnings rather than like tweet through it, as they say, or whatever. Anyway, all that to say, I have gotten to that point now where things have bounced back. Like earlier this week, I was at a conference in Chicago. Like I have multiple events coming up. I'm, able to do trainings with companies again. And I do think things are bouncing back. And, I still have a mission. Like I still want to bring compassion. I want us to have compassion for ourselves. I want us to have compassion for our coworkers, compassion for our users, and then compassion for the world. I mean, I think that technology, especially as we have AI coming in and all of this, more than ever, we need to remember the human side of this. Like we need to be thinking about um, the impact of what we're building and like the potential, like poor bad uses of it and the potential good uses of it, and how do we stay in touch with our humanity. I mean, this is as important as it's ever been. And so I'm very motivated to keep going on this journey. And like I feel like I'm sure that you all, and as I share this, I'm sure like you all have your own story through the pandemic and just through everything. And like we know like this is the human experience, right? As we have like those up times, we have those down times, and we're all doing our best. And so I think just remembering that is really the heart of compassion, is that life is not easy for anyone really, and like we all have these struggles and you don't always know. And so the good news is that we can help each other through it. And so we can like remember before we like snap at somebody or whatever, is just remember that like who knows what they're going through. That person that cuts you off on the road, like maybe they have a sick child at home that they're rushing to get back to. And so you can feel compassion for them. So anyway, with that, I see some questions coming in and I want to leave some time for that. But thank you. I mean, thank you for letting me share that. All right. So, question from Linda. Any tips for others who felt the same dissatisfaction with the types of roles, products, etc., but don't have that drive of starting your own company? So here's what I'll say to that is I get it. Like starting a company, like I've mentioned, especially more recently, is just no easy task. It's its own like thing entirely. Its whole challenge entirely. And so the good news is I'm a big fan of reminding people of their personal power no matter what situation they're in, right? So, no matter what situation we find ourselves in, one is we have control over our own thoughts about it and how we react to it. And there's always a way to take small steps. So, if, for instance, you're in a company, you're super unhappy, what I would say is like, one, try to dedicate even 5 minutes towards updating your resume so that you can start making that plan for finding something new. Because I know people are not always in a position where they can just quit, especially because, in some countries like the US, our like health insurance and everything is tied to our job. And so that makes it even trickier and everything like that. So I would say the one thing you can do is just to start, whether it's doing the baby steps. I'm a big fan of like baby steps. Like, and I have to remind myself that because sometimes these things seem like monumental challenges. And it's like, well, what's the baby step here? What's the baby step here? And I think one is updating your resume, doing a little bit of research on like what is out there. I know the job market is weird right now, and tech interviews, as I mentioned, are no fun. And people, they're not like, again, trying to help fix that with what I'm doing, but you know, it is where it is. And so I think any little baby steps. So I think that can be the empowering thing. And because I will say there are good companies out there that are doing good work. No company's perfect. That I will say for sure. Having seen a lot now through my consulting and through everything, no company is perfect, but there are some probably that you'd be happier at than others. So that's what I would say is whatever small step you can take. Okay, another question from Linda. Are there things you've noticed during trainings that we can look for in our own teams or while interviewing to help us build and be on healthy teams? So I think one thing I've noticed is just, how people communicate, like how like whether they are communicating in a way where they're recognizing their own humanity and other people's humanity. Sometimes and like whether it's sort of like more or whether it's more sort of like aggressive and competitive and whatnot. So in an interview, actually this is a great example. In an interview, have you ever been in those interviews where you feel like it's adversarial? Like it feels like they're trying to find your weak spot, and so they just keep poking and poking, and like and you feel like you're kind of fending off. Like that is not a good sign. Right? Like that is a sign of a company that's like, if they're treating people like that in interviews, like probably things are not that much better when you're actually on the team. Contrast that with interviewers that are looking to give you an opportunity to share your strengths. So like when I'm interviewing somebody, I want to ask multiple things because I know that there's multiple ways they could contribute to the team. So like I don't really care if they know the latest like JavaScript trivia question, whatever necessarily. Although if that is what they contribute, that is valuable too. But I'm more interested in like, their mindset and whatnot. Like, are they going to bring a learning mindset to the team? Are they going to be good mentors? So maybe I can ask them a story about how they mentored someone on the team. And so I'm not going to try to like, trick them or whatever and try to expose their weaknesses. I'm going to look for what value they can add and then figure out how to create the supportive culture to support, like to help nurture that. And so I think that that's one thing is just that trust your gut during interviews in the sense of how are they making you feel? Do you feel like you're under attack or do you feel like you're having a conversation with a human being? Now, of course, you're always going to be a little nervous, but I mean, but does it seem like adversarial? So that's like one thing to look for. And I think there's like, there's similar things like that. Like, I think just if you feel that they're treating you like a human being, that's like a positive sign to look for. Oh, I thought there was another question, but it's actually the same one. So I can elaborate on that. I was like, oh, I got to make time to get to the next one, but I can elaborate more on that too. So I think, I like to ask questions about like how people collaborate. One thing I like to ask too, if I'm, interviewing at a company or something potentially, is what other people are excited about. Because I remember I was in an interview like series and I was asking people already still at the company, like already at the company, I mean, what they're excited about. And if it takes them a while to come up with anything, it's like, something is like awry, like something is off here. And so I think, I like to be around like people who are excited about, and it doesn't have to be that they're, whatever, obsessed with coding, but just kind of some excitement. Oh, Becca's here. Okay, we're going to be here soon. Okay. And so I think, yeah, like having some sort of level of excitement about stuff, even if it's just more excited about like how they're sorry, I caused a distraction there. Anyway, how maybe how they're serving their customers, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be about it doesn't necessarily have to be about the actual technology or whatever, although it could be that too, but people should be excited about something. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna try to tie this together because you can't see it yet, but Becca's here and she's gonna be amazing. And so I want to make sure she has the full time for that. So I don't want to go on and on and on. So I've talked enough. But so my main point here is just remembering that we're all human beings. I think that there are little ways we can apply compassion in our daily lives. You, by being part of this, are already doing that. But it also starts with compassion for yourself. So like if you're one of those people like me that can be kind of a perfectionist and super hard on yourself, try to take a step back sometimes and think, you know what? I am doing my best and this is how it is today. This is how my best is showing up today. And that's compassion right there. I know it's easier said than done, especially when we have to take care of other people in our lives and whatnot, but just make sure that you're taking that time to practice compassion towards yourself. Think about what technologies you are working on. Are you practicing compassion in terms of what you're building? And again, maybe you just need to pay the bills right now and maybe you're not that jazzed about what you're working on, but are there baby steps you can take towards finding something that's more aligned with your core values? That's just something to consider without again putting any sort of negative pressure on yourself, but just keep that open heart. And then think on larger terms too about how you can support coworkers, how you can support people who have given you a leg up in tech, remembering to be grateful for them, and who can you help give a leg up in tech, you know what I mean? And because one thing I will say, part of why I have this company and do what I do is I feel bad about getting people into the tech industry unless we have a healthy tech industry. I almost feel like, gosh, I want them to make money and I want them to be successful in tech, but also we should clean up the tech industry too, right? And so, sometimes you have to play the game, whatever, but when you're in a position to, if you can improve things for others, please do. Please take that opportunity. And no matter where you are in your journey, I think those chances will come up. So I wish you all the best of luck in your journey. And hopefully we stay in touch. This has been really great. And again, let's send our deepest love and support to Leah and Jacob. Thanks to the whole organizing team. I feel truly honored to participate in this. And please stick around because Becca's going to be amazing and she's going to close it out with a bang. So definitely stick around. Thank you.
Hello. How is everybody doing today? I hope y'all can hear me today. All right. This has been a fantastic event for everyone. And it's been really great to be a part of this and to be closing out this event. So I just want to say thank you to the organizers and everybody that who has spoken. There have been so many great stories that have been shared with us and I think have inspired us. And I think just a reminder to everyone that we are all here for Leah and Jacob, and that pin message in the chat is the link to the GoFundMe. So, thank you to everyone who's donated. Please feel free to share that as well, because this is why we're here and we can continue to help them feel supported during this time. So, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my story and how I got to where I am. I am not a person that ever thought that they would be in tech. I started my career, well, maybe I guess I started my career in education. I taught GED classes, graduate diploma classes, adult literacy, and then I went to grad school for English. I taught college English for 10 years and I never thought that I was going to change careers. It was always fine. I didn't love it. Sometimes I loved it. Sometimes I did not love it. But the point is I was fine where I was. I was okay doing that. I really enjoyed being able to tell stories and share stories with other people. And I'll never forget this one time. I had a student who was not an English major in my short fiction class. And he said, "Why do we have to read any of this stuff?" And I said, "Well, number one, it's a requirement, so you have to. You're in a short fiction class, so you have to read that short fiction. But number two, we read our stories, so we learn how to empathize with other people. This gives us practice for the real world." And I think that's so important because it can be hard to have empathy for other people sometimes. And I'm not going to say that I was ever the most empathetic person in the world because I wasn't, but I'm going to talk to you about my journey into tech, and that's also kind of my journey into being a more empathetic person as well. And so in learning, in reading those stories and being able to hear other people's stories, whether it's the stories of the people that you've heard here today and yesterday, or on podcasts or in your communities, or fictional stories with your favorite characters, you're able to experience the world in new ways through those stories. And because you do that, you're able to think about how other people respond in situations. You're able to see other ways of living, other obstacles that people face, and you're able to think a little bit about how you would respond in those situations. And it gives you time to kind of think about, how would I respond to somebody who is in that situation? And I think when we think about other people's stories, when we listen in this way, it becomes a really important way to uh, to participate in each other's humanity and to recognize what the human condition is. And so after teaching college English for about 10 years, I had my fourth child. Now, when I had my fourth child, something was wrong. After I had her, they were taking me, we had to change rooms. You had to go from the delivery room to the room that you would be staying in overnight. And when I got up, I experienced the most horrific pain that I had ever experienced in my life. And I knew that something wasn't right. And I could barely move. I could barely walk. And they said, "Well, it's your epidural wearing off." Or, "Oh, you've had four kids. So moms of four often experience things like this." And I remember the next day I was still having a lot of symptoms, and they said, "Well, normally we would send you for this test, but the instrument that we use for that is broken and the only other one in the hospital is on a different floor." So instead of going to the other floor and saying, "Hey, we have a patient who could use this test, can we borrow your instrument or can we work something out?" They said, "We're going to send you home." And they sent me home, and I knew that there was something that still wasn't right. And I remember going home, and my parents had our dining room table full of all of my favorite things: chips, salsa, kombucha, all of my favorite snacks. And I went to my bedroom, and I remember sitting down like on the floor and thinking, I just can't live my life like this. There's something wrong, and nobody is listening to me. Well, I'll fast forward to the next week. I went in to see my doctor, my OBGYN, and I said, something is still wrong. And she said, well, you're not my problem anymore. And I remember in that moment feeling so lonely, like at the bottom of the barrel, like whatever the opposite of hope was, it just like kind of like snuffed all of that out. Here's this person that I trusted, who I depended on, who the only person in my mind that could help me in this situation. And she said that I wasn't even a person, right? I was a problem, and I wasn't her problem anymore. And so at that moment, I felt like the absolute lowest that I ever have in my entire life. And I think that's probably where this change started to form in me. Um, this new empathetic person that was going to come from that moment. And so I always like to tell people that that was the absolutely worst moment of my life, but I would not take it back because of who I've become. And I know that that's really hard to understand. And it's not going to be the same for everyone. But for me, that was the change that became the most important change in my life. So luckily for me, my mom was in Girl Scout camp with someone who was an OBGYN, and she texted her and said, hey, my daughter's really having some issues. Can you please see her? And so she got me in. It was like a Friday at 5 p.m. And I it was Friday at 5 p.m. I went to go see her. She did an exam, and she said, you have a hole the size of a 50-cent piece connecting two of your organs together. So what they told me was normal for a mom. What I was experiencing was actually two of my organs had ruptured into each other, and they formed a tunnel. Um, and actually, I was like kind of lucky that they formed a tunnel, because had they not, the situation would have been pretty dire. But, but I through that experience, she called me back. I went home. I went to my in-laws' house after that, and I remember she called me back at like 7 p.m. and said, um, I have an appointment set up for you. I talked to a surgeon. She's going to see you next week. And I thought, like, wow, after having a doctor say to you that you're not their problem, and then going to another doctor who saw me at 5 p.m. on Friday, who also called me 2 hours later at 7 p.m. after talking to another doctor. That it was just a total opposite situation. It was like somebody that cared even more than I ever thought was reasonable to care that much about someone else, especially because I had just met her. And so through that situation, I was able to have surgery. During that surgery, they forgot to cap my morphine pump, and I overdosed on morphine in the hospital, and I had to have Narcan. This all connects to my story of how I'm in tech, I promise. And so when they give you Narcan, it undoes all the effects of the medicine that you're on. So I had just had major abdominal surgery. I had one organ removed. I had another organ restructured, and I like felt it all. And I will tell you that in that moment, in that intense pain, all concept of time and space is gone. I've never experienced anything else like that in my life. And in some ways, it's kind of like a rebirth coming into my life. And because when I came out of that, I was not the same person. I would never be the same person before that. And it's funny because you know how Facebook does that nice thing of like, hey, on this day 5 years ago, this is what you said. And there are some of those messages that are really good reminders to me, but also still kind of painful to look at. Um, and they'll say, like, oh, hey, I'm going to have surgery tomorrow and everything's going to be great. And like, oh, if I knew now, if I knew then what I knew now, it would have been a totally different perspective. But, that's why we don't know what happens in the future. And I think that this is how we live through these things. And there are kind of two options that I think you have from that moment. And I have seen both sides of the coin here. I have seen people who have gone through trauma, and as they go through that trauma, they reject recovery. It's really hard. It's really easy to be angry, especially when you grow through trauma, because you start to feel like you're in control when you have that anger. And then there's the other people who make meaning from that trauma. And I'm not saying that that's easy, and I'm not saying that's the path for everyone, but we know through research that when you are able to make meaning through your trauma, you're much more likely to recover from that situation. And I certainly wasn't at that point when I was going through all of this, but I do remember that at the time I was an adjunct instructor, and that means that you are working part-time. There's not really any rights set up for you, so I couldn't even take maternity leave. That's not even a thing for the full-time teachers at the college, and we really needed the money, so I was teaching from my hospital bed. I was in the hospital for a week. And I'll never forget that I got a message from the department chair, and he was like, "So I heard that you're in the hospital. Can you still teach?" And I was like, "That's the first question that you asked me?" It was like, okay, this is not a great situation. So even though this place was just fine, even though teaching was just fine, in that moment, I knew that I wanted more than fine. I wanted to be part of something more. I wanted to be part of a community that cared about me. And I wanted to be able to spread that to other people. And it's very hard to do that if you don't have the support of the people around you. And so we're going to fast forward in my story a little bit. Probably about 8 months later, I, w- in my mind, I kept replaying over and over this idea. I kept hearing the doctor say, "You're not my problem." I started having panic attacks because every time I went to sleep, I would think that I was overdosing on morphine, which I was not even on anymore, and that I was not going to wake up. And so all of these things were weighing very heavily on me. I felt like I was just a shell of the person I was. And my husband, who is a career changer himself, said, "Hey, you should learn how to code." Like, I can't even have a complete thought without thinking about the trauma that I went through. And he just kept saying, "You should learn how to code." And so I finally was like, "Okay, will you shut up if I do free code camp?" And so I started learning how to code with free code camp, and something really amazing happened. All of the trauma that had been cycling in my head for the last 8 months stopped when I was learning how to code, because my brain needed to take that full function and apply it to learning something new. So, in many ways, I don't know if I would have recovered in the same way had I not started learning to code. And then the thing that happened from there was I connected with people for the first time. Being an adjunct, you don't really have a community. Everybody kind of is doing their own thing, and there's this just weirdness about trying to get together and learn and grow together in academia. It can be really toxic. I should just say that. So in that experience, I from that experience to starting to tweet about it, like, "Hey, I just did this free code camp lesson, and I got a picture of cats to show up on the screen." It was awesome. And people are like, "That's great. Good job." And I'm like, "What? Are they talking to me? Like they're telling me good job? I don't even know that person. Who is that?" Right? And I remember at one point I was in Nashville. I think my husband was speaking at a conference. Oh, what was it called? It was a node conference, I think. Anyway, I got 76 followers while we were there. And I was like, "What? This is amazing. I have 76 followers and these people are cheering me on." And so, like, all of this support was so incredibly meaningful to me. And then I connected with other moms. There was a local mom who put together an international moms coding community. And I joined that community. And something even better happened. We had the depth of these relationships where I talked to other moms who went through PTSD, who had trauma. Yeah, it was November. That's exactly it. Well, we had all gone through similar things, and most of us were learning to code after having our children. And so we were able to say, like, I remember just feeling so alone, like, I am not smart enough to do this. I can't code. I'm never going to be able to do this. And then they would say, like, oh yeah, I remember trying JavaScript for the first time. I couldn't do that either. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm not the only one that couldn't do it. And so I really left that isolation behind, um, and was able to find this community that really helped me to, like, grow as a developer, but also as a person after going through trauma. And as part of this, my this was probably a year after I started learning. I got accepted into a boot camp with a full scholarship. And I feel like I kind of cheated a little bit because you had to write an essay for the scholarship. And not only was I an English major with a master's in English who had many years of writing experience, but I also wrote about almost dying and how coding saved my life. And I feel like that's a little bit cheating, because how are you going to beat out somebody who almost died and has written essays for a living for the last 10 years? But the point is, it was just, I was able to get into the coding boot camp. And then my boss, the department chair, was like, hey, I have 2 courses for you next semester. And I was like, you know what? I need more than this now. And so I'm not going to continue teaching, but thanks for the last 10 years. And that was pretty much it. So I went all in on coding and I started to learn. So I spent the next year of my life learning how to code. And I wish that I had a picture. I also kind of like documented my journey. I started posting on Instagram a lot. So there's a lot of pictures of me and my daughter, who was probably about a year old at the time. She's sitting on my lap or she's napping next to me, and I'm learning how to code. And it just kind of became this experience together where I was able to grow. And when I started my boot camp, another really amazing, important event in my life happened, and we had an educational, I can't remember the word, kind of like a mentor or somebody that would guide you through the first 3 months of the program. And she had read my essay, and I'm probably going to cry again because I've just become that person that cries when they speak. Her name was Katie McKenna, and she said to me, Becca, I've gone through trauma too. Do you mind if I share my story with you? And Katie had been run over by a semi truck, an 18-wheeler. I think it went totally over her. And they said that she would never walk again and that she would never have children. And Katie is just very incredible. So she has written a book. It's called How to Get Run Over by a Truck. And it's the story of her experience. It's really fantastic and like funny in kind of a morbid way, but it's really beautiful telling of her story. And I remember we would talk a lot kind of about working through trauma. And I said to her one time, I said, Katie, um, I'm writing my story, but I don't know why I'm writing it. And she said, Becca, we don't tell our stories for ourselves. We tell our stories to invite other people to share their stories too. And that like changed my life, right? And I have always been kind of like an introverted and shy person. And so telling my story was not something that I was really comfortable doing. And I didn't want to tell that story, right? I just kind of like wanted to hold it inside and keep it inside. And I think a lot of times, like when we go through trauma, we want to keep it inside because it feels safe to keep it in there. Like you can't re experience it and it's not going to impact you. And it can be really hard telling your story. I mean, my daughter is almost 8 years old. So this is almost 8 years ago that this all happened. And, you know, I will still cry through the story. And the first time I told my story in front of an audience of people, I had told it online a number of times and I was fine. I could tell the story. And then I got in front of a group of people and I was telling about the person centered approach to tech, which I'll talk about here in a couple minutes. And I started crying. I don't like to cry in front of people. And one of my friends, Kirk, he was like, you just need to embrace it. You're just the person that cries in front of people now. But I started crying and I was like, oh no, I wanted to run out of that room and I wanted to never see anyone ever again that was there. Um, but actually, James Quick, if you all know him, he was in the room too. And that was like the first day that I had met him. We were just kind of like walking around and talking. And I just like remember he like gave me a nod or something that reassured me. And I kind of like regrouped and went through it. But I had someone in that room that I felt like this person has my back. And I know that I can move forward. And I know that the things that I have to say may not be valuable for everyone in the room, but if it impacts just one person, then it's worth it. It's worth it that I cried in front of all these people, even though I didn't want to, even though I didn't want anyone to see this side of me where I'm not okay or where I'm still hurting or where I'm still broken. And uh having that person there, having that one person was the thing that allowed me to move forward. And as a result of that conversation of being part of this community, having heard Katie's story, I realized that, we're all in this together. Every time I say that, it reminds me of High School Musical, though, and I feel like somebody needs to cue up that music. So, sorry, I also have ADHD. Um, but it these are the things that unite us together. And when we're able to be vulnerable with each other, when we're able to be open with each other, this is where relationships are made. This is how you learn, this is how you grow, and this is how you connect. And, tech is great, and I really love tech. It's been great to be in tech. But what life is really about is the bonds that we make with other people, the impact that we have on humanity. And I heard this quote recently. It's not a new one, but it's you die twice, once when you die and once when your name is uttered for the last time. And that's really touched me very deeply in being able to think about that, because what is the impact that you are making on the people in the world? Is it something that you're going to be proud of? Is it something that's going to be shared with other people? Is it going to help other people connect to each other, or is it going to separate them from each other? And I try and use that as a gauge for the things that I do and the things that I say. And I feel like I've been a lot quieter lately. And that's just because I think that I'm spending time being thoughtful about who I am right now and who I want to be moving forward. And so for me, this has been a really important part of the things that I've talked about. So when I was learning about medical care, so after all of this happened to me, I really did a deep dive into like what happened to me, why did it happen, why did the doctors treat me that way, what is an alternative for doctors, how should they treat you differently? A year after it happened, I was called to the principal's office, the office of the CEO of the hospital, who wanted to have a conversation with me. He did apologize to me, and I was treated very respectfully. But one of the things that I presented in that conversation was the importance of apologizing, because most of medical malpractice lawsuits can be avoided if doctors apologize, but they're often told not to apologize. And the second part of that was embracing a person centered care approach. And so I have tried to translate this over to tech. A person centered care approach means that you are looking at the person in front of you. They're not an engineer first, they're not a junior developer or a UX or a UI person. They're a human being first. And you look at them and you look at their humanity and you realize that it's not their job that defines them, and that their lives outside of their job in the office is impacting everything that they do inside the office. And if you don't understand that, then you're not going to be the person that's able to lead them to embrace what's going on in their lives and to help them to reach their full potential. The second part of that is that they should have an opportunity to participate in their growth plan. So if you tell someone, these are the things that you do, this is why this is how you do it, or you're doing this, it doesn't matter what you think. They have no they have no option to engage in what their plan of growth is. Then you're holding them back and you're not allowing them to grow to their full potential. Because in order to do that, they have to be able to participate in that. And finally, everybody should be treated with respect and with dignity. And that's incredibly important. And I think that we see that a lot in tech, and we see so many people out there who are burnt out. And all of those things can help us to avoid that burnout. Now, I'm going to go back into my story for just a little bit. So I graduated my boot camp, and I was really lucky to find a job within 2 weeks of graduating. And I will say that I found this job because I had been very vocal about all of the things that I was doing on Twitter. I was blogging consistently. It's funny because at, I was a writer for a lot of years, but for some reason I felt very hesitant to write about any of the things I was doing. But somebody who was kind of became my cheerleader on Twitter early on said, Becca, why aren't you writing about this stuff? I'm like, I don't know. No one's going to want to read it. And what if I say the wrong thing? And I'm not really sure. And he said, just write it. And so I started writing it, and I wrote on my own blog. And I had no tracking information on there. I had no comments, and I would just quietly post it on Twitter, and that was it. And actually not having the pressure of like, how many likes did I get? How many views did I get? How many people commented or interacted? Actually made it a really helpful experience in being able to grow and to kind of come into my skin and understand who I was and be okay with where I was in the journey. Because it can be really hard and really daunting to see all these people around you doing all of these amazing things and think, why am I not there? And this actually recently, I met Kent C. Dodds last week or the week before at React Miami. And I said to him, Kent, when I was learning to code, I always thought, why can't I be more like Kent C. Dodds? And I appreciate that one year for Mother's Day, you wrote a blog post about your wife, because he talked about how important she was. She was a support system. She was taking care of the kids. She was taking care of all of these things so he could focus on that. And it really helped me to understand, like, oh, hey, there are a lot of things that I am taking care of. I'm taking care of 4 kids, and I'm learning how to code, and I'm a career changer, and I went through trauma. And it made me realize, like, your path does not have to look like Kent C. Dodds. That would be cool. Like, if I could still make it there, I would be fine with that. But our paths are all going to look different. And that's also kind of approaching the journey with a person-centered approach and thinking about yourself, because a lot of times we can be really hard on ourselves. And it's okay to have empathy towards ourselves as well, or to treat ourselves with kindness and with love, and to say, like, I didn't hit that goal that I was going to hit, that I wanted to hit. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to hit it in the future, or it doesn't mean I'm bad, or it doesn't mean that I'm not set up for this or the right person. What it means is I have to approach this differently, or I have to think about it differently, or right now is not the right time. When I started my first job, it took me a really long time to get comfortable. So I would say, like, I worked for the first 6 months as a front end developer, and every day I thought I was going to get fired. And this wasn't because of the person I was working with. He didn't do anything to make me feel like I was going to get fired. I just felt like, this is not clicking. I should be moving faster. But I really had nothing to gauge that against, and to really understand where I was or how quickly I should be moving. It was the pressure that I was putting on myself. But after about 6 months, finally got in the groove. We were doing really well. We were working well together. We had worked through some communication issues, which can be really hard, especially if you're moving from a different career when you're working in an async environment. And I will say, for career changers, especially, I think it's really hard to start to learn how to ask questions, because if you've been in a career, I was in a career for 10 years. I was kind of like an expert at the thing I was doing. I knew my materials. I understood answers to the questions. I had gone in depth with those things. So you go from being an expert to feeling like a total beginner, and it becomes really, really hard to be able to do that. But I made it past that point, and then the pandemic hit. And I will never forget, the school texted and they were like, hey, come get your kids' books. They're going to be out of school for the next 3 weeks, and then we'll come back. And after I picked up their books, I saw I had a text message from the guy that I was working with that said, "Hey, can we chat for a minute?" So I went home and found out that I no longer had a job because we had lost our work. So here I was. I was at home. We were doing school from home, which was an absolute disaster. I had homeschooled a couple of my kids before, and it was absolutely nothing like that because nobody knew what they were doing. Nobody knew when this was going to resolve itself or how we should be approaching things or what should be happening. And then I was also interviewing at the same time, and I had never interviewed before. That job that I had was a conversation. Oh, hey, this sounds like a good fit for you. Do you want to work together? Yeah, sure. And we worked together. And so now I was interviewing, and I will never forget, this was like the most absurd point of everything. My desk was out in my bedroom, and my bedroom has a bathroom connected to it. It's the master bathroom. And so I'm interviewing with this woman for a DevOps position. She had me read 2 novels before I interviewed for the second time. I had read these 2 novels. I thought I was doing okay. And then how old was he at the time? 5 or 6-year-old walks past my desk into the bathroom, leaves the door open, pees, and then flushes the toilet while I'm in the interview. I'm like, really? Really? And at that point, I had just been crying every single night. And it finally hit me that day that this wasn't normal how I was feeling, but this time around, this trauma was not just my trauma. It was the trauma of everyone in the entire world. And so we were isolating, but that didn't mean that we couldn't talk to each other. And so I put out there on Twitter, does anyone want to meet up for virtual coffee? And we did. And we are going into our 5th year of meeting up for virtual coffee now. What we found in that experience was we were able to unite and to stay together. We were able to celebrate each other's victories. We were able to support each other through the suffering. We were able to connect and go deeper with each other. And so much of that comes from sharing our stories. And this is a really big part for me. I think that, like Katie said, we don't share our stories for ourselves. We share them to invite others to share their stories too. In these connections, we're able to grow together. And I'll never forget that one of our members who still attends today said early on, I never really felt like I belonged anywhere until this community. And it was really at that point that I realized maybe we were more than just a pandemic community. I kept saying, once the pandemic is over at the end of the summer, virtual coffee won't be a thing anymore. Well, the pandemic was not over by the summer, and we're still going because there's still need and there's still value to have that connection. I always say this, but I'm a mom of 4 kids. I live in a small town. The closest city is an hour away. I can't go to meetups. I can't get together with people in my town who are doing the same things. There's no office to go to. And so for me, there will always be a need to connect other people. There's always a need for us to be able to share with each other, to learn from each other, to bring different perspectives. And that's one of the most beautiful things about having a global community, that we're all able to tell our stories and we can learn and we can grow together. And I think that's incredibly important. And it's because of virtual coffee that I've been able to grow in my career as well. So let's see, I've been at OpenSauced for a year now. So 2 years ago, I started my first job in DevRel, and I was working as a technical community builder. Now, I didn't anticipate getting a full-time job as a technical community builder, but at the time, our family really needed the support. We came upon some really hefty medical bills that were it was definitely needed. And so going through that experience, I was able to find that job because someone reached out to me and said, "Hey, I love the stuff that you're doing at Virtual Coffee. Would you like to join our team?" And I think I told him no for 6 months straight. And then I finally said, "Well, okay, I guess I can do it." And I was there for a year until I was laid off. And being laid off, it stung. It's really, really hard to be laid off in any circumstance. And I was angry and I was sad and I was mad and I was feeling all of the things again. And so I went to someone who had come to Virtual Coffee in the very beginning, who I considered a mentor, and I said, "Hey, I just got laid off," and I was kind of feeling sorry for myself at that point. And he said, "Okay, Becca, self-assess. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? And what are you going to do next?" And it was that simple set of questions that helped me to reframe what I was thinking and what I was going through. I was like, yeah, you know what? I don't need to feel sorry for myself in this situation. It's okay to feel bad. It's okay to feel those feelings, but I didn't have to live in those feelings. I didn't have to give in to them. I didn't have to believe that this is where I was and I was stuck here. What I could believe in was myself. And I was able to have that because of the relationships and the bonds that I made as part of a community, because we had those connections of sharing our stories together. And luckily enough for me, I continued having conversations with people, learning from people, growing together. And right before my severance ran out, Brian Douglas from OpenSauce said, "Hey, do you want to come work at OpenSauce?" And I said, "Okay." And it was kind of a dream come true because I had always wanted to work in open source. When I we were doing our very first year of Virtual Coffee, we planned our biggest event, Hacktoberfest, which is month-long event sponsored by DigitalOcean, where people give back to open source through contributions, maybe making your first contribution. And we were able to support, I think, around 50 people that first year in getting their first contribution. And what I learned from that was, one, I was really exhausted because we started way too late to plan an event that lasted for 30 days and required mentorship and events and support. But also that people were proud of themselves after that. And people were talking about what an amazing experience it was. And suddenly I had a new energy that I hadn't had in a while. And it had nothing to do with me. It had to do with other people and being able to celebrate their successes and to be proud of them along with them. And so that experience really helped me to grow and really made me want to continue to help other people. And I think that dives back into my education roots because I enjoy being able to engage with people to help them grow, to help them to see that there's a journey out there for them. And there's lots of different paths and ways to approach that journey. And so when I started working at OpenSauce, I really wanted to focus on what that developer journey looks like. And so we've been able to do a lot of different things to support developers. But I want to say, like, all of this, everything that's come to happen and come to be during this experience has all been because I've been able to listen to the stories of so many people, because I've been able to hear the experiences that they've gone through and I've been able to carry that with me. And it's not always easy to be able to do that. Our community has gone through a lot of ups and downs together. We've experienced suffering together, loss, we've experienced happiness and victories, but all of these things come together to help us understand humanity together. So, because of those experiences, because people were willing to share themselves with me, I've been able to grow and become the person that I am today. And this is why I think it's really important that we all continue to share our stories, to talk about things with each other, and to not be afraid to help other people, to not be afraid to challenge ourselves to grow, to not be afraid to take a step forward when it feels like you're stuck where you are. So I want to say thank you to everybody that has been here today listening to these talks, to everybody that has shared their stories. Hopefully, these stories have allowed you to connect with other people, to find new perspectives, to understand yourself and the world around you in a new and more nuanced way. And I want to again say, let's show Jacob and Leah our love. Let's continue to support them, and let's continue to share our stories with each other. I think you're muted, Jason.
They can hear me, so this is weird. I'm hoping Nate's
Sorry.
there. You might have to just wing it for a second. Oh, they can hear me now. Fantastic. That makes it even better that you just threw me in there without telling me. Wow. Becca, that was really moving. I think I speak for a lot of people here that story was just super powerful. I think it takes a really strong person to take light in the face like that. Holy crap. But just to be able to open up and articulate the feelings and the thoughts in those moments that you had, I think you've probably had a lot of time to reflect on some of those things. And I guess just thinking about some of the like things that you talked about, like how have they sort of shaped, like what are maybe some of the reflective thoughts you've had when you look back at those as to how they've shaped you to who you are today?
I think we're always going through hard and challenging things in life. And so I always like to think there's plenty of times where I think I'm not strong enough to handle this thing that I have right now. And number one, you never have to handle it alone, especially if you have people around you. And I think this is another reason why it's so important to be able to share your stories with other people, because then you build a community of people that show up, just like this community is showing up for Jacob and Leah now. It's because there have been connections and there have been bonds formed. And so I think, the times are hard, but you're strong, but the people around you are often stronger and willing to help hold you up when you need them.
Did we lose Jason?
No, I muted myself again.
Oh.
God, I have 2 mutes. That was awesome. Jacob is here. He just said forever thankful for you, Becca. Thank you for being here and sharing your powerful story. And I share that sentiment. It was hard to listen to, but I think at the same time, that's what made it worth it, because your strength in being able to share that is going to make somebody else take that step. And I think that that's an important message for the community is, again, do those uncomfortable things, take those steps and power through, and your community's here for you, because in those moments you even said, some of the hardest parts, somebody came and put a hand out for you. And that's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, I would just want to say another thing too. Sometimes you feel like you can't help the people around you, but it's the little things, that can make a difference. And I was talking to my 12-year-old about this today. We were looking through some old Facebook photos again. She's like, "Well, who is that?" I'm like, "Well, she moved away." But after I had Cordelia, she used to sell like nail stickers. And I remember she came over and she dropped off nail stickers for me and for my now 12-year-old, but who was 5 at the time. And it was just like something really tiny, but really, really meaningful to me in that moment, because everything felt so hard. And this little act of kindness made a huge impact on, my perception, even of the world around me. Like, hey, there are people that care about me. And sometimes you feel like you don't deserve it, but somebody in the chat said something like, you are always enough because you exist, or something like that. And that's 100% true. Your value comes in because you are here, because you are you. And sometimes it can be easy to forget that, but it's those little acts of kindness that can help us to remember that as well.
I love that. Well, again, thank you so much. And to the listeners. Again, big thanks to Becca for being here. I know you're not feeling good, and it's just a little bit of your day that you got to spend with us. And again, put it out there that it's these little things that mean so much to the people that are listening. And wow, yeah, seriously, thank you again. Nate, you gonna give us a closing thought, and we'll cut her loose.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Becca. It was incredible. And I think in particular, again, like I touched on earlier, just sharing the difficult aspects of life and especially talking about things like trauma, things like your birth story and all of that. I think it's critical because it's so uncommon, and especially for women, especially like, you know, I was with my wife through that as much as possible, but I could never connect her the way another mother who has gone through that has. And knowing as well just what a personal and private part of life that is. I just really want to thank you genuinely for opening up. I think every speaker today demonstrated such great vulnerability and is an inspiration personally. You know, just for me personally, that's an inspiration in being more open with the times that are tough in addition to the times that are wonderful. All right. Well, we will let you go, Becca. Thank you again for this. We will swap the
Thank you
scene
so
over.
much.
So hopefully Jason and I show up on screen in a second.
We'll
But-
see. Thanks, Becca. Go get some rest. Thank you again. I'll text you later.
Almost,
Bye-bye.
not quite. All right, see you, Becca. I messed up the embed, so now
Nice.
Jason should be up there.
Just me? I don't want it to just be me.
There. I was doubled, but now it's good.
Okay. It is doubled? Okay,
My
we're here.
audio was doubled, but yeah, we're good.
Gotcha. Wow, Nate. We did it, bro.
Oh no, now you're doubled.
Now I'm doubled. Nobody
Perfect.
wants to
Now
see
it
that.
should be fine.
Okay.
That's,
Dude, we did it. That
we
is a
did, the
wrap.
community did it. I mean, honestly,
Community. Well,
again,
I say we, but I
it's-
don't mean you and me. I
No,
mean
exactly.
everybody.
Yes.
I'm still
let-
no, Matt. I'm not in a suit. I will never put a suit on. In my casket. That's it. I just wow. This is overwhelming. Holy crap. So many people coming out and showing up to support Leah and Jacob. I keep looking over here because the chat's over here. Maybe I should bring it over here. Then I'm like actually looking at it. There we go. Yeah, what are your thoughts, man? Give us like some reflection before we head out here.
First, just that number on the screen and the names on the screen are truly humbling. Again, $10,500. We hit our goal on day one, and there are so many people. I didn't look at a total actually, and I don't want to count, but you can see so many donors there. There was also a lot of anonymous donations as well, so even more individuals than those names you see on the bottom of the screen. But really just incredible to see everybody show up in such force. The speakers as well. I just think that it was such a unique opportunity where the prompt was, you know, very open, right? We told pretty much anybody that asked what they should talk about. We had no limits. We were just kind of like, it's your journey. And I love all of the different types and styles and experiences that came from that. I loved early in the day, we had YK and Fran doing hyper interactive chat where it felt like a Twitch stream, which I know YK is really good at those too. So I love seeing that because it's something that's not possible at an in-person event, certainly not to that degree. To the people that shared their stories, shared their full background and history, to people that shared touching on those specific trials that shaped them as a person, and highlighting significant concepts from topics like mental health to empathy to compassion and how those apply and intertwine themselves into the work world. Just felt like really unique perspectives. Every single speaker, I think I learned at least a couple things, and every single speaker shared something that resonated deeply that I could directly connect to a, you know, life experience or something from my journey as well. So
yeah, I mean, everybody brought a different aspect or nuance to the whole thing, and that's what we wanted. Like that was the message of course, this stupid dog has to bark right now. She agrees. Blanche agrees. Because that's the thing that brings us together. Like your story and my story are always going to be different, but it's still a story. It's still a story that we can share with other people. And that was what I wanted. I wanted that storytelling. I wanted people to bring those moments that we haven't heard before or we haven't seen in content creation, because somebody in the chat is going to see it and it's going to resonate with them, and it's going to cause them that moment in their mind of either inspiration or just like reflection that is going to change something and spark something in them. And I holy crap, it was nuts. I'm like speechless at this point. I will say, I'm looking at the GoFundMe right now. We have 98 donors for a total of $10,570. We did get a couple more here right at the end.
That is amazing.
It's crazy. I want to leave it open. I want to leave it open for the weekend. I want to try to get that up as much as we can. Let's support these guys. Jacob's been here for almost this whole time because Leah's been sleeping. Jacob, I apologize in advance. I'm sharing some deets. She's on the treatments during the week. She's off during the weekend. It's been a lot, but he's been here to see all of the support from you guys. Let's keep it coming. Let's do it.
Yeah, I think that pretty much.
Oh yeah,
sums it
he just posted in here, so you guys all see that.
I was gonna say, to sum up, for me, I think I'm feeling mostly gratitude, just for this community, the way everybody showed up, the way the speakers showed up, our awesome sponsors. Again, shout out to Clerk and Empathy Ops.
Empathy Ops, yeah.
Both incredible for contributing to something like this, for a very non-traditional conference convention type of deal, but really helping boost us to that goal, you know. And this, yeah, gratitude and exhaustion. I think that's definitely where I'm at this point. It's been a long couple days, but really stoked with just the turnout, man. Everybody in chat, it's, you know, this chat's moving faster than I think almost any of my Twitch streams have moved, other than when the Primogen raided me.
Yeah,
and it's
wild.
just been such a blessing to see these names and people consistently too. I mean, spending a lot of this weekend with us, being here for a large amount of the time as well. It's just been so cool to see everyone hanging out and get that feeling of, you know, kind of the in-person conference, like hallway conversation track a bit. The quality of conversation here has been fantastic. So thank you all for being a part of this. I think that's pretty much it for me. You want to wrap this up?
This is a wrap, guys. I put the link back to the GoFundMe on my Twitter. I want everybody to repost it. I want everybody to share it. 3 people down your friends list has a third person on their friends list that wants to help. And that's who we want to get in here. We want to build this community up, because the support for Jacob is what's going to connect the other people in this community too. And this is how it grows. You know, this is that common thread that's going to bring us all together right now. So I hope that you guys have an amazing weekend. I'm going to go eat some Thai food and hang out with my wife. Nate's going to go do a similar thing with his family. Go touch some grass, hug your family, do something that matters.
Oh, first I got my second fundraiser of the day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Then you have that
fundraiser for my old high school, actually, which I did think like could have tied that in my story, but yeah,
but here you are. There it is. All right. I hope you all have a good one. Reach out to us on Twitter. We're here for all of you. And remember, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. And it's also super important to go to that GoFundMe and donate. That's it.
Awesome.
That's a wrap.